Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. This is Teresa's microphone. Cool, cool. Who do you want next? David Miller. David Miller, mic check. Good check. Mr. Jose Pacheco. Hello, good check. Mic check. Arana Ortega. Good check. Lisa Middleton, mic check. Fiona Ma, mic check. And let's wrap up this side. Malia Cohen. Cool, cool, cool. Kevin Pilecki, mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. Good, good. Ramon Rubalcaba, mic check. Good. Miss Yvonne Walker, hello, mic check, mic check, mic check. Melissa Willett, good check, good check. Last but not least, Dr. Gail Willis. Mic check. You know they have their own... I'm presenting with a wireless microphone. I'm gonna walk around, make sure the wireless works from different areas.
And we will recess now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda. And we will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. So thank you very much. We are in recess.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Leah Cohen. Frank Rufino Porfiona Ma.
Present.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Lorena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palke.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
I think she'll be excused for a bit. All right, now we're recessing into closed. Thank you. Morning. We are coming back into session for open session. I only have one item before we recess to go into investments. That item is to have Kai On come give his public comments.
No public comment at this time.
Right, hold on, I've got someone in the room. Go ahead, Mr. On.
Okay. Good morning, all board member. I was here last time about my fake CalPERS retirement payment and impersonate CalPERS emails. After the last meeting, CalPERS staff didn't confirm and verify if my retirement is fake or not. They also did not confirm and verify if State Controller Office had ever reported any my contribution to CalPERS after 2014. When I filed retirement 2 years ago, CalPERS did not advise me how can I get back my health insurance. CalPERS did not advised me to join California State Retiree Union, and CalPERS did not advise me to enroll to group legal insurance at Department of Human Resource. Ms. Ortega, last year I went to Department of Human Resource, asked for help. They didn't respond. Also, Ms. Christy Griff had never showed up to clarify the impersonate email and why she stopped responding to me 2 years ago after I requested her to meet at State Controller Office to reconcile our payroll history. Another issue is I have been CalPERS 6 times since last board meeting. CalPERS staff have never helped me to make appointment to talk with Ms. Taylor. Is somebody try to stop me to talk to somebody, to the board member? Ms. Taylor, I'm begging you if you can invite State Auditor Office, Mr. Michael Tilton, to your office so we can meet together so I can submit my document for State Auditor Office to conduct investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the staff to make sure that they respond to Mr. On if they haven't already? I appreciate it. With that, we're going to adjourn the open session of the Board of Administration meeting. Give us about 10 minutes to switch seats and get everybody in place. And then we will open the investment committee open session. Thank you.
the Investment Committee meeting to order. And we've got quite an agenda today, so it's going to be quite a long meeting. And I welcome everyone and will thank you for your patience. I'm going to start off with our usual things, but after roll call, I'm going to probably take things in a little different order than usual, and so I'll explain that then. So we'll start off with our roll call.
David Miller,
Here.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Controller Cohen, Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma, Lisa Middleton, Lorena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palke,
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava, Vaughn Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Okay, thank you. I know we've got a long agenda today, and I want to jump to a portion of the public comment. I believe we have here Unite Here Local 11. Looks like a large group of folks here to speak with us. And so I'd like to give them the opportunity to do their public commenting first, and then if they want to remain for the additional 5 hours or so of our exciting agenda, they're more than welcome. We'd love to have them. And I'm going to ask, because we have so many people, and I don't know how many actually want to come up and make public comment, so I'll just explain a little how that works. If you want to speak, you'll have 3 minutes on the clock. You'll see the clock will start when you start to speak and introduce yourself. And if you need a translator, we'll have an additional 3 minutes for translation. I would ask that if you're making comments that are more or less the similar or the same as the person who has preceded you or the persons who preceded you, try to keep it brief. It's perfectly fine to just refer to the points they've made and your support for them. And with that, we'll start having you come up. You'll be seated in these last 2 seats to my left down here in front of the dais. We also have one of our staffers available taking some photos. I understand you wanted some. We really can't accommodate different seating arrangement to allow for photography, but our staff will be taking some photos, so we'll make those available to you as well. So I will leave it to you to sort out the order you want to come up, and then we will have the remainder of public commenting at the normal time at the end. And so after Unite Here is finished, we'll then go into our regular agenda from there. So welcome.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Fine. I'm a lead research analyst with Unite Here Local 11. We applaud CalPERS trustees and staff for your work instituting labor principles in a dedicated section of the CalPERS Governance's Sustainability Principles document. 4 months after hotel workers began rolling waves of strikes against Southern California properties, hoteliers have failed to settle fair contracts, and their desperation is exposing CalPERS to escalating ESG risks. During the last negotiation session, Ambridge Hospitality and other hoteliers enraged hotel workers, offering no new money for wages, pensions, or health insurance. The hotel industry, as you'll hear today, has left no stone unturned in its desperate search for strike breakers. Last month, the Los Angeles Times reported that migrant workers bussed from Texas in a political stunt by Republican Governor Greg Abbott were found working at Los Angeles County hotels during a recent strike. Many of the workers were unhoused, living at a homeless shelter in Skid Row in Los Angeles. The LA Times article reported that Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon was launching an investigation in response to concerns about potential wage theft and violations of child labor law. 2 of these hotels where unhoused refugees were found working, the Holiday Inn LAX and the Pasadena Hilton, are operated by Ambridge Hospitality, which is owned by Advent International through a fund that received investment from CalPERS. As reported by the LA Times, a 17-year-old student at Belmont High School who requested anonymity said he skipped 2 days of school to clean rooms at the Holiday Inn LAX. He and his mother, who also secured work as a housekeeper at the hotel, received payment via banking app Zelle from a staffing agency called Aria Staffing Services, Inc. Our union and your fund's interests are aligned. Strikes and alleged child labor and wage theft threaten returns in the short term and long term. Bloomberg reported earlier this month that Blackstone-backed PSSI saw its earnings halved after its recent child labor scandal. CalPERS trustees and staff, please urge Advent to thoroughly investigate allegations of child labor and wage theft and resolve the labor disputes at Southern California hotels. Further, Blackstone has seen workers strike 2 Southern California hotels and 1 Arizona hotel owned by funds unaffiliated with CalPERS, and also faces unfair labor practice charges for firing a union supporter. We urge you to urge the firm to resolve these issues and work to guarantee labor peace across its portfolio. Now I'll have Sebastian go ahead. And Ronald's going to translate.
Thank you.
Tiene 3 minutos. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Sebastián. Vengo de Venezuela. Salí de mi país para una mejor calidad de vida, ya que en mi país existe una crisis humanitaria, buscando un mejor porvenir para mí y para mi familia, en donde llegué a este país, en donde los derechos humanos sí se respetan.
You said, hello, my name is Sebastian. I come from Venezuela. I come to this country with my family to seek a better quality of life. I'm looking for a better scenario in a country where human rights are respected.
Llegué a la misión y dentro de una semana nos llegó un aviso de texto que estaban buscando trabajadores para los hoteles. Solicité y me contrataron. Dentro de unos días empecé a trabajar en el Meridian Delfina.
We arrived at the shelter on Skid Row, and within a week, we received a text notice that the agency was looking for hotel workers. I applied and was hired within a few days. I started working at the Meridian Delfina.
Entré en una situación en donde no sabía ni qué agencia me contrataba, ni cuánto me iban a pagar, ni cuántas horas iba a trabajar, ni mucho menos qué derecho como trabajador tenía.
I entered a situation where I didn't even know which agency was hiring me, how much I was going to earn, how many hours I was going to work, much less my right as a worker.
Aquí trabajé sin descansar, sin permiso de comer, haciendo trabajos de 3 o 4 personas.
Here I worked without a break, without taking a lunch break to eat. I did the job of 3 or 4 people.
Después entré a trabajar en otro hotel, en el que me contrataron para lavar platos, pero también me hicieron limpiar baños, en donde durante mi trabajo me sentí que violaban los protocolos de higiene y bienestar del hotel.
I then went to work at another hotel where they hired me to wash dishes, but they also made me clean the bathroom during the same shift, something I felt violated the hygiene protocol.
Al final de mi trabajo, recibí un cheque sin ninguna información sobre cuánto ganaba por hora.
At the end of my job, I received a check without any information on how much I was making per hour.
Yo espero encontrar un trabajo estable que me pueda brindar tranquilidad como persona y como padre de familia.
I hope to find a stable job that can give me peace of mind as a person and as a father.
Gracias a la Unión por apoyarme y espero que ustedes puedan decirles a los hoteles que nos traten con respeto y dignidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you to Local 11 for supporting me, and I hope you could tell the hotels to treat us with respect. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Norelis Vargas. En mi país, Venezuela, hay una crisis monetaria. Por eso viajé por las selvas de Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua y Honduras a principios de este año para cruzar la frontera por Piedras Negras, Texas.
Good morning. My name is Norelis Vargas. I am from Venezuela, and earlier this year I traveled through the jungles of Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras to cross the border at Piedras Negras in Texas.
Este fue un viaje muy difícil para mí y mis hijos de 15, 10 y 2 años. Un viaje que duró 1 mes y medio. Tuvimos que cruzar el río Bravo. Fue difícil porque pasé el riesgo de perder a uno de mis hijos por la corriente del río. Mucha gente murió durante este viaje.
This was a very difficult journey with my kids who are 15 years old, 10-year-old, and 2-year-old. A trip that took a month and a half. We had to cross the Rio Bravo, and I almost lost my son to the current of the river. This was a very difficult trip, and many people didn't survive the trip.
Llegué a Los Ángeles el 17 de junio del 2023 porque tengo un familiar en Long Beach. Vivo en el albergue de Skid Row y de allí me dieron el número de una agencia hotelera.
I came to Los Angeles on June 17, 2023 because I have a relative in Long Beach. Since then, I have been staying in a shelter in Skid Row, and someone there gave me the number of the hotel agency.
He trabajado en hoteles de Los Ángeles para la agencia en 2 semanas. Estos hoteles incluyen el Pasadena Hilton y por Embrace y el Front Point por Lax.
I have worked at Los Angeles Hotel for the agency for about 2 weeks. These include the Pasadena Hilton operated by Aimbridge and 4 Points by LAX.
Un día en el Pasadena Hilton trabajé durante 12 horas y media con solo un break. Ahí habían 14 o 15 personas más trabajando temporalmente conmigo. Cuando llegué al hotel no había ninguna reunión para capacitarnos. Llegamos allí, agarramos el radio, las llaves y nos pusimos a limpiar. Me pagaron con un cheque a mano escrito, pero no recibí ninguna información de cuánto me iban a pagar por hora.
One day at the Pasadena Hilton, I worked for 12 and a half hours with only 1 break. There were 14 or 15 other temporary workers with me. When I got to a hotel, there was no meeting to train us. We just got there, took a radio, key, and went to clean. I was paid with a handwritten check, but I did not receive any information on how much I was going to earn per hour.
Era un trabajo duro en el hotel, pero tenía que hacerlo para mantener a mis hijos. Tampoco me gustó que hubieran trabajadores haciendo líneas de piquete afuera del hotel cuando yo estaba trabajando allí.
It was hard work at the hotel, but I had to do it to provide for my kids. I also did not like that there were workers picketing outside the hotel when I worked there.
Comencé a reunirme con el local número 11 y me enteré que los trabajadores de estos hoteles están luchando por mejores salarios, beneficios y respeto. No quiero lastimar la lucha de los trabajadores ni impedirlos de obtener lo que se merecen.
I started meeting with Local 11, and I learned that the workers at these hotels are fighting for better pay, benefits, and respect. I don't want to hurt those workers or the fight, or stop them from getting what they deserve.
También estoy aprendiendo sobre mis derechos, cómo trabajar en los Estados Unidos y que las empresas tienen que cumplir con la ley, pagarnos justamente y tratarnos con dignidad.
I am also learning about my rights as a worker in the United States and that the companies have to follow the law, pay us fairly, and treat us with dignity.
Estoy pidiendo lo que es correcto. Los hoteles no deberían utilizarnos para romper la huelga. deberían darles a los miembros del local 11 un contrato justo y contratarme y a otros trabajadores temporales como empleados permanentes.
I am asking for what is right. The hotel shouldn't use us to break the strike. They should give Local 11 members a fair contract and hire myself and other temporary workers as permanent employees.
Gracias por escuchar mi historia y díganle a las empresas que hagan lo correcto y nos apoyen.
Thank you for listening to my story. Please tell these companies to do the right thing and support us. Thank you.
And thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Margarita Casares, trabajo en el departamento de pressing de Pasadena Hilton.
Good morning. My name is Margarita Casares. I am working in the pressing department at the Pasadena Hilton.
Estoy orgullosa de ser miembro de Unite Here Local 11.
I am proud to be a member of Unite Here Local 11.
Emigré a los Estados Unidos hace 32 años. Recuerdo lo que fue venir sola a este país, tener que adaptarse a un nuevo país y no saber el idioma.
I migrated to the United States 32 years ago. I remember what it was like to come to this country alone, to have to adapt to a new country, and to not know the language.
Estaba en una posición vulnerable, pero tuve la suerte de haber hecho amigos y construido una red de apoyo en lo que podía confiar.
I was in a vulnerable position, but I was fortunate to have made friends and built a support network I could rely on.
Trabajé duro para asegurarme de poder hacer realidad mi sueño de apoyar a mi madre en México.
I worked hard to ensure that I could realize my dream of supporting my mother back in Mexico.
Soy un luchador, dejé el Pasadena Hilton hace 15 años y decidí regresar porque con un sindicato fuerte tenemos derecho a luchar por lo que merecemos. Por eso estuve en huelga con mis compañeros de trabajo durante el verano.
I am a fighter. I left the Pasadena Hilton 15 years ago, and I decided to come back because with a strong union, we have a right to fight for what we deserve. That is why I've been on strike with my coworkers over the summer.
Sin embargo, luchamos por todos los trabajadores y eso significa los trabajadores vulnerables de los que se aprovecha la compañía, como Norelis y Sebastián, quienes están siendo explotados y utilizados por la compañía para romper nuestra huelga.
However, we fight for all workers, and that means the vulnerable workers that the companies take advantage of, like Norelis and Sebastian, who have been exploited and used by the company to break our strike.
Estoy aquí con ellos y mi unión hoy para urgir que, por favor, hagan todo lo posible para presionar a Aten y Blackstone para que resuelvan los conflictos laborales y garanticen la paz laboral. Gracias.
I'm here with them and my union today to urge you to please do whatever you can to push Advent and Blackstone to resolve the labor dispute and guarantee labor peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all of our speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say thank you for coming to speak to us. Thank you for your courage and your willingness to get up here. I know it's always a little nerve-wracking, even for me, being up here in front of cameras and speaking, but I appreciate it and respect the solidarity and the determination you've shown. Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to go into our regular agenda. We'll also be taking other public comments as we go through the agenda. We made an exception because we had this very large group today, and we wanted to give them an opportunity because they've traveled a long way. So we will go ahead, and our next order of business is the executive report. So I'll call on Mr. Bienvenu.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning and again be serving as the interim Chief Investment Officer. I also want to take a second to assure you that the Investment Office is still firing on all cylinders and executing on our strategy. I'll share more on that in a second, but before I do, I also want to take a second to thank Amy Deming at my right for joining me up here today. Amy leads the investment compliance and operational risk function at CalPERS, really giving her a broad and overarching purview of the investment office. So this, coupled with her being responsible for total fund policy and also many of the reports that come to the board on a quarterly basis, really make her the right person to be up here with me, both to answer questions, but also to take any chair-directed items. So I just want to thank Amy for stepping up and helping. Now, I mentioned a second ago that we are open for business and executing on our strategy, and I just really want to be very clear, not only to you, the committee, but also to our stakeholders in the industry broadly, that we are full speed ahead as a team. Immediately after being asked to take on the interim CIO role, the questions began to come in of whether we're going to back away from some of our areas of focus. And I want to be really clear that the answer to that question is no, and that's a no from the whole leadership team. The strategy that we're executing on was developed by the entire investment office leadership team, the talented folks sitting behind me in this auditorium and others. The team developed and owns the strategy together, so the strategy hasn't changed, and we really are leaning in. So if the question is, has our focus on private assets, including private equity, private debt, real assets, and infrastructure changed? The answer is no. Has our focus on diversifying our private assets to broaden out to include private debt, to include growth and venture on the private equity side? Again, if the question is, has that changed? The answer is no. Have we changed our focus on co-investments? No. Have we taken our foot off the accelerator on our 5 business objectives for this fiscal year? Those being pension fund resiliency, our sustainable investment strategy, stakeholder communications, our people strategy, and operational excellence? And again, the answer is no, 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 and no. So I really want to thank the investment office team for continuing to lead into the strategy and to execute on it to the fullest of our ability. I also want to thank Marcy and the executive team, and I want to thank you, the board, for your continued support, both of myself and of the investment office team, as we execute on this strategy, as we really do believe this strategy will drive future investment success. And I think our leaning into the strategy will be evident as you look at the agenda today, which takes me to the very fulsome agenda that you alluded to, Mr. Chair. We lead off with 3 action items. The first is a second reading of proposed revisions to our insider trading policy that originally came before this committee in June. The second is a second reading of our revisions to our total fund investment policy, specifically within the governance and sustainability principles, incorporating and consolidating labor principles that were discussed in September. And third is our emerging and diverse manager report to the legislature, being responsive to AB 890. From there, we move on to our information items. Item 6A is our quarterly Chief Investment Officer's report, providing brief notes on the economy and market conditions over the last quarter and the associated performance both for the quarter, but more importantly, over the longer term. And that feeds nicely into item 6B, which is the mid-cycle review of our asset liability management work, and specifically the setting of the strategic asset allocation. And of course, we know from our investment beliefs that strategic asset allocation is the dominant driver of portfolio risk and return. And the current strategic asset allocation was set in November of 2021, so now it's time for our mid-cycle review. And this review really has been a team effort between the financial office, the investment office, and the actuarial office. And I'm greatly pleased and appreciative not only of the analysis, but also the collaboration and teamwork on this body of work. So this will be a joint presentation by Michelle Nix, Sterling Gunn, and Scott Toronto. From there, item 6C is the total fund portfolio management annual program review, where Sterling Gunn will review his team's role and work for the year. And after this, we move on to another exciting item, that being our Sustainable Investments 2030 strategy, which will be presented by Peter Cashin and team. And today we'll dive a bit more into the key elements of the strategy, including our commitment to investing over $100 billion towards climate solutions by 2030, with a focus on generating outperformance. We think this is an ambitious strategy, but we think it's achievable, and it's one we're very excited about. After that discussion, Tamara Sells will provide our annual review on the responsible contractor policy, followed by Lauren Gelhaus from Wilshire Advisors, providing their annual analysis on the economic impact of CalPERS divestments. And that concludes my opening remarks, Mr. Chair. So with that, I'll turn it back to you to take any questions or to take us through the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions on the items, so we'll move to our action consent items. A pleasure of the committee. Moved by Director Taylor, approved, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any nays? No abstentions? Motion carries. Move on to our information consent items. I have a request to pull item 4I. Otherwise, we'll be passing by those other ones. So let's move to item 4I, the CalPERS for California report. Mr. Pacheco.
Oh, you have to turn.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So I've got a couple of questions. First of all, thank you very much for this California, the CalPERS for the California report. I found it really illuminating about all the various things that we've been doing with respect to our fund and how our fund impacts in a positive manner on our economy. There was one area that I was really fascinated by, which was on page 11 of 23 of the report. And let me read you what I thought. You know, from your perspective, I wanted to know, with respect to the real estate assets investments in California, it had created about 134,583 jobs as of March 31st, 2022. From your experience, what sort of trend do you see here in job growth from the real estate asset class investment in California, specifically in the apartment and industrial area? And if you can answer that first question there.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. We've asked Tamara Sells to join us, who was responsible for coordinating the preparation of this policy. So, Tamara, I'll leave that one to you, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Tamara Sells, Associate Investment Manager, Sustainable Investments. Chair and members, I appreciate you having me here today. So to answer your question in respect to the real estate investments, what we've seen so far in terms of trends has only been for the last 2 years of data since we've started with a new vendor. So I just wanted to be clear there. We've started contracting with Tideline for the 2021 report. And so they've just done the 2022 report. So we have 2 years of clean data with the new vendor. So right now it would probably be a bit premature to really speak to trends for just 2 years data. But however, going forward, we are excited to see exactly how those trends are changing, particularly as we're coming out of the pandemic recovery.
Fantastic, Dan. So I have another question. So on the conclusion of the page of the, so about 2 years ago, CalPERS approved the increasing of our strategic asset allocation to about 15% in the real estate from 13%. And in private equity from 8% to 5%. And in private debt, we went from 0 to 5%. I'm sorry, for the real estate, it was 13 to 15. That's right. Excuse me for my PE. So in your opinion, although the multiplier effect exhibit here is generating an estimated additional $41.6 billion in economic activity in 2022 in California, theoretically, if additional asset allocation is made to the private market, let me just keep my thoughts here. In the private market investments, would we perhaps see additional economic activity in California, providing not only significant auxiliary benefits in terms of job creation, but also attractive rates of return in the long run? If you can elaborate on that, because I know it's just a snapshot in the 2022, and that's when we started our allocation. And I know it's very now, but we did increase to 13% in private equity, and we did increase the allocation to 15% in real estate. So if you all can elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be great.
Mr. Pacheco, I'll take a first crack at that, if that's all right, and then I'll let Tamara add anything that she would like to. Yes, we think that as we lean into private markets, that will actually add more activity in California, and that's for two main reasons. Number one, private markets tend to be smaller companies, and the smaller companies tend to be the largest employers of companies in this country. So as we add private assets, we think that we're actually going to add sort of overall employment improvement. And that will be our impact, and of course ours is a small impact. It's a big industry, but as we add private assets, we think that we're generally adding to employment. Secondly, much of the private assets, specifically private equity, especially in the growth and venture areas, and as we diversify that part of the portfolio, much of that is in California. So again, that too would sort of underscore our impact in California, if that helps.
Fantastic, Dan.
Just one other point on that too. For private debt, you'll notice that their data is not specifically called out in the private markets data, and that's because their inception date as an asset class was after the effective date of this report, which is June 30th. So going forward, we do anticipate adding private debt and their ancillary benefits as well.
Will we also be able to track the multiplier effect, which is again the $41.6 billion? You know, again, it's just a snapshot, but perhaps in future reports, if it's possible, perhaps showing a trend. You know, that would be interesting to notice, because it would show that as we are, you know, what we see now with the allocation increased, we should also see, hopefully, an increase in the multiplier effect in our state of California. So I don't know if that's possible.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agreed, and I would agree with you both in terms of our leaning to privates, but then also as the portfolio gets bigger, you should see both of those cause an accelerant in that impact and the multiplier effect.
Very good then. Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate that very, very much. Again, the report was very, very informative, and I look forward to seeing more of it next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no more questions on those information items. That concludes item 4. Now we'll move to our action agenda items. We have 3 action agenda items. These are items that we'll be taking a vote on. For each of these, we'll have the presentation and discussion. I've also got multiple requests for public comment relating to these items. We'll take those public comments for each item before we vote on those items. And so I just want to let everybody know, if you're waiting to speak on these specific items, I've got a number of you, and we won't miss your opportunity. So we'll start with 5A, the revisions to the CalPERS investment policy for insider trading.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 5A is a second reading of the insider trading policy that originally came in June, and so Amy Deming will be leading us through that item. So, Amy.
Thank you. Amy Deming, CalPERS team member. We're seeking approval from the investment committee today regarding the changes to the insider trading policy. This is the second read of the changes that we presented in June, as Dan mentioned. In the materials, you'll see a red line version and a clean version of the policy. We received board direction in June to reach out to our unions and understand if they have any concerns. I'm happy to report back that we did so and that there were no concerns raised. In summary, the most material change to the insider trading policy is to allow the investment office to implement information barriers. Because we have a large allocation to private investments and therefore do many private deals, we obtain material non-public information on a day-to-day basis. While it's important to evaluate that information for our private deals, we need to make sure that information is not in the hands of a team member who transacts in the public stocks or bonds of the same company. The current approach is to restrict public teams from transacting when a private team has material non-public information, and this puts us at a disadvantage. The preferred approach is to create information barriers so that we do not need to restrict the public teams. This is common practice for asset managers and asset owners, just like ourselves. To summarize, our proposal will satisfy 2 objectives. Number 1, it'll ensure that our public market teams are able to trade on the public information to achieve the plan's goals. And 2, it will reduce risk because an information barrier framework ensures that sensitive information is tightly safeguarded. And therefore, it reduces the risk for the entire organization. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you again for that report for this insider trading policy. I wanted to ask if what is the timeline these physical and technological walls will be in place to mitigate any insider trading related compliance risk and or conflict of interest after we pass the policy?
So we spent the last couple of months anticipating this change. Some folks have moved their desks so that we had physical segregation between public and private. We've put into place technological barriers as well, such that, shared drives are separated by teams so that the public equity team, for example, doesn't have access to the private equity team's drives. And so this is just good hygiene anyways, but this has been put into place in the last several months and without any hiccups, I would say.
Wonderful.
And so maybe more directly answer your question is the timeline is we're ready to go ahead with the board's approval today.
Excellent. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Great.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more requests from the board to speak, so at this point, I'll call public comment from Mr. J.J. Jelincic. If you would come up and, as you know, the clock will start when you introduce yourself and begin to speak.
Is it on? Yeah. J.J. Jelincic, beneficiary. This is the kind of bad staff work that you consistently accept from your agents and even reward with bonuses and promotions. As you know, material non-public information does not have an infinite shelf life. Over time, it either becomes immaterial or public. The proposed policy provides that the legal office can add companies to the list. However, it strips the legal office of its authority and responsibility to remove companies from the list. In fact, no one has the authority or obligation to remove companies from the list. It's like the Hotel California. You can check in, but you never check out. The policy forbids restricted persons from buying or selling a company on the restricted list, either personally or on behalf of the system. I assume you know that restricted person includes everyone in the investment office. No one would be able to trade a restricted company on behalf of the system. As a result, the revision doesn't meet its stated goals, and I have to wonder what the real reason is. Your agents, acting on your direction, remove the current grounds for exceptions. They replace them with, quote, exceptions will be consistent with the affirmative defenses provided for under Rule 10b5-1c, unquote. Those exceptions all require a pre-filed trading plan. As you know, neither you, the system, nor your staff, i.e. your agents, file a 10b5 plan. The restricted list is secret, so there's no way the board, any beneficiary, or even most insiders could monitor compliance with the policy. It's yet another example of CalPERS' famous so-called transparency. You know that if an employee pushes for unwanted enforcement, they're subject to discipline. I ask you to send the proposal back again and get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other public comment on this item, so at this point, seeing no further questions from the board, any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for the question. Okay, we've got a motion by Director Pacheco, seconded by President Taylor. So all in favor? Aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, the ayes have it. Motion passes. So now we'll move on to 5B, revisions to the total fund policy, governance and sustainability principles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is also a second reading. This one was originally brought before the board in September, and this entails that consolidation and incorporation of labor principles into CalPERS governance and sustainability principles and that portion of the total fund policy. So for this one, we have Peter Cashin and Tam Marcells joining us again, and I'll turn it over to Peter to take us through the item.
Thank you, Dan, and a pleasure to be with your board. Peter Cashin, Managing Investment Director, Sustainable Investments. In September, we presented to you the labor principles. Now we're here for a second reading to the revision to the governance and sustainability principles. This is an action item. In your packet, you've received 3 attachments. The first 2 are the clean and black line version of the document. The third is a memo from Wilshire in which they agree that the changes are additive and properly incorporated into the governance and sustainability principles. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I'm seeing a question from Director Willett.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to staff again for this update. I think this revision is really important to ensure investments are sound to meet the needs of our beneficiaries. I'm looking forward to implementation, including receiving updates in closed session, any issues that come up, so we can assess the risk within our fiduciary obligation. I think that'd be great to get a status report in open session in June as to how it's working, what's been going on. And through the chair, if possible, I'd like to ask staff to follow up on the issues raised earlier in public session of the the hotel workers, so we can make sure we continue to protect the interests of the fund and our beneficiaries.
Yeah, I consider those both action items.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Director Middleton.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the broad policy, and I think it is something that is working in the right direction. But to be very specific, this morning we received testimony regarding one of our investment organizations that if the testimony is true, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt it, would indicate some extremely terrible labor practices, taking advantage of individuals that are among the most vulnerable that we have. So can you outline for us what steps staff believes is appropriate in terms of follow-up to what we heard today, and what consequences may this have?
Thank you. As you know, in September and in July, we presented our engagement 5-step plan when there is a possible breach of any of our principles or principles. So we follow that for all of the concerns that are raised. In the specific case of the hotels, this has been in our process for quite some time and led internally by Tamara. And this is already very much on our radar. We're receiving new information even today. We've been in dialogue with the private equity firm, and so we're following it very closely. There was limitations on what the firm could share with us at this point, but we're sure to raise this topic with them based on the information we've received.
So I appreciate that. And I think we need to be very clear about the depth of the abuse that appears to have taken place here. We have immigrants, asylum seekers that are being used as strikebreakers. We have allegations of child labor. And in previous conversations that I've had, we have allegations of playing one ethnic group off another in a strike situation. These are not the kind of practices that CalPERS can support and endorse.
Definitely agree.
Thank you.
Hey, I have Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I too want to commend the staff for this work. Having labor principles as a go-to section is very welcomed, and I think it sets CalPERS aside to show that we're want to be upfront that we do care about the capital, the labor capital. And I join with my colleagues in saying we want to see this labor principles in practice, and the engagement is very important to us. So thank you very much. I look forward to the reports and implementation updates. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Director Pacheco.
Thank you. I also want to join in with my colleagues as well with respect to these labor principles. You know, I feel that they're incredible in terms of their focus, where they're placed, and making sure that they bring out the sustainable principles, the information, the references with respect to the International Labor Organization, a UN agency, and also referencing the American Investment Council's principle sustainable investing, reference this as well, so that they know that we're utilizing their own principles for them that they signed on to, that they have to abide for with respect to freedom of association and elimination of all forced compulsory labor and effective abolishment of child labor, period. I do want to just come back to the hotel. I know that you guys were stating that it is that we're having dialogue with the private equity and we're having dialogue with the unions. And I know the process, as we mentioned, I think last time, was that the engagement process is it's a loop. And I'm just wondering, do you see any chance of it closing soon, or is it going to take a lot longer, in your opinion? I mean, because we never really finished that conversation on how that loop was to resolve itself.
Let's not get too far astray, so a brief response on that one.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
I'll just open up to say that we are in the 5-step process. We're at step number 4.
Okay.
And it's hard to, in many cases it will come to a clear conclusion. Mm-hmm. In others it takes more time. I think this one falls into the latter camp, in part because the labor dispute is ongoing, okay. Which is also makes information sharing a bit quite restrictive. Parties can't share if there's kind of active negotiations ongoing. But clearly on this topic, we will, have it top of our agenda, and we'll, as soon as we have information that can be shared, we will.
Thank you very much for that information. Appreciate it.
Okay, and now I have Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to the comments the support of the Treasurer. Treasurer Ma is inspired by the effort that has gone into these labor principles to date, and she's optimistic that they can begin to change the way in which businesses engage with labor in our economy. As the Treasurer of California, the fair treatment of labor has been and will be an important topic for her. And as a trustee for the 2 largest pension funds in the U.S., she's definitely encouraged that these principles are being spotlighted. She is a supporter of these principles as a tool to make progress in this area, and she appreciates all the work that has gone into them so far. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. At this time, President Taylor.
Thank you. I also want to thank you very much. Right. We kind of worked hard on this for a while to get this moving, and really appreciate the staff implementing this as a total fund policy, which is awesome. One thing I wanted to, we're talking about coming back, I think Director Willett asked that we come back in June with kind of a status report. And with that, since we didn't set that up, I was wondering if we could have some sort of plan for how we're going to start measuring any kind of application of this, how this is being measured, how the, you know, the proxy voting's going, or how it's being implemented now, because we didn't have it before, with our private equity firms and our private debt firms. And then in addition, you know, how do we measure success? Is that less people coming to us with, you know, issues like the Blackstone issues or the UFCW issues with Apollo? I just kind of want to see if we can implement a strategy to make sure that we're getting good data on it. But otherwise, thank you guys very much. This was great.
Thank you. Noted on your comments.
Yeah, I have no more requests from the board to speak. At this point, I've got quite a few public commenters, and so I've got a couple different lists, so I'll be very careful to make sure we get to everyone. And so first I'll call on Michael Ring from SEIU on item 5B. And then followed by, okay, we've also got several. Let's see. There are a number of people with you, Michael, that are going to speak. Two others, okay. I've got different ones here. Okay. Okay. Okay, if Michael, Elvie, and Kim could come down, and I'll let you sort out amongst yourselves who wants to speak and who wants to introduce whom, and whether any translators are needed. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please lend me your ear. My name is Kim Eichner, and I work for Swissport Cargo at Newark Liberty International Airport as a trucking office agent. I've worked there for 7 years. I've seen it all at my work location. I've even lost 2 co-workers in the past 6 months, of who actually died at the cargo building for various reasons. It's been tough for me personally because I also sustained a work-related injury. Our cargo area is infested with mice and roaches in the area of which I work. We've had so many health and safety issues other than that as well. It's freezing in the winter time, and it's really hot in the summer. It's tough work, and I don't feel respected at all since this company can't even keep us in a safe environment. Despite the importance of airport service workers like myself to the aviation industry, we face unsafe working conditions, don't have the pay and benefits we need. We don't have a voice on the job, totally disrespected. That's why I started organizing for a union at my airport. The poor labor practices by Swissport entities not only hurt workers, but it poses a reputational and financial risk to all investors. CNN and the Wall Street Journal have featured Swissport entities and stories about the rise in workplace injuries suffered by our workers. Their CEO even said on record that Swissport wasn't prepared for travel coming out of the pandemic, and I worked through the pandemic. According to our database, CalPERS invests in 2 companies that co-own Swissport International AG. CalPERS is also a shareholder of some airlines that Swissport entitles provide services to. For the aviation industry to run smoothly, airport workers must have safe working conditions, living wages and benefits, and the freedom to organize. This will help reduce massive turnovers, improve staffing, and create a better passenger experience, which in turn adds value for investors and lowers risk. Workers in the fund share the same interests here. We ask sincerely that you ask your investment managers who own Swissport to protect the workers and CalPERS interests and tell them that the workers need a safe and healthy workplace where we are allowed to organize for our union. We know we can do our jobs better when we have a fair contract and that it is in the best interest of both workers and investors. I thank you very much for listening and will now pass it over to my coworker to tell you more about what it's like to work at Swissport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much so much for having me. My name is Elvis, and I'm also an employee at Swissport. I'm from Boston Logan International Airport, and
if you could get a little closer to the mic, sir.
Sorry. Again, of course, I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to actually come here, and this does mean a lot for me to actually be able to speak out from my work and from my job. All right. I love my job. I love what I do. I do love the airport. I do love the airport, and to take care of I take a lot of pride in the job. I love working around the aircraft and helping passengers get to their destinations. I've been working for Swissport for a year, and I've just seen a lot of issues with the company. Management treats us any way they feel like. We are often moved around, and I was get switched or cut short for that reason. There's a very high turnover rate at Swissport, and that means our training isn't great, and we are very understaffed. This isn't good. This isn't good for safety, and our equipment isn't good either. Recently, coworkers actually filed a complaint with Usher, and Swissport was fined more than $34,000. The case is still open as we speak right now. My job is hard and very dangerous, and I shouldn't have to make the tough financial decisions. Working for Swissport, I can barely afford my rent, and I even live far away from the airport to find a cheaper place to live. I have to send money back home to my mother in my home country in Uganda, so I can barely survive on my wages I'm earning right now. I know my coworkers have similar struggles. We need to work. We need to work at a place that respects us and pays us what we are worth. We need a union. Thank you guys so much for hearing me out, and I really do appreciate the time. I really do appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Good morning, Investment Committee. Chair Miller. Michael Ring with the Service Employees International Union. I want to thank the board and the staff for your fiduciary work to ensure CalPERS investments are grounded in sustainable, repeatable investment practices and policies. As the testimony from Kim and Elvis indicates, when workers can't do their job safely without fear of intimidation, harassment, or discrimination, they cannot do their best work. Workplaces where workers' rights are not respected leads to risk for investors counting on companies to run their businesses in ways that will deliver sustainable returns for the long term. And this is particularly true given the comments we've heard in the work of these workers in the airline industry, which obviously safety is critical to all of our interests. In that context, we want to offer enthusiastic support for the adoption of labor principles that you're considering on this item. We encourage you to communicate the importance of the rigorous application of these principles to your investment partners, including those investing on your behalf in the companies the workers have referenced today. We sincerely appreciate the work of the Sustainable Investment Office and the entire Investment Office in putting these principles together and rigorously working to put together an engagement process that was referenced earlier. The rights across workers across the economy to a healthy, productive workplace aligns with CalPERS' long-term interest in a sound, healthy economy in which you can invest $450, $500, soon to be $600, hopefully $700 billion. We appreciate the staff and the board's recognition of this alignment and encourage CalPERS to continue to show its fiduciary leadership and work with companies, regulators, its investment partners, and all stakeholders across financial markets to contribute to economy-wide labor market standards that protect the interests of workers, investors, and plan participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, next I have, looks like 3 commenters from ACCE. Again, I'll welcome you to come down. It looks like Barbara Pinto, Iretas Gonzalez, and Patricia Mendoza. And again, I'll, whatever order you'd like to present, we'll leave that to the 3 of you to sort out. And the time clock will begin when you introduce yourself and begin to speak.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Pinto. I am a resident of San Diego and a member of ACE, which stands for the Alignment of Californians for Community Empowerment. I am a senior citizen, age 77, and I pay almost 80% of my fixed income for rent. I am retired after 35 years of service to the San Diego Unified School District, and at one time I did reside in the Blackstone properties. Within 1 year that I lived there, the rent went up $200. On a fixed income, I had no choice but to move. Please realize, this was from a reliable source, that by the year 2030, 25% of our population will be senior citizens. Many of our members have testified about living in Blackstone properties and have complained about the conditions of mold, roaches, plumbing problems, obviously putting profit before people. I am appalled that this organization would invest in this kind of a company. Please consider people before profit. Please think about things that are being more of a service to our communities, including affordable housing. We have things that happen in life. My husband just dropped dead in front of me with a massive heart attack in 2018. I don't have a second income. Unlike many people that are senior citizens, they don't have retirements. I'm lucky to have a modest retirement and my Social Security. Please keep all those things in mind for us for housing. San Diego, as you know, is the highest paying area in the United States for rent at this time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
I'll be translating for her.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Iraides González. Soy madre soltera de 3 hijos. Vivo en el área de San Diego. Soy miembro de ACE y vivo en apartamentos de Blackstone. Desde que Blackstone compró los apartamentos, me aumentaron $300 más en renta, que es el 75% de mi ingreso. Y la razón por la que estoy aquí es para decirles que ya no inviertan más dinero con Blackstone. Mientras ellos se hacen más millonarios, personas como yo con bajos recursos estamos a punto de quedar sin hogar con nuestros hijos. Eso no debe de estar sucediendo. Hace 7 años me quedé sin hogar por la misma razón de no poder pagar mi renta. Ya no quiero que mis hijos sufran y estoy activa en la escuela de mis hijos y conozco a personas que trabajan en el área de lonche y viven en apartamentos y también batallando para pagar la renta. Eso no es justo.
Hello, my name is Iraides Gonzalez. I'm a single mother of 3. I live in San Diego area. I'm a member of ACE. I live in a Blackstone apartment complex. Since Blackstone bought the apartment complex, they've increased my rent by $300. I pay 75% of my income to rent. The reason I am here today is to tell you to please stop investing any more money with Blackstone. While they become millionaires, people like me with low income, in low income situations are about to become homeless with our children. That should not be happening. 7 years ago, I became homeless for the same reason. And because I couldn't afford my rent. I no longer want my children to suffer. I'm an active parent in my children's school, and I know lunch ladies and other work employees that work at the school that are also struggling to make ends meet to pay their rent, and this is not fair.
No es justo trabajar entre semana, fines de semana y días festivos para poder pagar nuestra renta, mientras que Blackstone recibe y recibe dinero. Incluso a veces nos limitamos para la comida y estamos cansados de esto. También tenemos derecho de estar y dedicarle más tiempo a nuestros hijos. Por favor, ya no invertamos más en Blackstone. Gracias.
It is not fair to work during weekends, holidays where everyone's off, and I have to work to make ends meet to pay the rent, while Blackstone continues to receive money. Sometimes we even have to limit ourselves with food. We are already tired of that. We also have the right to be dedicate more time to our children. Please, no more investment in Blackstone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe I'm the last one. So, thank you. Hi, my name is Patricia Mendoza. I am the statewide organizer with ACE. ACE is the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. We are here today to demand you to please stop investing in Blackstone. As a statewide organizer, I get calls every day from tenants who are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of rent. Most people I speak with are paying over 75 or are paying over half of their income on rent and struggling to make ends meet. The housing crisis is getting worse every day, and Blackstone is playing a huge role in making things worse. In the past few years, Blackstone has spent millions of dollars to stop rent control and tenant protections for all of us tenants at the local and state level. In 2020, Blackstone was the #1 donor against Prop 15, which is Schools and Communities First initiative. Not only are they making the housing crisis worse, they are also using their money to prevent our schools and communities from having the resources they need. Housing is a human right. But for Blackstone, it's just a way to make more money. While people in our communities are struggling to recover from this pandemic, Blackstone continues to make a fortune off the back of us renters. That is why we are here to ask you to please stop any future investments in Blackstone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I believe we have a caller on the phone for 5B.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Melissa Reyes from IBEW. Yes, hello.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you, caller.
All right. Honorable board members, my name is Melissa Reyes. I'm a lead organizer for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers based in North and South Carolina, tasked with helping workers form a union in their workplace if so they choose to. Before taking this role, I worked as an electrician and as a member of the IBEW for 10 years. Today, I'm calling to ask you to consider an important matter, taking a stance on private equity firms that use money to union bust against attempts of workers to organize. CalPERS recently invested $750 million in Brookfield Infrastructure Fund 5. Westinghouse is a Brookfield-owned manufacturing company that is engaged in an active anti-union campaign with workers at the Westinghouse Columbia Fuel Fabrication Facility in Hopkins, South Carolina. The IBEW does not attempt to organize where there is not a genuine interest in organizing for workers. The Columbia Fuel Fabrication Facility in Hopkins has been in operation since 1969. While workers recall an interest in organizing that dates back to the 80s, it was not until the company unilaterally and dramatically changed their conditions, wages, and benefits for a large portion of the plant to understand the value of a unique contract. Now we are working with them to file an NLRB election for their workplace. The Westinghouse Specialty Metals plant in Blairsville, Pennsylvania manufactures the rods used for the nuclear fuel assembly and are shipped to Hopkins for the final assembly. They have enjoyed a contract with IBEW for almost 7 decades. Over the years, workers in Westinghouse at Hopkins have heard about the plant up north having a union contract, but in the state with the lowest union density in the nation, workers are not willing to risk their jobs for a concept not many are educated about. Westinghouse's anti-union campaign has resulted in an unfair labor practice charge consisting of 9 pending violations, along with an additional charge I recently filed. These allegations include threats to workers for discussing union matters. We applaud CalPERS for including freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining in the labor principles that it's considering today. We believe Brookfield and Westinghouse are violating this principle, and we ask that you consult with Brookfield and ask that they cease the anti-union campaign in Hopkins, South Carolina, commit to neutrality, and a recognition of the Westinghouse's employees' right to collectively bargain. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes our public comments on item 5B. And so, any further questions from the board, comments? Okay, well, I will call for the question. Moved by Pacheco, seconded by President Taylor. Okay, so we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any nay votes? Okay, another unanimous vote, and so the motion passes. So we move on to 5C, Emerging and Diverse Manager Report to the Legislature.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this next item is seeking approval of our report on the diversity in the management of investments for submission to the state legislature. Once again, we have Peter Cashin, who's this time joined by Mike Silva, presenting this item, so I'll turn it over to them.
Mike Silva, Investment Officer, Sustainable Investments. Good morning, Chair members. It's a pleasure to be with you. AB 890 requires CalPERS staff to submit an annual report on the status of achieving appropriate objectives and initiatives regarding the participation of emerging and diverse managers within the CalPERS investment portfolio. Slide 3, please. Specifically, the report must include any new allocations to either emerging or diverse managers over the next 4 fiscal years. AB 890 is intended to ensure transparency and promote the inclusion of women and minority-owned managers in the asset management industry. This presentation identifies the notable items included in the report that will be delivered to the legislature, as well as the accompanying report as an attachment. Next slide, please. The second year report is based on contracts entered into, on, and after July 1, 2022, and up through June 30, 2023. It must include manager name, type, amount committed, as well as relevant asset class exposures. Next slide, please. It is CalPERS' belief that organizational cultures promoting diversity are vital to improving the long-term performance of our organization, as well as the businesses and markets in which we invest in, and it is one of our core investment beliefs. Next slide. Our Emerging Manager Program objective was approved by the board in September of 2022 and is to generate appropriate risk-adjusted investment returns by identifying early-stage funds with strong potential for success, access unique investment opportunities that may otherwise be overlooked, and cultivating the next generation of external portfolio management. Next slide. Our emerging manager definition was also approved by the board in 2022. The emerging manager definition is based on the overall firm's assets under management, length of track record, and the specific fund size when applicable. The minimum qualification thresholds vary across asset classes for reasons related to the nature of respective asset classes in the public and private realm. Next slide. Our diverse manager definition, also approved in 2022, the diverse manager definition is based on the total percentage of firm ownership and/or fund economics and must meet one of the following tiered thresholds. Next slide, please. As outlined in the Year 1 annual report, Year 2 annual report, CalPERS allocated to 7 managers directly for a total allocation of approximately $1.2 billion between July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023. During that same period, CalPERS allocated to 9 managers that met the definition of diverse for an allocation of approximately $1.6 billion. Next slide. This slide outlines our allocations to emerging managers, diverse managers, and all external managers, as well as our total AUM across asset classes with external investments during this period. It should be noted that investments in emerging and diverse managers surged in private equity in December of 2022, with the merging of the private equity and growth and innovation asset classes. Emerging and diverse managers were a focus in the growth and innovation pipeline and have become a focus in private equity since the consolidation. Next slide. There are still a few outstanding responses from managers who may meet our emerging and diverse manager definitions. We are waiting on those responses and may include any additional commitments in the report. Our next steps are to work with the Office of Public Affairs to ensure the report is configured and presented in a manner that meets CalPERS external reporting standards. The report is due to the legislature by March 1, 2024, and we'll work with the Legislative Affairs Division to ensure it is delivered properly on time. Next slide. Any questions?
We do have some questions, comments, so start with Director Pacheco. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Miller. Thank you, Mr. Silva, for this excellent report of the Emerging and Diverse Manager Report to the Legislature, AB 890. I believe this is the second year that we've done this. And my question is, first of all, I want to compliment you with all the information you compiled. It's a lot, and it's really helpful. And I want to know, now when we do present it to the legislative chambers on March, I believe it's March 1st of 2024, what will happen next? I mean, will there be a committee assigned to it? Will it go to some committee for review, or is it, if not, is it just going to go, I'm just curious what's the next step on their side if we do have any information on that.
Well, Legislative Affairs Division.
Yeah, I see Danny Brown in the audience too. We'll ask him to come and help us with that question. He's the expert on legislative affairs.
Oh, fantastic.
Good morning, board members. Danny Brown, team member. The report does not, it just gets submitted to all of the members of the legislature. We submit it to the Assembly desk and the Senate's office, and then they distribute it to the members. So there's no formal hearing on it, but we do typically meet with the PERS committee members and make sure the staff are aware of it, and especially the author who authored the bill.
And that author is still there. Oh, very good. Yes. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to welcome Dr. Willis has signed on and has joined us, so she's on remotely, and will bring us to President Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful report, and really appreciate the work you guys did to put it together. I know, having to do required reports makes it a little tough, but it is important because obviously the risks of not doing this kind of stuff is pretty clear. Part of that, just off the top of my head, a lot of institutions have already done work on showing how much trillions of dollars that we lose if we don't incorporate diversity into the financial industry. So I want to make sure we're on the right track. How does this compare? And maybe if you don't have that right now, that's fine. If we could get a report on how we're doing, like making sure that we're moving in the right direction type of thing from last year to this year. I know you stated that at the end of your report that you were looking for responses from a few more people too. So maybe bring that back. I think our next meeting is in March for investments. And then I wanted to know, we don't really have a measurement or a way to know what we're doing with Mosaic. So I was wondering how that fit into this for us.
So the Mosaic commitments have not been included yet. We are waiting until those commitments go out to managers. So for example, there was a recent commitment that will be in the year 3 report.
Okay, so this is so next year.
Correct.
Around this time.
Yes.
Cool. And then I guess I think I had one more thing, which was I just wanted to make sure that as we move forward and we're doing this kind of measurement for the state of California, that we're also making sure that our contractors, everything else, but also that we're doing it internally, right? That we do our DE&I internally. And I know that's not specifically your job, Michael, but I appreciate it. If we could make sure that DE&I is being integrated internally as well as externally. And whatever is wrong with your voice, take care of yourself, drink some tea.
I have a little chronic laryngitis.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, and now we'll go to Director Willett.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the report. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed reading it. I think that we all know that diversity is a major contributor to our success and our ability to meet our goals. And I am a huge fan of tracking and measuring things and reporting them back. So I think that that's really positive. I did see that the bill sunsets January 2028. What do we have internally or is there thoughts to internally continue it? I think it takes us a while to get things like policies on the books. And I'd like to see that we don't lose this because the legislator loses attention span of a goldfish, and then we make sure that we, going forward, are still tracking our emerging manager program across all assets. Is there a plan to get that kind of into the CalPERS policy?
Personally, we haven't thought of that, I think, yet, but I think we can, we're just basing it on the current time frame, but I think it could in some fashion, and certainly the reporting aspect of it, be continued in my view.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think our sense is also that the bill will be renewed. It has been renewed before, and that it'll be renewed in 2028. But certainly if we get there and it's not, we can certainly consider putting it in policy, because we think transparency around this body of work is really important too.
Thank you so much. I do look forward to continuing to see how we're turning our policies into action plans that create sustainable returns for our beneficiaries. So thank you so much.
Okay. I see no more requests from the board to speak. I believe we have a public commenter on the phone for item 5C.
Yes, Chairman Miller. We have William Michael Cunningham on the line to comment on agenda item 5C.
Go ahead.
My name is William Michael Cunningham. I'm an economist based in Washington, D.C., and am in the pool of non-fiduciary advisors, not under assignment currently. I hold a master's in economics and an MBA in finance, both from the University of Chicago. Our interaction concerning this subject with CalPERS dates back to 1995, and former staff member Elaine Packett, with whom we communicated concerning our database of minority-owned brokers, banks, and money managers. With respect to your Assembly Bill 890 report, our opinion is that your approach is fully consistent with California state law. We know, however, your lack of minority firm participation in certain asset classes, understandable due to your structure. These include global equity, global fixed income, real assets, and private debt. We further note that assessing unique investment opportunities is an objective for your emerging manager program, and refer you to opportunities to create, via minority firms, high social impact, fiduciarily compliant investments to address environmental opportunities, to address homelessness, and finally to certain investment products which we put together that lower and seek to address Black maternal mortality. Further, we believe such a creative investment approach would isolate your program from legal and reputational risk, another benefit of this style of approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't believe there are any more public comments on 5C, and I see no more questions from the board. So I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Pacheco, seconded by President Taylor. I'll call for the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, this is a roll call? Okay.
Oh, Gail's here.
Oh, Gail's here now. Okay. Roll call.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Frank Rufino.
Aye.
Lisa Middleton.
Aye.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palke.
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava.
Yes.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right. Seems the ayes have it once again. And before we move to our information items, we've been at it here for about 2 hours. We started a little early today, so I think we'll take a short break. Let's, 10 minutes? Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 10:35. Thank you. action items, item 5, so we'll get back to business. We'll roll into item 6, our information agenda items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we please get item 6A up on the screen, please? All right, so this report was originally introduced to take this quarterly format in June of this year. This is our quarterly Chief Investment Officer's report. It provides a quarterly update on what's going on in the portfolio and in markets more broadly. And bear in mind that this is the more abridged version of the report that happens in June and November, with a more comprehensive semi-annual trust level program review done in March and September. And although these reports provide an update on quarter-end performance, that should of course be taken in context, as ours is obviously a much longer time horizon. That said, they are intended to be helpful and informative updates on the portfolio and how it's navigating through markets. Next slide, please. So I'll start with a quick summary on the economy and on global markets. From there, we'll move on to a performance summary of the PERF for the period ended September 30th. And then we'll end the presentation with a few highlights of what's going on sort of inside of the portfolio. Next slide, please. So let's start with economics and markets. Economically, the U.S. has been surprisingly resilient, maintaining strength despite expectations by some for a recession due to increased interest rates. Outside of the U.S., the world has been a little bit more challenged, with growth slowing notably, especially in Europe and in China. Going forward, we expect the U.S. to slow gradually, though avoiding a recession, and we expect global growth to be similar, maintaining overall growth, though with some areas of significant weakness. The good news of this slowing growth is that we do expect inflation, again in the U.S. and elsewhere, to moderate. In markets, both equities and bonds sold off in the quarter as this higher for longer narrative around interest rates really took hold around the world. In the last month, though, markets have been more resilient, with bonds attracting significant demand as the U.S. 10-year yield approached 5%, and then as earnings have come in this most recent earnings season that we're still in today, providing really some tailwind for equity markets. Going forward, these themes of inflation, economic growth, interest rates, and earnings will continue to be critical really globally. Can we get the next slide, please? For the PERF, the net asset value of the trust finished the end of September at $452 billion, and the allocations within the portfolio remain in line with policy bands. Though, as Sterling will talk to in the next item, we are starting to push up against the upper end of the band for private equity and against the lower end of the band for public equity due to its proxy nature. And this increase in private assets, again, that's private equity, private debt, real estate, and infrastructure, has increased to nearly 32% of the allocation, up significantly from just 21% a couple of years back. In terms of performance, the PERF lost 2.5% during the first quarter of the fiscal year, with over long-term time horizons, performance being stronger, which of course is part of why we take a long horizon approach. The 20-year return number is 6.7%, 10-year 6.3%, 5-year 5.1%, and then the 1-year at 8.7%. Next slide, please. Within the portfolio, and as mentioned earlier, both stock and bond portions of the portfolio sold off, with stocks down 3% for the quarter and bonds down 4.5%. In terms of relative returns, the equity portfolio beat the benchmark for the quarter, and fixed income was right in line with benchmark returns, though having significant outperformance in fixed income over longer time horizons. Private assets provided some ballast in the quarter, with both private equity and private debt exhibiting positive performance for the quarter, and all private assets, including real estate and infrastructure, having positive performance out to longer time horizons. So I'll close with three main takeaways. First, markets remain volatile. And while we're reporting on quarterly performance, we do remain focused on the long term, of course, because that's the nature of our liabilities. Second, ours is an equity-dominated portfolio, both in terms of assets and risk. So diversification remains a key area of research and innovation by the team. And third, we remain focused on our deployment in private assets across private equity, private debt, and real assets. both realized and expected returns and return per unit of risk in private markets really is more attractive relative to the public markets counterparts. And along with the diversification that comes from private markets and lower realized volatility, really make the private assets a very attractive portion of the portfolio. So with that, I'll pause and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, first questions from President Taylor.
All right, just push the button. Thank you very much, Director Miller. Thank you very much, Dan, for the report. I always enjoy our economic outlook and how we're doing as a country. I guess, so I'm happy that it looks like we're going to avoid a recession. What's the thoughts behind why that's going to happen? Any thoughts? I mean, what's going on in the economy that stopped that from happening? Because I know, like 4 months ago, that was the big talk.
Yeah, in a word, the U.S. consumer. The consumers have, that drives the economy. So 2/3 of the U.S. economy, and consumption has just stayed resilient despite an increase in interest rates. People think that there's a number of mortgages that are locked in, and that has caused there not to be the challenge around consumption, around the higher interest rates. But I will say that each thing, whether it was a potential shutdown, resumption of student loans, topic after topic, the consumer has kept consuming, and that has kept the recession at bay.
Okay.
And we actually get, for what it's worth, we actually get retailers' earnings this week. We got a lot of the earnings season behind us. Retailers go this week. The analysts would tell you that earnings are still remaining buoyant, just again due to the consumption by the American consumer.
I think wages have gone up too. There's specifically, so the markets remain volatile, and the 1 year, 10-year, 20-year outlook has gone down. So that's a bummer. But how do we, as the markets continue to do this, how do we maintain our return goals, right? Our hurdles that we've set? Is that mainly, like you were suggesting, the private assets being our best ability and deploying in private assets more?
I think you'll see us continue to lean into private assets, of course, subject to liquidity constraints. And as we move on to item 6B and go through our ALM mid-cycle review, I do think you'll hear Sterling specifically talk a fair amount about that, about the accretiveness of those assets in the portfolio.
Okay. And I will save that for later because I have more questions on that. So thank you.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Thank you, Chairman Miller. Thank you, Dan, again. Great to hear about the economic outlook. So I want to ask you, given the fact that the financial markets have re-rated the yield curve for a higher and for a longer scenario, resulting in a reevaluation of some asset classes, how do you think, in your opinion, may reevaluation process play out across all asset classes in the short or long run? If you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, happy to. I mean, I would say one of the big things is that fixed income is attractive again, and even cash is potentially attractive again. I mean, cash, of course, doesn't get us to our return targets, but as you get out the risk spectrum in fixed income, they can continue to diversify, and where in the past they were kind of just a diversifier, now they're actually a cash flower and actually a return generator. So I would say that's the big thing, is the attractiveness of fixed income assets.
Excellent. And in terms of other issues, for instance, geopolitical issues, do you think geopolitical issues may hamper this process?
Geopolitics definitely remains on our radar. I mean, obviously there are all the humanitarian things that are horrible to witness, but all of the geopolitics remain on our radar. I will say, historically, geopolitics have been almost counterintuitive. A lot of times they've created a buying opportunity, especially in the equity markets. So certainly we're keeping our eyes on geopolitics. It is definitely a risk factor that we're spending a lot of time on. How it plays out is something that we're gonna really continue to analyze, because a lot of times they can be counterintuitive impacts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan.
Okay, Director Middleton.
Well, I think Director Pacheco just stole my questions. But The Middle East right now is in some absolutely horrific humanitarian situations, but specifically to that region, how do you assess that having impact in terms of global markets?
It's a terrific question. We do have some exposure in parts of that region, specifically Israel. One of the other main impacts, I would say, tends to be on oil when you see things go on there. Now, surprisingly, what you've seen is while those have created some potential for supply constraints, also given the slowing of the economy, you've seen some demand constraints, so that's kind of caused oil to moderate about where it is. But all of the goings on in all of the hotspots around the world are things that we're keeping an eye on, and especially one of the critical things is those sort of second and third and fourth order effects, and is something that we're watching closely for that reason.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so okay, well, thank you. That's very, very illuminating and actually pretty encouraging, so I'm glad to hear it. So that brings us to our next 6B mid-cycle Public Employee Retirement Fund Asset Liability Management Review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is our mid-cycle ALM review. So the board set the strategic asset allocation in November of 2021, and since that time, we've seen significant changes both in markets and in our portfolio, including faster deployment of private assets as faster than expected, a drawdown resulting in a denominator effect such that the weight of private assets has gone up, and then, of course, significantly higher interest rates, as we alluded to in the last item. This item is an information item jointly presented by the Financial Office, the Investment Office, and the Actuarial Office, working together to go through the mid-cycle review. So rather than steal anybody's thunder, I'll kick it right over to Michelle to start us off.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning, members of the Investment Committee. My colleagues and I are here to discuss the Asset Liability Management process, which we refer to as the ALM. The ALM process is our opportunity as a team to come together and do a check to consider what assumptions continue to hold true for maximizing the returns with consideration to an acceptable amount of risk. We are halfway through this current cycle, and this presentation represents the mid-cycle review of the ALM process. This is a collaborative effort between the Finance Office, Investment Office, and the Actuarial Office. Next slide. The timeline for the current ALM cycle began in 2021 when the board heard recommendations from staff and set the current investment strategic asset allocation, which took effect in July of 2022. We are now in November of 2023, and we are here to present the results of the mid-year cycle review. This is an information item only, but in March 2024, we plan to come forward with any recommendations that result from today's discussions. This is cyclical and a continuous process, and we will begin a new ALM cycle in February 2025. Next slide, please. The ALM process considers capital market assumptions, actuarial assumptions, the discount rate, and the strategic asset allocation. As you will hear later in the presentation, we are recommending no changes to the actuarial assumptions and the discount rate during this review. Today's presentation will spend time on the capital market assumptions and the risk associated with the strategic asset allocation. So with that, I will turn it over to Sterling Gunner from the Investment Office to begin that discussion.
Thank you, Michelle. Sterling Gunn, CalPERS team member. Good morning. As Michelle mentioned, our objectives today are to review the ALM process and how we go about designing a portfolio. We did share with you a fairly hefty document, and that's really for reference materials in the future. We thought it was a good way of sort of summarizing a lot of the key features that persist from one year to the next. And I would like to thank everyone that contributed to that document. It was a team effort. I would also say it's a lot like an iceberg. The material that you see is a small part of all the work that the team does to try to make sure we understand what's going on. So let me start with the PERF objectives, which are laid out in the California Constitution. And I know you're all familiar with them, but I thought it's always good to sort of start with the place that motivates us. So first, the strategic asset allocation has to have a reasonable chance of harvesting risk premia over the long run in a way that will actually meet our discount rate. So that's the first objective, is maximize returns. The second objective is to minimize the amount of risk needed to achieve that first objective. So those are the two key things that really influence how we go about building the strategic asset allocation. Now, those objectives are also aligned with the other objectives that are listed in the Constitution, including being able to meet benefits and so on. This plays into portfolio liquidity, and we do talk about that later on. I'd also like to mention that we believe that these objectives are not incompatible with sustainable investing. Peter's going to be talking about those programs, and we're well aligned around that. So with that in mind, I just also like to walk through very quickly some of the assumptions that do affect the SA. There's a list of them there. I don't really want to read the entire list, but sort of we do talk about some of the key features here, including what are the capital market assumptions? What is risk? And although the Constitution is sort of silent on exactly how to measure it, so we had to make a choice. We talked to the board about that choice 2 years ago. It was adopted at that time. We continue to use that definition of drawdown risk. So with that, let's move on just to the next page, please. Just want to make a really important point here. Dan's already mentioned it once. I'm going to repeat it. And that was that in 2021, when we designed the portfolio at that time, it was heavily influenced by constraints, by our thoughts on what we thought we were actually capable of originating in the case of private assets. At that time, 13% seemed like a stretch. And so we laid out a plan on how to get to that 13%. That was an important constraint. There were constraints on the other private assets as well. So one thing that's happened that's influencing us is over the last 2 years, we have developed capabilities and we've reviewed these things. So that plays into the way we approach the SAA this year. Dan also mentioned, I'll get to this for the CMAs as well, just the change in market conditions, particularly fixed income has made fixed income more attractive as well. And we talked about that 2 years ago, how in the near term, we didn't think fixed income was particularly attractive at that time. Since then, the markets have maybe not normalized, but certainly have made fixed income more attractive. So we'll also talk about that. So let's just quickly talk about risk, which is on the next page. And here we've adopted a risk measure called conditional drawdown. I tried to explain here exactly what that means. So we start about drawdown first. So drawdown, we measure over 3 years. And in particular, it's about the largest loss that could occur during the 3 years. And that's a little bit different than the loss that could occur at the end of a 3-year period. And the reason it's a bit different is you could have a recovery at the end of that 3-year period, so you could have a loss somewhere at the beginning and have a recovery. So if you measured 3-year risk, that could be mitigated by any recovery. So we look at the absolute drawdown, the absolute loss that occurs during the 3-year period. So that's what the drawdown part is. The conditional part is a statistical thing. So we use 90,000 simulations, about 3-year returns, and we build a distribution, and then we look at the worst 10% of the drawdowns that occur from all those simulations, and we take the average of the worst 10%. So that's sort of the conditional part. The conditional is we're only going to use the worst when we try to estimate the degree to which we have a drawdown risk. So that's the nature of drawdown risk and conditional drawdown risk. So let's just move to our capital market assumptions. Now, we base our capital market assumptions on a survey, currently of 15 external managers. And we do that because we don't believe that any one particular expert, and that includes ourselves, know exactly what will happen in the future. So we use the survey, and then we use the median values from that survey as our sort of best estimates for our capital market projected returns. Now, this chart summarizes the data that we've collected from that survey. So we've plotted returns on the left-hand axis there, so you can see the range from 0 to 12%. And we've listed the asset classes across the horizontal axis. Now, for each asset class, there's a couple of features. One is a blue box. That's the range of outcomes for the survey. So So in the case of private equity, you can see the range of outcomes was from just over 4% to just under 10%. The second piece of data that you see there is the blue dot. That's the median of the current survey. And the third piece of information you see is the orange dot, and that's the median that we used 2 years ago during the 2021 ALM analysis. So that's how we've tried to present the information. So what do we see? Well, we see that private assets continue, particularly private equity and private debt, are the highest returning asset classes. So they remain to be attractive. We'll talk more about that in a second. But the other thing is something that Dan mentioned and I've mentioned, which is the improvement in fixed income returns. So you'll notice for almost all the fixed income classes, the blue dot is well above the orange dot as the markets have sort of corrected and made those assets more attractive. So then the question is, what do we do with this information? And to bridge to that, I'd like to talk a little bit about diversification. So I'll move on to the next page. I'd like to start with a bit of, hopefully not a rambling preamble, but a preamble here. Every asset class has its own pattern of returns. And although we expect all those asset classes to have positive returns in the long run, we do know that they will have their ups and downs along the way. And the timing and magnitude of those ups and downs are not easily predicted. However, we do believe that the pattern of returns can and will vary across those asset classes, and one of the best ways then to manage that is by holding multiple asset classes. So that a movement up in one might offset a movement down in the other. That's how we try to build a diversified portfolio. Now in this chart we've tried to illustrate the benefits of diversification and the sources of diversification. So if you look again at the left-hand axis there, the vertical axis, we're measuring that risk from 0 to minus 40% here. That's the potential drawdown that one might have with the portfolio. And then we have 4 example portfolios. Now, the leftmost portfolio is labeled Global Equity and Treasury. It's a very, very simple portfolio. It is just global equities and treasuries. Not very well diversified. And you see it has a drawdown of minus 35%, to over 35% actually. So the next step is, well, if we could add some leverage, because 2 years ago, for the first time, we included leverage in the portfolio, and our explanation was that it provides diversification. So by the use of leverage, we can see that the risk does come down modestly here. The reason for that, when you use leverage, it allows you to trade off by, you can buy more less risky assets, and because you can do that, you can sell down some of the riskier assets. It builds out, strengthens the diversification in the portfolio. And this portfolio is somewhat modest because we can only have the 2 asset classes, the public equities, the treasuries, and that use of leverage. So to move to the third portfolio, we then add investment grade credits. And when we do that, you see now the risk further reduces now to just over 25%, and then the very last step, we then add in private assets, and you see the risk is reduced to minus 15%. So these are illustrative. There are no constraints. We're just looking at, these are generic portfolios, but to illustrate the benefits of diversification. Okay, if we go to the next page, just talk briefly about the asset classes that we've included in the portfolio. I won't read all the details here. I'll just make a few, summarize some of the key features. So the first is that we look to equity in all its forms to harvest the equity risk premium. As an important driver of our portfolio, we are very focused on that kind of an exposure in order to generate the projected returns we need to meet our discount rate. And second, we look to fixed income products to provide varying degrees of diversification relative to equities and to provide income. We also look to treasuries as a store of value. They're a subset of fixed income. And despite the recent ratings changes, we do believe that treasuries are a place where you can park some money in the short term and preserve capital. Now, we expect all the asset classes will be sufficiently scalable. That's another criteria for being included in the portfolio. And finally, most importantly, and Dan mentioned it earlier, we look to the private asset classes to outperform their public equivalents. They also provide some diversification. So So having chosen the asset classes we'd like to include, we then use some quantitative and qualitative analyses to decide on an asset mix. And then once we have our candidate portfolios, then we perform additional analyses, stress tests, scenario analysis, and so on, liquidity test, to make sure that we find the characteristics of the portfolio acceptable. Go to the next page, please. Let us talk a little bit about the analyses that were performed. We provide a wide range of scenario analyses and stress tests. And we include some representative results in the document. I didn't reproduce them here. There's a lot of numbers there. All of that work is to try to give us confidence that we understand how this portfolio will perform in different circumstances. We don't know what the future will bring, so we try to stress test different circumstances and see what the range of outcomes looks like. We also assess the portfolio liquidity under stress conditions to convince ourselves that we do have adequate liquidity in both now and in the future. And I mentioned that point about being exposed to growth. We also conduct sensitivity analyses. We have to make a lot of assumptions. As an example, the projected returns from the survey, those are assumptions. So we test, what if those assumptions aren't correct? What if the world actually unfolds in some different way that we did not assume? So we look at the sensitivity of the outcomes to those assumptions. And we also consider a range of speculative scenarios. So we include some climate change scenarios, as well as some alternative economic scenarios, because the long-term returns, projected returns, can be sensitive to those assumptions as well. So we move on to the next page where we have some example portfolios. So I'll just explain the exhibit first, and then I'll go from there. So we have the list of asset classes on the left. And then we have 6 portfolio examples here. The first portfolio is the current portfolio. It's the policy portfolio we hold today. Then we have a 70-30 portfolio, which is a very simple portfolio, 70% equities, 30% treasuries. We then have a policy target return. Very, very simple, but where we designed a portfolio to meet the current discount rate, but using only treasuries and bonds and some leverage. And then we have 3 candidate portfolios. Actually, just before I get to those, the 70-30 and that simple portfolio are not candidate portfolios. We are not proposing those portfolios. They are just there as a reference point. So when we talk about risk and returns, we have some idea of the benefits of complexity, but also the trade-offs. So on the right-hand side, we then have the 3 candidate portfolios, A, B, and C, and they're slightly different. So the first portfolio, A, targets the same level as risk as the current policy portfolio. The second one targets a return of 6.9%, and the third one targets a return of 6.8%. These illustrate the sort of risk-return trade-offs, and I'll come back to those in a second. So that's the top half of the table. The bottom half of the table are some statistical summaries of the characteristics of those portfolios. So we see the geometric return, which we often talk about and focus on, but also the survey of outcomes. So remember, we surveyed 15 managers. So if for each portfolio, we've made 15 different calculations, one for each manager, we now have a range of outcomes for that particular portfolio. We'll come back to that in a second. We have the drawdown risk, we talked about earlier, and volatility. Volatility is not our risk measure formally, so not the one we designed the portfolio for, but it is a number people like to know. It's a very familiar number. It's used often in the industry. So let's go through some of the results. On the geometric returns, we have our current policy portfolio, currently projected to return 6.9%. That very simple portfolio, 70-30 portfolio, has a return of 6.3%. That's the best it can do. The simple policy portfolio, which is just public equities, treasuries, and some leverage, does give us a return of 6.9%. But it also has risk of 34.6%. That's a very high level of risk delivered by a very simple portfolio. Now, if we look at the candidate portfolios, the first one, candidate A, was designed to have the same level of risk as the current policy portfolio. Its projected return, circled, is 7%, slightly higher than the current policy portfolio. But we also see the survey range. If you ask different managers, they would tell you that portfolio would have a projected return in the long run of between either 5.7% up to 7.7%. And that just speaks to the amount of uncertainty that exists in our industry. That's the way the world works. People have different opinions. And again, we've chosen not to hang our hat on a single opinion, but use a median value for this very, very reason. If I move to policy target B, it's designed to have the same projected return as the current portfolio, so 6.9%. It has slightly lower risk because of that. The risk is down around 20.1% rather than 21.4%. But you also see, again, a wide range of outcomes. And then the last portfolio is the least risky portfolio. It has a projected return of 6.8 to match our discount rate. And there you do see, again, lower risk. So what we have is an environment where projected returns, particularly because of fixed income, are a little bit rosier than they used to be. And because of that, the risk-return trade-off is a little more favorable than 2 years ago, but frankly, it's almost in the element of statistical noise. So if you look at these differences in these projected returns, we're talking about basis points. Whereas when you look at the range of uncertainty from the different managers, that more than swamps those small differences. So these are examples of candidate portfolios. I will say, and we mentioned this in the document, one thing we did, the board approved the portfolio 2 years ago. We took that as a statement of risk appetite. So when we look at that portfolio today, we said, okay, it has a risk of 21.5%. That is sort of our anchoring point. Our guidance is maintain the level of risk and harvest the returns that come with that risk. So going forward, when we come back in March, that'll be an important part of our discussion. But again, we're also looking to you for guidance that that's a reasonable assumption to proceed. So with that, I'm going to step aside and let Scott speak to the actuarial assumptions.
All right, thank you, Sterling. Next slide. Scott Trando with the Actuarial Office. So the last part of the ALM process is the liability side, and what we're talking about here is when we look at the actuarial assumptions is a key component of what gets decided during this process. As a reminder, the board approves all assumptions during the ALM process, and some of the key assumptions are listed above there. They're generally broken into economic assumptions, where discount rate and inflation are the biggest ones that come to mind. But the non-economic assumptions also have a fairly large impact, not as much as inflation or discount rate, but such items as mortality and the retirement rates do factor into not only the cost the employers pays, but it also factors into the normal costs that work their way through the PEPR member rate. Next slide. Keep in mind, when we set these assumptions, we want to take a long-term view of these expectations. We want to set rates that don't vary from year to year, and because of that, we try not to change rates on the fairly often. That just creates highly volatile expectations in terms of contributions, and it doesn't give us a chance to take a long-term view of the results. Some of the trends we are seeing, though, based on the 2 years since our last experience study, inflation is elevated. I think that won't come as a surprise to most people sitting here. Inflation's higher than our current expectation, but it has been coming down. And so, we're going to be looking at seeing how it trends down over the next several years in terms of where our expectations are. Along with that, salary increases for many of the public agencies have been higher. I think that's an exact correlation with the higher inflation. The higher inflation is driving the higher salaries. We're going to be watching these over the next couple of years and seeing how things go. But from our perspective, there's really no compelling reason to change right now. There's always some variation from year to year, and what we want to do is we want to make sure when we set our assumptions, we kind of smooth out these year-to-year fluctuations and take a long-term perspective. Next slide. So, pushing So that's on the demographic side. But in terms of looking at the portfolios that Sterling has mentioned, what we did is we kind of want to take a look at what changes the current portfolio is versus some of the recommended ones. We picked portfolio A. That's the one that the portfolio remained consistent with the risk profile that the board had adopted. If we get different direction, we'll make our adjustments from there. But from here, what we did is we want to take a look at what's the chance of getting our discount rate. We generated several thousand simulations. We looked over the next 20 plus years, and we looked at what's the chance of getting various different discount rates. And you can see right here we have the current portfolio. The long-term expected return was around 6.9, and then we have the 6.8, 6.9, and 7% discount rate. And as you can see here, currently, under all those scenarios, we have less than a 50% chance of even getting the discount rate. With portfolio A, the chance of getting the discount rate jumped up to 50%, over 50%. That seems that's an important number for us. When you were trying to fund the plan, you want to have comfort level of making sure that you have at least a 50% chance of reaching your expected return. It was close when we set the discount rate last time, but as you can see, portfolio A, gives us a little bit more room in terms of meeting our expectations for the 6.8. Next slide. What we also did is we wanted to look at some other risk factors and risk measures of the two portfolios. One of those measures that we look at is a chance of falling below 50%. So what we have here is we have two graphs. On the left-hand side is blue colored, is the non-miscellaneous pool plan, or the non-pooled miscellaneous plans. On the right-hand side are safety plans in green. And what we did is we did a comparison of the chance of falling below 50%, both for the current policy and the proposed policy A, portfolio A, excuse me. As you can see on the distribution for the miscellaneous on the left-hand side, the two are fairly close. They're pretty much identical. I would say there's, while the median's slightly higher, I would say the median's pretty much, it's noise difference between the two. On the safety side, they're pretty much identical, same thing. There's not much difference between the two in terms of impact on the risk for funding level for the plans. Next slide. Another aspect we looked at is contribution rates. Same type of setup here. Miscellaneous plans on the left-hand side, safety plans on the right-hand side. And what we saw is when you look at portfolio A over the next 20 to 30 years, we see rates somewhat lower in terms of contributions. I mean, nothing significant. We're talking tenths of a % here, both on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side. But I think if you go back a couple slides and you think about how portfolio A increased the chance of getting our discount rate, and went from below 50% to above 50%, that small difference would translate into contributions being somewhat lower over the long term, over the next several years, if that makes sense. You think about our probability of getting 6.8 is greater than it was under the current portfolio. Those higher expectations in terms of returns would work its way into lower contributions. Next slide. And that wraps up our comments on the presentation. There are additional slides in the appendix. And at this point, I think we'll open it up for comments or questions from the board.
Hey, Scott, I'm sorry to jump in. I think it probably makes sense to hear what Wilshire has to say. So Scott says it's very likely that we'll be back with portfolio A, subject to hearing our assumptions, validated in terms of the risk tolerance and the like. But I thought it made sense maybe to hear from Wilshire, and then we can take questions if that works. Yep. So maybe Tom Tote and Steve Foresti can join us at the dais real quick.
Good morning. Thanks. I guess I'll spend a couple of minutes just talking about process, and then maybe just summarize what I think are some of the key points that you just heard. So first on process, we've been engaged with the team throughout this process, in fact, having weekly catch-up calls where we've been providing our feedback and just being integrated in the process. So I'll just concur, we're one of the 15, I believe we're one of the 15, we participated in the survey, in that asset class assumption survey. So part of that, and just specifically looking at our views on capital markets going forward, entirely consistent with what you saw, which is to say, as yields have come up in the past couple of years, these relationships between asset classes have changed in a pretty dramatic and fundamental way, and have shifted the competitiveness of different asset classes into some of the comments you've heard today. Fixed income, where 2 years ago when we were looking at fixed income, it was a very challenging asset class. Indeed, it felt like that asset class had lost a lot of its utility to institutional portfolios, has in large part been resurrected by the improvement in yields, which pass through to investor in terms of income and expected return. So our view of the world is very similar to what those survey results show. Now I want to shake out a couple of, I think, what are the really critical comments that Sterling and others shared this morning, and that is around process. So two main points. If you think about that shift in the world, and you're at a mid-cycle asset allocation review, I think your default prior coming into it would be, okay, well, if fixed income has become more competitive, all else equal, I would expect to see, a shift potentially, towards fixed income in a way, potentially from some of these other assets. Sterling made the point about constraints. There's a lot of inputs that change through a process. Capital market assumptions, the actuarial side in terms of what the objectives are. But the constraints in the process are also an important part of that process. And for years, CalPERS has had a desire for more private market exposure than collectively staff and others have felt was possible, just from a capacity and a processing and putting the commitments and deploying that capital. You've heard today a bit of a change in perspective on that view, and there's a variety of reasons for that. But the point is, in addition to the capital market assumptions, you think about this process you're going through now as having slightly different constraints, being a bit less constrained on these private market assets. And Dan, early this morning in his comments, talked about this overarching commitment to private markets. So I think consistent with those constraint changes and that overarching desire and understanding of the value of private market assets, that's one thing that may differ a bit from what that prior would be coming in. I'm going to see, I'm going to see this big shift towards fixed income. Point number two that Sterling made that I'd like to just kind of underscore, because I think it's an important one, is as you look at optimal portfolios and you try to identify different candidate portfolios, you have to anchor on something. And so what Sterling suggested on anchoring on was the expressed risk from the full cycle back in 2021, which makes perfect sense. I think it makes perfect sense as you come through a mid-cycle review. I would say as we come around in a couple of years to the full cycle review, that would be something that I think makes sense to explore further, because anchoring on a decision made 2 years ago and then thinking about that in perpetuity going forward as being always the right risk level to anchor to probably doesn't make sense over the very, very long run. But I think in a mid-cycle review it makes sense. So I'll pause there. Happy to take any other questions, and if my colleague Tom wants to add anything, I'll welcome that as well.
Okay, I've got questions from, we'll start with Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Miller. Again, thank you very much for this presentation on the AML process, and Wilshire for your comments. I'd like to actually go back on that capacity question. And so staff mentioned back in 2021 that private assets was constrained because of our limited capacity to originate private debt. Now, from what I read, it seems like our capacity has increased to originate private assets. You know, what has changed specifically in that 2-year horizon? If you guys can elaborate on that, thank you.
Maybe I'll start and I'll let others jump in. I guess a couple of things. One thing, and we're going to talk about some of this more in closed session, but the way that we are deploying in private assets, and specifically through the lens of co-investment, has really changed with Anton Orlich and the team and the way that they're approaching that body of work. And so we'll talk about that in closed session because we do think there's some IP there. IP meaning intellectual property. The other thing is I do think that we have actually seen some traction. We've seen assets flow sort of in the global economy from the public markets to the private markets, and we've seen specifically traction in both private equity and private debt. So that's, I would say, would be another one. The last one I would share, and this is, of course, is an unfortunate one, but as the denominator of the portfolio came down a little bit with the drawdown that we experienced in the public markets, you also do see the weights go up. So I would say that's sort of the third factor. And again, we can dig more into all of those, but those are kind of the main, I would say, the main reasons for what you're seeing is and as I say, we will likely be back with Portfolio A. What you'll see in Portfolio A is, number one, an increase in private equity at the expense of public equity. Number two, an increase in private debt at the expense of public debt. And then number three, though, a slight lean into into fixed income, because, as I said, what you're seeing is slightly more accretive assets in the fixed income space, and then an increased liquefaction of the public markets, so that as you add private assets and as we add leverage, we need the public assets to be more liquid because they become a very critical liquidity provider.
Thank you for that question. Just one more question on the candidate portfolio. Now, you mentioned that you had selected 15 managers, I guess, to assess the candidate portfolios on page 12 of 19. Was that selected by randomization, or what was the methodology around that to mitigate any inherent bias?
Yeah, so it's just been a growing survey over time. So we've just been adding more and more managers. So it's not entirely random. There's an element of familiarity. Who can we call? Who can we talk to? Who will commit to regularly giving us this kind of information? But it is our intent to grow this survey and to be more broad.
So the increase, the N would increase then over time.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Then. Thank you very much.
And it is worth mentioning that yes, Wilshire is one of those survey respondents for us.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, President Taylor.
Yes, thank you. So I guess my question is, why A? Because it has the highest risk, right? It has, it raises the rate of return to 7, and then it lowers our fixed income, of which we're doing very well. So that's why I was.
And I'm sorry, before we get to, can we get slide 12 back up, please? Which is page 304 out of 420 in the packet. Thank you. Sorry, Sterling, go ahead.
So that's the risk is actually the same as the current portfolio. So if you were to look at current policy, 21.5% drawdown. Policy A was designed to have the same level of risk. It says 21.4. That's just a statistical thing because of the way the tools that we use. So they have the same level of risk. So then what comes with that just happens a modest increase in the projected return, but it's designed fundamentally to have the same risk that was approved 2 years ago.
Okay, so it's the return, the modest increase in the return that we're looking at. Mm-hmm. Because why I ask that is, so we're increasing our deployment of private equity, but we're decreasing fixed income. Mm-hmm. But I thought we were doing really well on fixed income, and I understand it with the lagging returns. Private equity right now isn't doing all that well.
Right. So this is a long-term portfolio.
Right.
First of all, Dan also mentioned a few features, though. All else being the same, we would have had more fixed income. But we do think we're a growth-oriented portfolio. We do want more equity in the portfolio. We think private equity is the more attractive part of the equity space, so we're increasing that allocation. In addition, we're increasing the private debt. Dan mentioned that does sort of then chip away at the public fixed income. So there's a slight change in the fixed income, not because its circumstances aren't better now than they were 2 years ago, but because of all the other moving parts in the portfolio.
So it's just.
And I think, I guess what I would add to that is that total equity will go down a little bit. So if you look at current policy, it's 42% public equity and 13% private equity, and we view there is some sort of public-private market equivalent there. So that's a total of, what is that, 55%, right? You move on to portfolio A, 37 and 17, so that's 54%, right? So it comes down by 1%. Then the opposite you're seeing happen in fixed income, right? That fixed income and private debt, again, they're kind of public and private corollaries to one another. The total is 35. When you go to 28 and 8, the total is 36. So you'll see the overall public and private combination go slightly down in public equity, slightly up in fixed income, though very modest. And this goes back to, again, what Steve from Wilshire was saying. We think modest changes are appropriate in a mid-cycle review, with potentially larger changes in the full-blown every 4-year review.
So this is, I will say, this is the first time we've ever done this. So, since I've been here, I should say. I question why we need to do this, but before that question gets answered, the other question I had is, what's the long-term, so fixed income has had bad returns, right, for a long time it seems, and then we've had the last couple years of really good returns. What is different on the driving of that? And then what's the long-term view of those returns still giving us a good profile in returns? Anybody?
Sure. So the CMAs that we showed earlier, those are the long-term projected returns.
On fixed income?
On fixed income, for all the asset classes. That's on page 8 of these materials.
Page 8, yeah.
So you just see there's basically a significant improvement in fixed income returns compared to what people thought 2 years ago.
Right.
Now, you could ask about why they thought that 2 years ago, but the circumstances were pretty rough, right? We were still coming out of the GFC. Fed policy was keeping rates incredibly low, and that's changed. In the last 2 years, we've had a number of events that have led to inflation, that have led to the Fed increasing short-term rates, and the whole curve has adopted to that worldview. And that's closer to what we would expect in the long run. So those rates are, I think, long-run rates.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then, now I already forgot my second question. Why now, I think was my second question. Why are we doing this now? It seems like, again, it seems a little new for us to do this, so why now?
Maybe I'll start, then I'll let Sterling and others jump in. I think the main reason is because what I mentioned in my opening comments, that we're starting to bump up against the bands in the private markets, right? So that, when we adopted the the portfolio, we also had an implementation plan, and that implementation plan was to gradually piece into private assets. Again, that's what we thought we could achieve in the deployment. We have achieved that faster, which means that right now we can be plus minus 5%, let's say in private equity. We're at overweight about 4%. And so if we got another drawdown, we would actually breach the band. Okay. What we really want to do is just stay consistent. And we've talked about this several times, and I know Ms. Middleton asked this question several times. I would say the biggest mistake that we have that arguably we've made in my entire tenure here, but certainly that we made coming out of the financial crisis, was that we stopped committing to private equity in those vintages after 2008, 9, 10, 11. With conservative assumptions, we believe that cost us something like $11 billion. We don't want to recommit that mistake. What we really want to do is just stay consistent in our deployment. So while this feels like a change, and Anton can talk to this again when we get into closed session, our allocation budget is not changing. Like, really what we're trying to do in private equity is continue to commit the same amount of money year after year so that we can try to not make that same mistake.
Okay. And so here's another question I have then. Sorry about this, guys. So if we are bumping up against the band, right? Are we measuring this, using the right measurement to measure this, number one? Should we use a percentage? Should we use a dollar amount? But additionally, since most of this deployment is coming within the last couple of years, how do we stop bumping it up against the limit, because we're still need to deploy, but we don't have any that much old stuff, so that we could, that gets liquidated, and then we can do and keep at a certain either dollar figure or percentage, right? So it seems to me that we're, in my head, the way my math works, and I'm not a math person, but that seems to me that would end up with us continuing to deploy and then raising the cap, because we don't have enough to sell to keep us at either a solid percentage that we agree on, the 17%, or at a dollar figure. So there's two questions in that. Number one, why do we use a percentage? Because maybe that could be the problem. And could we use a dollar figure or something else to measure? And then how do we do this when this is, 10-year investments and almost everything we have right now is new?
So let me start off with the first question. We start our analysis with dollars, so we work very closely with the asset class, and it is all about dollars. They're deploying dollars. That's what managers get. They get dollars. They don't get percentages. It falls on total portfolio then to try to interpret that and understand the range of outcomes in terms of a percentage, and that's something I'll also talk about a little bit later on. The second part is capital goes out, but it also comes back.
Right.
And all of that work is focused on what the commitments are, and then what kind of behaviors do we get. If you make a commitment today, when is the capital called? And once the capital is called, when does it come back? So a lot of work goes into trying to understand that. And again, no certainty in that work, but it's a lot of statistical work. So we will see an increase in the dollars in the portfolio. And a lot of our conversation then, what's the right pacing? On average, what's the right pacing that the team should commit to in terms of dollars? And then we interpret that and say that gets to a reasonable outcome as a percentage. So both those pieces. Sorry, Dan.
No, I agree with everything you said. I would say, Ms. Taylor, you're picking at something that our senior investment team has spent a lot of time picking at, because, and Sterling alluded to what we have, our pacing models, and we have pacing models across private assets, and what they do is they look at what the portfolio and what the ratio of sort of fund investments and co-investments it looks like, and then what we expect from that as we continue to commit, both in terms of what's going into the ground and what's coming out. And like I said, there are a lot of assumptions to those models. They're models, but they're very informative, and that's what a lot of the debate has been. We do think that where we land with those pacing models, that sort of portfolio A, lifting private equity from 13% to 17 and lifting private debt from 5 to 8 is the right way to do our pacing. We can still handle the liquidity, and we lean into the more attractive asset classes.
Doesn't answer the question I was asking, which is how do we avoid having to come back in 2 years and increase this cap again? That's where I'm thinking that we're going to go, because I see you guys gave us a long-term look at the economy, which is looking like it's slowing, right? We're not going to have, it sounds like, I mean, we could, but we're not going to have these great returns that we had before the great financial crisis. I think we had 1 year or 2 years of really, really good returns from 2008 to 17 or something like that, or 20 or whatever it was. So how do we stop that, where we're going to end up having? Are we going to keep allocating till we're at 30% of the fund in private markets?
I would say I would say right now we're at 32% private markets in the total fund. Right now that's private equity, private debt.
Okay, so let me say private equity then.
Okay, private equity. A 30% allocation to private equity would be a very large allocation to private equity. I can't say that that's not something that I would not rule that out, because I do think, again, if you look at the capital markets assumptions, private equity is our highest returning asset class, and it's got all those really attractive characteristics. On our current pace, we think it'll get us to about that 17%. And because we think it'll get us to about that 17%, that's what we're recommending this time. But it is very possible that in 2 years' time, we would look to raise that again as we continue to allocate in that way.
If I could just add to that. All these pacing conversations lead to very healthy conversations. And Dan mentioned earlier, I mentioned earlier, the private assets, it's about doing better than the public equivalents. So there's an ongoing conversation, even though these are long-term projections, that is this asset class attractive relative to the public equity market, for example? If it is, then the allocation will likely increase. However, at the same time, we have to manage liquidity, and that's where there's the pushback. So striking the right balance. So we do an awful lot of work interpreting the pacing models and asking, again, the stress tests on the liquidity side. Do we have a balance so we know we have lots of liquidity, both now and in the future, based on these the models that we're using to better understand the private assets? Fundamentally, though, it's trying to strike a balance of maximizing the value. So might we get to a 30%? If the relative merits were there and if we had the liquidity to sustain that over 20 or 30 years, that's something that we would contemplate. We obviously would have to come here as part of the SAA to make that proposal. We're not there today. Might we get there in the future? It's possible, again, based on the relative merits in our liquidity situation.
Okay, I'm going to end with, I'm going to ask you guys to, and I appreciate that. First of all, private equity is hard to benchmark, right? So it's hard to say that we're going to do much better with it or more of it. But also, for the last few years, it has not been all that great. So, but I also don't want us to stop. I understand that was our big mistake, but I don't want us to go the other way either. I don't want to over-invest in an asset class that is very illiquid, but at the same time, it is showing signs of weakness over the last 5 years or so, comparatively speaking to what it was. I mean, the returns used to be in the teens, right? 20s and teens. We're down in the single-digit returns now, most of the time. Sometimes up in the 11s, 12s, 13s. But I caution you guys. Are we going someplace where I'm not supposed to go in this conversation? Okay. I caution you guys that we don't overreact and do too much. Thank you.
Next, we have Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation. One thing I appreciate about a CalPERS, it has a long-term horizon. And one thing that also drives that, because there's long-term horizon, we always look at actuarial assumptions, and as Scott pointed out, there's no recommendation to make any change in the long-term in the assumptions, and those are always driven by experience studies. And there's always been like concept, we don't tweak them, you wait for the experience study. So before I get to the experience study question, I want to talk about the capital market assumptions. As people have been focused on this page 8 of 19, fixed income returns have increased more than were expected. At the same time, even though private equity still continues to be very attractive, I mean, they still have higher return, it's a lot lower than previously expected 2 years ago. So it seems counterintuitive. If it's lower expectation, why would we say we should increase our allocation to private equity? It seems counterintuitive to me. Somebody could speak to that, and then I'll go to the actuarial question. Thanks.
So I'd be happy to speak to that. That was the conversation about constraints. So 2 years ago, we just didn't think we were capable of doing more. Frankly, if we had the capabilities, then we probably would have actually asked for a higher allocation 2 years ago than we did this year. If there were no constraints, then it's possible, the allocation would have maybe stayed the same. What we're really saying this year is still the highest returning asset class is still attractive, and we would like to get closer to the levels that we would have liked to have done in the first place. So we're basically relaxing the constraints. That's the result of the increase in the allocation, still justified by the returns.
I'm not sure if that makes sense, Mr. Rubalcaba. Let me try saying it in another way, because it is no, I agree, it's counterintuitive. If we didn't have a constraint on private equity in 2021, the optimizer would have allocated something like 25 or 30% to private equity. Because we didn't think we could deploy that fast, we capped it at 13%, and the optimizer went right there. Now we've just raised that constraint because we found that we can deploy faster. Again, if you run it in an unconstrained way, it'll still allocate into the 20s. But when you remove that constraint or you move it up to 17%, it goes there. So it is unequivocally counterintuitive, and I think we all looked at that question. Well, wait, that's counterintuitive. The returns have come down, and yet our allocation is going up. But it really is, as Sterling said, it's a function of the fact that we have found that we can go faster, so we've raised the constraint, and the optimizer allocates right to the constraint.
So I guess it drives another question before I get to that cherry assumption. So do we need to adjust anything in the investment policy that we can make a change in the mid-cycle instead of waiting for the regular process?
That's what will change, will be in the investment policy. Right now, the total fund policy states that private equity is allocated at 13%. They'll remember that we talked in closed session with this board on the implementation plan, so the policy level is actually a little bit lower than that. This update, if we do this in March, and again, remember, this is an information item, and we want to hear all of this feedback and these questions and all of these, all of this discussion. But then we would be back if there is appetite to do what we would recommend, given what we know of the risk appetite, our collective risk appetite. We would be back in March with an item that increases private equity and private debt, reduces public equity and public credit, and then slightly leans into fixed income. And then that would drive an update to the total fund policy for those allocations.
Okay. Let me go back to my actuarial. I like the term you use, anchor. That's what I understand coming into this board, the actuarial stuff more than the investment side. And there's like a long range patience kind of thing. And I'm sensitive to what was said. The term I liked was the last decade, that. But I think that reflected, a reactive responding to the immediate economic conditions as opposed to a steady roadmap, so to speak. And so I have a question on the actuarial assumptions. The timeline, page 3. November 2020, we had the experience study. There in June of 2025, there'll be a look at the economic assumptions. When do we? And I know in November 2025, we'll look at the experience studies. But when are the demographic assumptions presented to the board? We have to wait till November 2025.
Yeah, that's we normally come to the board in November and present the demographic assumptions. What we do is during 2025, while the various portfolios and new CMAs are being factored in, we're reviewing the experience we've had over the last 4 years and comparing it to what we had over the last 20 years, and developing new assumptions on the demographic side. And we kind of bring those forward and present those to the board in November. We do have in September. I think what we do is we bring a draft of the results of the experience study in September. So the board has a chance to see our findings, and then we come back in November for final approval. It's similar to the portfolios presented, where the board sees everything in September, and then they have several months to look over the material before making any decisions on it. So it's like you can think about it as first reading in September, and then a final or possibly approval in November.
Yeah, I'm very cognizant that actuarial assumptions impact contribution rates. So the experience study, it would also talk about the economic assumptions. So I feel more comfortable seeing both together.
Yeah, and
making
they
the
do come
decision.
together. In June, I think what happens is we come back. We were talking about the capital market assumptions, which is similar to the survey results that Sterling presented earlier this morning, where you saw the survey results in the various ranges. That will be the CMA's discussion. And then in terms of economic discussion, that's mostly on inflation. When we talk about, we don't really get into any demographic stuff. If we have preliminary demographic materials, we can possibly bring some of that preliminary findings in June as well, so the board can at least get a flavor for what's going on and what we're seeing. I think we could do that.
Yeah, because I think I saw something, I read something where something about the retirement trends are changing, shifting. And I know that how much income comes into the system is also employer and employee contribution, so that would impact something, I think, of how much money we have to invest.
I think, we saw a spike in retirement rates with COVID, but now they've dropped down. And so when we in 2 years, we'll have a 4-year period to kind of review the retirements and see, both what we saw during COVID and what we saw post-COVID, and see if we have so are we kind of like, when you factor all 4 of those years, are we back to normal in terms of what we're seeing? And when you look over that 4-year period, you just have a spike and then the trough, and then we're just back to where we were before. And so, that will be a lot of what we'll be looking at when we do our analysis in a couple of years.
Yeah. One thing, when I first came on the board, I think one of the first votes I took was to adopt the final leg of the risk mitigation strategy or program. I can't remember the right term. So I would, and I'm very cognizant, very mindful that we have an obligation to meet the return bogey, make sure that we can provide the secure retirement benefit. But at the same time, I want to make sure we're driven by experience and not short-term, immediate fluctuations in the market. So just looking forward to more reports and before we make any changes. Thank you very much. Appreciate the response back on the questions. Thank you.
Okay, Director Middleton.
All right, thank you. And thank you for what's very interesting and very strong report. So a couple of general questions, and then I want to dig into a couple of specific items. But if I understand right, with scenario A, you're telling us that there's an opportunity to potentially get to 7% return. Is that correct?
Under the current survey, there's always that potential. So if you think about the way these work.
Right. So is that largely driven by an increase in our risk appetite, or is the market itself changing?
I think that's just more a reflection of the survey results of the market changing. We haven't changed our risk appetite for that portfolio.
Mm-hmm. Right. As we look at these kinds of changes, and this is really directed more to Steve and Tom, what are the areas that you see are the greatest risk to us with these changes?
I think Ms. Taylor touched on one of them, which is that the premiums that are assumed to be there in the private markets don't materialize over time as they have in the past. So that's one of them. Dan, mentioned earlier the importance of managing liquidity as a private part of the portfolio increases. That's a risk. It's a manageable risk, but it's a risk. So I touch on those two in particular, but in general, these are capital market assumptions. And I think we have a lot of confidence directionally, and we've had such a profound change from 2 years ago that while there's uncertainty to capital market assumptions, I think to ignore that change would be to just throw our hands up and say we don't really know anything about the future, and I don't think that's true. So while we have uncertainty, we do, we have strong modeling, strong techniques. Yes, there's uncertainty around that. But there's always that general risk. You could see in the survey results, Sterling showed how wide a variance. I mean, I found that to be remarkable, just how different the expected return on that same portfolio is from 15 different providers. I will say that doesn't mean that their asset allocation results would necessarily be dramatically different in terms of what the suggested portfolio is if you worked off of those. Because it's really the relative relationship between asset class returns. It just says that for a static portfolio, that's the range. But I think that speaks volumes to the level of uncertainty. But hopefully that helps at laying out what I think some of the risks might be.
Right, thank you. One of the things I noticed with all of the scenarios is the percentage of real assets stays stable at 15%, yet over the last few years, particularly since COVID, we've seen a lot of churn in commercial real estate market. Do you see there being a different mix of real estate assets that we will be holding, and do you continue to believe that real estate or that real assets will carry out its traditional responsibility as a stable investment?
So in terms of the mix, that's probably a question best addressed to Sarah, but I think the mix probably does change given everything that we've been seeing going on in the market. In terms of the allocation itself, we've sort of held the line at 15%. If you'd been really, really strict in the sensitivity analysis, you might have seen that allocation actually reduced. And if we were actually have abided by that, we would have been selling in a market where we probably didn't want to be selling. So the sensitivity analysis said, what we looked at, if we hold the line as opposed to maybe coming to the market, it ends up it makes very little difference at the total portfolio level. So, we talk about, analytics and so on. We also try to impose some common sense and try to avoid doing things that we might regret in the future.
Thank you. Doesn't really hit on the issue of the ALM, but I was a bit surprised when the slide was up on fixed income that it showed 78% of it was internally managed compared to a lot of others that were in the 90s. It would, as someone who's not an investment professional, it would seem that fixed income would be an area that would be more amenable to internal management.
Yeah, but it is substantially internally managed, right? But it is down from mid-90s, and I would say that has to do with two things. Number one, the addition of emerging market sovereigns as a sleeve. Remember, we did that in 2021. We think there's opportunity for active management there, and as a result, we've moved some externally. And then number two, we had been managing high yield primarily internally. We actually think that there's some real opportunity for active management and excess returns and high yield. But it's very hard to attract a high yield team, and as a result, we have moved a substantial portion of that external also.
All right, thank you. Moving towards the end of my questions, but I really do appreciate the commitment to stability in private equity investing and trying to assess the pacing models that you're speaking to. The media's had paid a lot of attention to another announcement that we've made going into this meeting, and that's the recommendation to come close to doubling the amount of investment that we have in, for want of a better word, climate-related green energy. Does a greater commitment in private equity make it easier for us to move in that field? Or is it even relevant to that discussion?
It may be that we should get Anton and Peter up here for that, or we can take that up under item 4 or 6. I'm sorry, D, if you'd like. I would say that in general, yes, it actually does create opportunities for us. But to get any more detail than that, I would want those two to answer that question.
Yeah, let's hold it till D.
Okay.
We'll defer that question to later.
And I'll let them know that they're going to have to answer that question in 6D.
So really the last question, and we started the day with some pretty harrowing commentary coming in from individuals in the workforce, and that's all private equity driven investment. So I appreciate where we're trying to go, but I'm also chastened by the knowledge that the greater investment that we put in private equity, the increased responsibility that we have to ensure that we are working with partners that actually do share our values and our long-term values.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, thank you. On to Director Pacheco. Let's see if I go on.
Thank you. I just want to compliment my board members, President Taylor, Mr. Rubalcaba, and Mrs. Milton, about this private equity and the allocation proposed here with number A from 13 to 17%, as well as the private debt from 5 to 8%. And from my understanding, these assets are illiquid in nature. They are about a 10-year life cycle horizon. But I want to know if, as part of this analysis, that are we going to incorporate the private equity data conversion project, which brings out some more information about what's going on, understanding some analytics about private equity. I know inherently it's kind of difficult to find out what's going on under the hood, but is that something that we are considering working with? I mean, where is the milestones in that? Because I don't think we talked about that a lot.
Yeah, so the private equity data convergence project continues apace, and we've been very pleased with the uptake. We're continuing to focus on it, so you'll see more on that. And again, Anton would be the expert, and I'm happy to have Anton come up, but it is definitely the case that we are continuing on the private equity data convergence project. To your comment on liquidity, yes, private equity and private debt are illiquid assets. I would say the fund life cycles are about 10 years in private equity and about 6 to 7 years in private debt. And I would say that the asset holds are about half that, maybe 5 to 6 years in private equity, and again, maybe 3 years in private debt. But there is a liquidity component, and all of that is what weighs into those pacing models. And again, that was the area that President Taylor was picking at earlier.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any requests to speak further on this item from the board. And I believe we have one public commenter on the phone for item 6B. Do we have Ernest Tanga on the phone? Oh, in the room. Okay. Okay, welcome. And when you introduce yourself and start to speak, your time will appear, and it'll start when you begin.
Good morning, Investment Board. My name is Ernest Tanga. I'm a RAM agent. I work at Dulles International Airport outside Washington, D.C. I work for Swissport USA. I want to tell you what it's like to work for Swissport USA. In March this year, in February 13 this year, I was actually injured on the job because the type of bed loader I had to use on the flight was loading bags onto, wasn't safe and had a gap between it and the plane. I lift heavy bags and my legs slip in between the plane and the bed loader. I was stuck there, trapped and in pain. Still I have pain in my leg. That's my knee, precisely. And some days it makes it hard to work. I heard a worker even died because of a similar situation at another airport. I'm also not the only Swissport worker that has been hurt at work before. Honestly, because we don't have enough workers, I feel like working at Swissport is getting more and more dangerous for workers like me. Swissport was recently was included as one of the Dirty Dozen by the National Council of Occupation Safety and Health, which is a list of employers whose work are more prone to hazard that the company can prevent. Just recently, my co-workers and I also realized we were missing wages for hours that we worked. Personally, I was missing over $500 in just an 8-week period. I know many Swissport workers across the country are facing similar issues where they aren't paid correctly for the hours they work. I'm sure you can see how this isn't good for investors like you. I don't always feel safe at work, and I am overworked and not paid correctly. I urge you to listen to our stories and do what you can to help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I don't see any other requests to speak on this item, so that will bring us to item 6C, Total Fund Portfolio Management Annual Program Review.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's fortunate that we have Sterling up here with us because he will take us through the Total Fund Portfolio Management Annual Program Review. Sterling, over to you.
Very good.
Thank you, Dan. And I was kind of pleased earlier when Dan described the SI review as another exciting review, which kind of implied that maybe this one would also be exciting. I'm not so sure. Anyway, I'll carry on. So I just want to go over to TFPM and make sure that a few things. One, give an overview of what our objectives are and how we're organized. I'll speak to a few market-related themes and some concerns that we see on the horizon. We've already talked to a number of those already, but I'll just touch base with them. A review of a few performance indicators for our team, and finally talk about some of the initiatives in the coming year. And I would like to say that TFPM, as we call ourselves, if we do our jobs well, no one notices. That's sort of the kind of work that we do for the most part on a day-by-day basis. The asset classes have get a lot of attention, and deservedly so. They're generating value add relative to benchmarks, and our job, as we'll see, is more to make sure that we stick to the broad mix as expressed by our benchmarks. So let's go to the next page, please. Page 3 of the presentation. Thank you. So we're very much focused on maintaining the PERF's total portfolio risk at target levels. And we talked earlier about risk in the context of the ALM. Once that's set, then it's our job to kind of maintain that level. And we do that by looking at the asset class mixes and maintaining that mix. And some activities related to that. One is portfolio completion, and that's just sort of the day-to-day management of managing cash flows into and out of the PERF, including when we have capital calls on private assets and so on. And another more visible activity is more quarterly, and that's the rebalancing of the portfolio. Over time, because of the returns that will occur in a quarter, the asset mixes will differ from where we would like them to be, and so it's our role to rebalance that portfolio. So we work with the asset classes to do that work. And in support of those efforts and others, such as strategic asset allocation, we do have research that supports the deployment of risk. And like I mentioned, the SAA, but also the risk budgeting, which we'll talk about in a minute. We also work to monetize the balance sheet. So basically, there are a lot of assets that we have invested passively. So we do our best to put them to work on a short-term basis to try to improve our returns. And we have a few metrics, which I think are on the next page. Well, perhaps not. So come back. We contribute very little to tracking error, so I'll come back to that. We also have about $34 billion outstanding right now of financing activities. That supports the leverage in the portfolio, both the strategic leverage as well as active activities. And we've helped set a current risk budget for the year, where we have projected returns, well, a 5-year average of about $800 million. And in the strategic plan that we've been working on for the last year with the board, we've been talking to, the idea is to try to increase that outcome to perhaps as much as $3 billion. If we go to the next page, just talk briefly about the functionality. I won't go through this line by line, but we have a role in developing asset class strategies. We have a role in the SAA, as I mentioned. We also have a role in meeting the needs of internal stakeholders, whether it's the economic reporting, having views on what's going on in the markets, and so on. We also have a role in providing ongoing risk assessment of what's actually in the portfolio and our portfolio positioning. And that includes regular reports to the board here. And finally, we also work with the asset classes to assist in the ongoing cash and liquidity needs. So we talked earlier, for example, about the pacing models that we're developing with the asset classes to make sure that we're very comfortable with our liquidity situation. And again, both now, which is maybe the easy part, but also we were talking about, if these asset classes grow and become a more important feature of the portfolio, will we have sufficient liquidity in the future? And I'm very comfortable in saying yes, we will, with our current assumptions and our current attitude towards those asset classes. So go to key accomplishments on the next page. So we undertook a number of initiatives this past year in support of the strategy overall. One was, top of the list, improving our liquidity and financing processes. These are actually coupled together. How we finance ourselves actually is part of the balance sheet, and the balance sheet provides our liquidity, so we focus on that. We've coordinated the transition of the SAA, and we'll talk a bit about that, perhaps enclose those details, but how do we go from what was approved 2 years ago, that starting point, to how do we get to what was approved? That's the transition. We help manage that. We led the Active Risk Innovation Initiative, which set a framework and governance for incorporating new ideas into the portfolio. I think a few months ago we spoke about our desire to increase our active portfolio with the desire to creating more dollar value add. To do that, part of that is to have new ideas, at least new to us, and incorporating them into the active portfolio. How do we do that? I mentioned that we'd socialize the new risk budget, and the outcomes for that. And I guess we can go to the next page around strategy and portfolio positioning. And I've mentioned it a few times, but it's well worth mentioning again here, and we'll see quantify this in a minute. But maintaining total portfolio risk and how we do that through portfolio completion, through rebalancing, and also how we maintain our financing. In terms of our strategy, having recommended strategic asset allocation to harvest that long-term risk premium, that's the primary reason for trying to maintain the risk at the levels that were approved, as well as designing and facilitating that risk budgeting process, which leads to higher DVA in the long run. Next slide, please. Now we've talked through some of the questions from the board. We've talked about some of these, but I'm going to touch on them again. So current concerns. Although they are current, they are not new. In fact, I would say most of them are actually par for the course, and it's just a matter of degree and how they vary over time. So we talked a bit about the private assets, and Steve mentioned earlier about one of the concerns is, can we maintain the relative merits of privates relative to publics? Do they maintain that relative advantage? It's always a concern. So that's why we have a regular review, not just of the pacing, but also our assumptions that drive that pacing. Geopolitics, we touched on that very briefly earlier. I would say they become less predictable, they become more volatile. The world's quickly changing. But I do believe global markets still have a role in our portfolio. One of the key tools we have to manage geopolitical risk is diversification. Rather than making a single bet on just one or two countries, having a diversified portfolio, but then over time also monitoring that, just as we do with our assumptions about the private assets, we can monitor our assumptions about countries over time. And if we feel adjustments are made, we can try to do that. And also another thing that we touched, or concern we discussed earlier, is about the future just in general around growth and inflation. On that point, I do kind of feel that we're going to be in a world of long-run trends, slightly higher inflation, perhaps maybe a little bit lower growth. It's a more challenging world. It means we'll have to work harder. And so 2 years from now, we'll go through the ALM and we'll have a conversation around those details again. But I do think that's probably part of the world in the future. So we're involved in all three of those themes, those concerns. I'd also like to talk about here. On the investment themes, I talked about harvesting the risk premium. We talked about that also a few months ago. Provide some exhibits about what that actually looks like and how that's a long-term strategy. I didn't include the exhibits here, but it was in the public document that we shared about the equity risk premium, for example. Even on a 10-year rolling basis, you can still have negative returns. And that happens about 10% in the history that we presented there. So it can be a bumpy road, but it's an important road to take because we need to find those returns to meet our discount rate. And then the last theme we have here is simply working with Peter and the asset classes to make sure we do incorporate sustainable investing practices into our portfolio. And as I opened with on the ALM, I don't think that's incongruous with actually trying to maximize returns. I think it's consistent. So, go to the next page, please. I'll only speak to this fairly briefly, but we highlighted the red part. As I mentioned, we rebalanced the portfolio to maintain risk, to maintain the mix that we want in the portfolio. So the column we've highlighted, total policy benchmark. The policy portfolio is a benchmark for the investment office, and we try to maintain the mix, to maintain that benchmark. So this is just a summary of the 10-year performance, which is a reasonable horizon over which to measure it. And you see it's a 7% return. It's generated about $234 billion in total over that period of time. And that's not the work done solely by my team at all, far from it, but rather collectively that's what we've done together. And my team's contribution is to maintain the overall mix at the target levels. We also mentioned $2.8 billion of dollar value add there over the 10 years. And again, that's an area of interest for us where we believe we can create a larger active portfolio that can generate additional dollar value add over the coming years. That's part of our strategy that we're developing. Next page, just very briefly, a short discussion on tracking error. We throw the term around a lot. Really, it only applies to the public asset classes. That's the only place where it's really actually meaningful. We do measure it for the private asset classes. There was a comment earlier that benchmarks, you can't really have a good benchmark for the private asset class. It's very hard. So although we do measure it, we monitor it. It's not a policy element. The policy element applies to how different are the public asset classes from their benchmarks. That's measurable and that is meaningful. So we do measure that. What you can see here on this table, highlighted in the red box there, historically we've used very, very little of what's available to us in terms of tracking error. The policy says we can use up to 100 basis points. We're currently using about 15. And again, it's our intent as we build a stronger active portfolio that you should see that increase over time. go to the next slide, please. So this is sort of a measure of our day-to-day activities and so on. We set a benchmark for ourselves, buying and selling in the markets. There are some frictions in the markets. There are some costs associated with that. And so we allowed ourselves two basis points as an expected cost over the year. What this chart shows us is a few pieces of information. That red line is the expected outcome. It's a cost, so it's a slow decline. The cones, the dashed lines, and the dotted lines are the sort of error bars, as it were, the tolerance for being different from the expected outcome. And then the blue line, the variable blue line, is what we've actually done over time. And you can see very early on, around June 20th, there's a bit of a glitch there. That's COVID. It's hard to manage through those kind of exciting times, but we did a pretty good job. And since then, we've actually done better than expectation. We're pretty much flat, almost no cost. And again, this goes back to, as a team, if you're not hearing about us, it's probably because we're doing a good job, as opposed to the other way around. So if we go to the next slide. The other activity that we're involved in is raising finances for the leverage, for the active portfolio, and we are benchmark on those costs. What does it cost for us to raise funds? And here our benchmark, we mentioned here, it's 3-month T-bills plus 50 basis points. So we're just measuring again, how well are we doing relative to that benchmark? It's a little bit noisy here and there, but we're well within the bands that we expected and set for ourselves. So again, if we do a good job, no one really notices, no surprises. Next page, please. We have completed several initiatives this year. Going forward, we do see a number of areas for refinement, and really it's just ongoing improvements of stuff that we've already started. In terms of operational capabilities, that would include some new hires and some investments in our technology. Second, working on enhancing our total portfolio diversification. I mentioned earlier research. So we are looking at, are there additional strategies we can be pursuing? And they would probably start in the active portfolio to improve diversification. And that plays into, we are trying to increase the size of the active portfolio by working with the asset classes. And one last item, I've talked about financing. There are many, many different ways in the world one can raise financing. We are trying to improve our capabilities and broaden the number of channels that we can access. So some of that financing might be related to, for example, treasuries as collateral. If we can expand the list of securities we can use as collateral, then that strengthens our ability to borrow when we post collateral. So those are the activities that we've been engaged in, we expect to engage in the coming year. And that concludes my discussion of how the team's done over the last year and where we hope to be going in the coming year. And probably disappointed, Dan, not as exciting as the SI review will be.
Wow, I think that was plenty exciting, and I appreciate the report and all the good information, and I think we've got some questions and comments, and I'll start with Director Pacheco.
Thank you, Chairman Miller again. Thank you, Mr. Gunn, with respect to your report. I'd like to go back to the question, I think it was on the last slide you just mentioned, on the area for refinement, and you mentioned improved operational capacity. Now, when I was reading Wilshire's letter, there were some concerns regarding vacancies in your department, and I wanted to know what steps are being taken to address that, because if we're going to move forward with this, we should also be addressing that as well.
I agree, and we are working to fill those positions that we have available to us.
Okay.
And Mr. Pacheco, to your question, I think it's probably worth asking Wilshire, since they provided an opinion letter, to comment on the overall.
That'd be awesome.
Ali, over to you.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Ali Kazemi from Wilshire Advisors here to present some brief remarks in regards to the letter that Director Pacheco just referenced, which should serve as a complement to kind of a more detailed review that Sterling gave on the overall TFPM program. You know, we've been covering the TFPM program for several years now. The name of the team, the design of the team has changed somewhat over those years, but the core nature of it in terms of serving as a central hub for all things related to portfolio construction and implementation continue to be at the forefront of what that group does. In terms of a higher level view of the core functions, we focus on 4 things. One is research, trading, portfolio strategy, and then overall portfolio design. And I'll briefly walk through those 4 pieces in terms of kind of our evaluation of them. The trading team oversees the performance funding desk, manages the majority of performance trading, which includes overall balance sheet management, which Sterling addressed. Over the last year, some of the specific asset class trading has shifted from the TFPM team into the specific asset classes, so the scope and the size of the resources have changed somewhat. But overall, in terms of our scoring for that group, it's steady in terms of how we evaluate that from a qualitative standpoint. In terms of the portfolio design team, that was introduced as a carve-out of TFPM last year with the intention of kind of complementing the overall portfolio construction process by essentially helping to guide how the approved asset segments come together overall in the portfolio. We've seen an expansion of that team over the last year. And our scoring continues to be strong, which is truly a reflection of what we think is, high caliber contributions from that segment of the TFPM structure. The portfolio strategy team manages the strategic asset allocation implementation. We saw a little bit of the fruits of those labors today in the mid-cycle review, and also what we can talk about later in closed session. But in addition to implementation of the strategic asset allocation, strategy development, and complementary asset class research is also a component of what the portfolio strategy team does. And again, that team has been highly stable in terms of its construction and in terms of personnel. And similar to the portfolio design team, we observe above average contributions from that team, and it's reflected in our overall forecasting score for TFPM. The last component, which Director Pacheco I think addresses the points that you raised from our letter, is in regards to the research team. That group supports PERF, centrally providing research across the board and assisting with support on various projects for other programs, again, within the broader investment team. That team has been impacted by turnover, and it's low in terms of its resources relative to past years. There are some open positions, but currently there are around 4 individuals kind of managing the overall research with 3 open positions. So you're running at about 60% of kind of the target range of what the team has kind of laid out. So that certainly has an impact in terms of the bandwidth of that team. And from our standpoint, that was the one area where we did decrease overall scoring in terms of depth and breadth of resources. So that was the one area to speak to in terms of the overall resources of the broader TFPM team. When we factor in everything overall, our scoring for TFPM as a whole remains in the same decile in terms of it being above average. There are components of the scoring that have decreased it numerically to a slight degree, but that has been really offset by, again, outstanding contributions from the existing team across those 4 functions. And you've seen, again, some of that in the work that's been presented today. So I'll pause there. Hopefully that addresses what was mentioned in our letter, but happy to address any other questions.
Oh, it does address most of it. I'm just curious. I mean, I know that earlier this year, we were pushing. I think there was an advertisement called "Invest in Us" or "Invest from Us," that we were trying to recruit more folks in the investment office, and also I believe we also had the rapid recruitment process. We're trying to recruit people that way. I'm just wondering if there are other tools that we could utilize. That would also help in that respect. But if you can elaborate on that, that would be great.
So in terms of the mechanics and specifics of recruiting at an organization like CalPERS, I'd probably defer to staff to walk through those details. Our view as the board's consultant is just to provide context for what we observe in our dialogue with the team and the potential impact that it may have going back historically, but also in the future. And that's kind of, I think, where we would go back to staff on that.
Yeah, and I would say it continues to be a tight labor market. It continues to be the challenges that have been ours are, continue. But I will also say our partnership with Michelle Tucker and team has been really helpful. That rapid recruitment, I think, was actually quite successful. We landed several IOs. Wow. You have seen our size of the staff grow. There are still vacancies. We are still making progress on those vacancies. We have started using search firms more. So I think you're seeing progress, and you're seeing a very supportive organization, like I commented on in my opening comments. But it's a challenged job market, and we'll continue to work through it.
Very good then. Thank you very much.
Okay, next question is President Taylor.
Okay, thank you, Chair Miller. Don't leave, because I do have a question for you. So the fourth decile you said was above average, but it still doesn't sound too good. So, and then you said we were down, you scored us a little lower because of the vacancies and such. So why would we be kind of just above average normal, and are we trending up?
So fourth decile is still kind of above average in terms of the way the Wilshire model works. Again, we base that scoring on trying to compare CalPERS organization like we would any external asset management firm. And so certainly there are going to be some limitations and differences in terms of how we can evaluate an external asset management firm versus an organization like CalPERS. Part of the weighting of that scoring is also impacted by the overall firm and team score. So some of that is related to stuff that's not specific to the TFPM team. So I think that should be noted. And so some of that was discussed in September when we talked about some of the issues relating to the departure of Nicole at the CIO level. In terms of the other point you asked about in terms of scoring, there are areas such as forecasting where we've increased the scoring. We've seen the benefits of that. That was somewhat offset by the depth and breadth of resources within the research group that we did decrease the score. So there are components within the overall scoring that are kind of moving in different directions, but overall when we add everything up together, it kind of leaves you at that same level, fourth decile, which is again above average in our model.
Okay, and that's above average. Okay, thank you. My next question is on page 5. You talked about the executed active risk innovation business initiative, and then developed and socialized new risk budgeting framework. What is the former executed active risk innovation business initiative? What is that?
So the active risk initiative was the idea of research to find new strategies that we can include in the portfolio. And our focus is on cross-asset class strategies, whereas each asset class obviously has its own activities. Where there are opportunities across asset class, we're focusing on those. And the idea is to find strategies that will improve the active portfolio in the near term and perhaps even become part of the strategic asset allocation in the longer term.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with like our risk policy or anything. No. It's you guys using new research to find new things to invest in that Correct. Could increase our risk.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. That was my last question. Thank you very much for the report.
Okay, thank you for the report. I'm not seeing any more requests to speak from the board, and I don't see any public requests to speak on this item. So thank you to you and the whole team, and it's all very encouraging, and looking forward to more to come as the time goes on. So at this point, I think it's a good time for us to break for lunch. It's been almost 2 hours again. So we'll come back at 1:45 and jump right back in. Okay.
Alrighty then.
We'll jump back in and get rolling. We finished item 6C, and so now we're on to item 6D, which is CalPERS Sustainable Investments 2030 Strategy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I see Peter Cashin joining me here, and then we'll ask the rest of his team to come up too. That's why I bounced down one, was to create plenty of room for everybody. As you say, this is our review of the Sustainable Investments 2030 strategy, providing some objectives, some KPIs and the like to really dig in. This is a strategy that we're very excited about. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to Peter to take us through the item.
Great, thank you, Dan. Pleasure to be back. We'll try to make this as exciting as the earlier presentations from Sterling on the portfolio management. I don't know if we'll achieve that, but we'll certainly do our best.
Tough act to follow.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's our pleasure. We're very excited to present to you today the CalPERS Sustainable Investments 2030 strategy. We have the team assembled here to do that. This strategy really builds off the strong foundation and historical global leadership of CalPERS in the area of advocacy, DEI, and stewardship. We will now expand this global leadership into the area of sustainable investments. In July, we brought to you our thinking about what lies ahead for CalPERS when it comes to sustainable investments. At that time, we were evaluating different approaches, and your input at the July board offsite provided valuable guidance. Today, we're sharing with you what is really the roadmap for the next 7 years on this topic. We'll cover a lot of material today. It's really quite dense. However, I think we can distill the strategy down to 3 simple keywords, and I'd like to share that with you. The first is 100 billion. The second word is resilience. And the third word is equity. Let me elaborate a bit on each one. With respect to 100 billion, so we will increase our sustainable investments in climate solutions up to that number to achieve 2 objectives. The first is outperformance. We believe by investing in that strategy, we can achieve outperformance. The second objective relates to the portfolio carbonization, our level of carbon in our portfolio. We believe that by 2030, we will be able to reduce the carbon intensity of the portfolio by 50%. And a significant contributor to that will be the 100 billion. The second item, resilience. So we believe that the portfolio resilience will increase by enhancing our integration of ESG into our diligence process, and by further incorporating climate risk assessment, both in our individual investment assessments, but also from a top-down portfolio review. The third item is equity. So promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion in our investment program and through our engagement activities, and also promoting an efficient and equitable financial markets and through advocacy work. Apologies for the slide. One more. There. Okay. So the SI strategy is really centered around 5 objectives, and the team will walk you through each one of these 5 parameters. And as you can see, those 3 keywords I mentioned are really resonate in these through these items. I also wanted to say that in anticipation of questions or comments about this may be good, but how do you achieve it? Because I think that was always a question from this morning. How are we going to measure? How are we going to achieve? And this was very much in our thoughts when we constructed the strategy. And later in the presentation, specifically on slide 20, we'll walk you through for each of these 5 items, how are we going to have key performance indicators and targets. As you can see, the first one relates to outperformance, and this includes the 100 billion. Increasing portfolio resilience. Travis will walk us through that. We're also excited to share more information on the net zero plan and how, again, this $100 billion ties into that number. As you know, we've had an independent review by Mercer, the consulting firm, on that. And then Mike and Tamara will walk us through how we're using this to promote greater inclusion and representation in the financial industry and build an efficient and equitable financial markets. So let me jump into the first item related to the 5, which is generate outperformance. And we'll do this by investing in the transition to a low carbon economy, including climate solutions, and by investing in opportunities through our emerging and diverse manager program, and also including targets for both those items. If we look at the 4 bullet points, we'll have a climate-related investment targets for 2030. We're currently coming up with investment plans with each of the asset classes to determine what is the best approach for increasing the exposure to these asset classes. And the allocation, so this incremental $55 billion in investments over the coming 7 years, we'll work jointly with the asset classes to deploy those funds, and it will be essentially a joint allocation between sustainable investments and the asset class. And then further, we'll build on our commitment to emerging and diverse manager program, which has been very successful, and Mike Silva has played a lead role in that. In terms of generating outperformance, why do we think that's possible? So first, maybe let me define what climate solutions is. Across the top, we have the different categories: mitigation, adaptation, and transition. So any investment that results in a mitigation, reduction in GHG emissions, adaptation, which is an investment that reduces the harm or the impacts from climate change, and third, transition. So if we have an investment in a hard-to-abate sector, a high-emitting sector, if we can make investments that will move that from a brown to green, that would qualify as a climate solution. So an investment that meets one of those categories, one of those criteria. Under mitigation, so why is this a good time to be investing? Well, we're seeing it through this transition to a low carbon economy. There's significant opportunities that are evolving for new companies or companies taking on, tapping into that growth through either new technologies or modifying existing technologies. And this is a real, the opportunity is significant now. So why now? In part because of legislation such as the IRA and just the increase in interest and demand from consumers. In terms of transition, what we're seeing there in terms of why this is a good opportunity, well, companies that are in these hard-to-abate sectors, particularly in the energy sector, have valuations that are quite low. And there's an opportunity to come in at an attractive price, work with them to increase the amount of clean energy, and generate significant returns. I won't go into detail on this slide, but we thought it was important as well to give some concrete examples as to what represents a climate solution, and giving some tangible examples. So mitigation, renewable energy, adaptation, water management or agricultural adaptation, and transition, fossil fuel-based power generation going from brown to green. I'll pass to Travis for the next section.
Great, thanks, Peter. Yeah, Travis Antoniono, Investment Director of Sustainable Investments. Great to be here with everyone today. So as you can see here, at number 2, increase portfolio resilience. When you think about portfolio resilience, it's how we navigate towards whatever destination that we're doing. Understanding that there's going to be barriers, there's going to be some type of risk management programs that are going to be deployed by staff as well as our investment partners as well. And to make sure that we're actually doing everything possible to be able to understand what those risks might be and how we actually overcome them or get through them. So one focus area that I'd like to be able to highlight today on this increased portfolio resilience will be the incorporation of ESG at each phase of the investment management process. Later on in an appendix, in a slide that you've seen before, highlights different tools and levers that we do deploy at different phases of the investment management process. But we did conduct more of a benchmarking assessment of best practices across many different firms, both in North America, Canada, and other places as well. What we found is that we can actually be doing a bit more during some of the due diligence and ongoing investment management of the assets that we own. And unfortunately, these can be quite labor intensive and very time intensive as well. So one thing going forward that we identified is that it's best to be able to increase the amount of resources, specifically staffing, involved in ESG integration to be exclusively dedicated to be able to undertake these endeavors. So in doing so, as you can see on one of the bullets, we will be establishing an ESG integration team within the Sustainable Investments Program. This team will be working directly with each of the different asset classes to help facilitate the due diligence, as well as being able to engage with those GPs and external managers, even post-investment as well. So I think this is going to be definitely something that's going to be taking us from not only having good practices, but really having best-in-class practices. As we transition to the pathway to net zero, Peter already alluded to some of these aspects, but really what lays before you are 5 main components of CalPERS net zero plan. What is shown is ultimately a very significant evolution of the previous net zero activities that the fund previously pursued. And I can't say or stress really enough just how important some of these aspects are, and particularly the $100 billion target that is laid out in point 1 of the net zero plan. Obviously, these will help, these type of investments should help the fund meet its return objectives, but also help decarbonize the fund and ultimately decarbonize the world as well. Now, outside of that aspect, on number 1, we'll continue to engage portfolio companies and advocate for policy and regulation. We're going to be able to develop a process that is referred to as enhanced engagement, which we'll dive into in another slide. We'll be able to advance the way we integrate climate within the investment decisions, and that was already alluded to in the previous slide. And we'll be able to continue to measure and report on progress, ultimately coming back to the board, presenting on the progress on an annual basis, most likely in November of each year. So what you see before you is moving beyond engagement. This is becoming more and more referred to as enhanced engagement, and as you can see, it's developing a process subject to fiduciary duty investment analysis to exit or decrease the exposure to certain securities. I think the one thing that I want to really stress here is just this aspect of anchoring towards this investment analysis. It's going to be a vital component that for us to be able to focus on and make sure that we're adhering to our fiduciary duty during every single step of this development of this type of framework. But a couple other points that I do want to highlight, as I know there's probably some interest in what exactly do we mean by this. Well, first of all, I'd like to just highlight the work that the stewardship team, corporate governance team has done in the past, and we have had a very successful number of engagements and engagement process in place, and we'll continue to be able to have that in place for years to come. But we also realize that there are a number of different tools that are in our box, and so it makes most sense for us to be reflective of everything that we have and utilize everything that's available to us. So as the world transitions to a low-carbon economy, the lack of a transition by specific companies can ultimately translate to potential financial loss for the fund. And it may make sense in certain cases for us to be able to decrease our exposure to some of these companies. So ultimately, we will be coming back in summer of 2024. We'll be developing a thoughtful process in the meantime to be able to utilize essentially 2 different components, both climate analysis and then also investment analysis. And then in that summer 2024, when we come back, we'll be able to provide much more details into not only the framework itself, but also a governance model, and then many of the different variables and metrics of consideration too. Peter earlier on mentioned that Mercer conducted a evaluation of our pathway to net zero. And we did so for a few different things. One, we thought it was going to be important for us to be able to get and obtain an independent evaluation. And the second aspect is to make sure that we are actually aligned. This plan that we're presenting towards you all today is aligned with best practices. Upon reflection, Mercer ultimately provided a thorough evaluation and found that not only are we importing or incorporating best practices, but we're also pursuing a plan that is well aligned to achieve CalPERS net zero objectives. And more can be seen within the attachment as well to this board agenda item. To sum up the net zero plan, I think it's good to be able to just reiterate the fact that we'll be continuing to use engagement and advocacy across the board. We'll be utilizing engagement with corporates. We'll be utilizing engagement amongst our general partners and our investment managers. And we'll be utilizing advocacy efforts across policymakers and regulators, and doing so in a much more proactive way, particularly in climate-oriented issues. On the second aspect, we'll be able to develop an enhanced engagement strategy, which was highlighted already and which will be elaborated on more thoroughly come the summer. And then finally, we will make investments that meet our investment risk and return objectives, and that ultimately help finance the low carbon transition. I'm going to pass it over to Mike.
Michael Silva, Investment Officer, Sustainable Investments. It's nice to be with you again. It is CalPERS' belief that we can achieve stronger investment returns when companies we invest in value diversity. CalPERS seeks diversity of internal staff, corporate boards, and external managers in an effort to secure high-functioning teams that incorporate different ways of seeing and solving problems. We will continue to promote DEI through a variety of measures, including engagement and advocacy, reporting out on our emerging and diverse managers, hosting the Catalyst Forum and other events, capturing more and better data from our external managers. Lennox Park is the consultant that administered our DEI survey of our external managers. We recently completed a comprehensive DEI survey, which included questions on harassment, pay equity, disability, recruitment and retention, and diversity across all levels. The survey is to help us better understand how our external managers approach human capital management, and it also messages to our managers and the marketplace that we are tracking this data. I'm going to pass this on.
Tamara Sells, Associate Investment Manager, Sustainable Investments. My pleasure to be before you again today. I'm going to touch just a little bit on our fifth objective, where our focus will be to promote efficient and equitable financial markets through our regulatory and policy advocacy work. In furthering this objective, the SI team will engage with our financial regulators, communicating CalPERS' strategy, our federal and legislative priorities, and our thought leadership to these regulatory bodies, the legislature, and standard-setting organizations to address the material long-term sustainability risk and public policy that's driving long-term value creation. We will increase our advocacy efforts around climate risks and disclosure, and also drill down further on evolving human capital trends, including the intersection of climate and human capital and responsible, sustainable business practices. With a focus on the quality and quantity of corporate reporting, we will advocate for disclosures of climate and human capital management metrics and broader reporting requirements that will strengthen our understanding and ability to achieve our targeted investment returns through managing risks and opportunities. We will engage the SEC and focus on accounting modernization with accounting standards boards, global sustainability disclosure standards, as well as pursuing a more proactive approach with targeted engagements with new regulatory bodies that we've not engaged with before, including the California Air Resources Board and the California Public Utilities Commission. So we'll be moving from a more comment letter-driven approach to a more proactive engagement with these regulators. Our human capital focus areas will include the development and adoption of U.S. disclosure standards, exploring opportunities for integration of human capital data, and mitigation of material risks to the portfolio, guided by our CalPERS labor principles. On the stewardship front, we will continue to use proxy voting, company engagements, and shareholder campaigns to hold companies accountable and drive positive changes, mitigate risks to the portfolio, and climate, diversity, and governance will be the stewardship focus areas, and you'll get further updates from our corporate governance team on the progress on that, which is typically done in March. Lastly, this is just a reminder of all of the sustainability reporting and assessments that are completed by this team. We work in collaboration with the asset classes to ensure that these investment-related reports and assessments are completed in a timely fashion. We also have committee and strategic committees that we sit on, as well as strategic partnerships that we'll continue to use as levers to move the SI strategy forward.
As I mentioned earlier, we've developed targets and KPIs for each one of the 5 objectives. So on the left side, you have the 5 items that we've walked you through. Now, on an annual basis, at least, we will report back, typically in November, on these items. We did color code them in 2 different green and yellow. So the green is the new KPIs. So these are ones that we've newly developed. And it's just to say that a lot of these were already existing, but we've in some cases updated the KPI. So I think this will be really important for us to measure, monitor, and report back. And as I said, we'll do this on an annual basis. In terms of next steps, so we're presenting, we'll begin implementation in November of the 2030 strategy. We will return in March and present the review from the Responsible Contractor Program, which is well underway at this point. And then beginning November 2024 and annually thereafter, we'll provide updates on the strategy itself. So that concludes our presentation. I think we were even more efficient than I thought, so because there was a lot of material. But just as we close, I'll just leave those 3 words with you: 100 billion, resilience, equity. I think it's a good way to kind of cap it off and keep it handy. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the whole team. And we have some eager board members here with questions. So we'll start with Director Pacheco.
Thank you, Chairman Miller, and thank you, Peter and team, for your awesome presentation here. I'd like to go right into it. So on page 8 of 28, to increase the portfolio resilience, I'm really impressed by this. How do you see the recently enacted legislation of SP 253 and SP 261 play out with our increased portfolio resilient objectives in our Sustainable Investment 2030 strategy? Do you see an alignment here? Your thoughts would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Yes, very much in alignment. In fact, it's critically important that we have disclosure of emissions by companies. So this is a really positive step forward in that regard. And I think it will make the job of identifying where risks may exist much easier. I'll see if Travis has anything to add on that.
as we speak to different investors across the world, it demonstrates once again just the leadership that CalPERS and particularly California actually has and the role it plays within the greater financial markets and also outside other markets as well. This is one prime example of that, because time and time again I've been hearing and being reached out to by a number of institutional peers asking how this is going to be affected, what type of changes might come about from future legislation as well, and I will say that most are seeing this as California being a champion, going above and beyond than perhaps what even other regulators are considering at this point in time. I think the scale of it is quite significant. Yeah. I mean, up to 5,000 different companies are going to be getting affected by this, both on the public side as well as on the private side, as far as the number of companies that are above $1 billion that deal business within with California. So I think that speaks very loud, very much towards just how pervasive this is going to be towards affecting the greater financial markets and making something that we all strive to something that is just best common practice, which ultimately is going to be very much a good thing to make sure that we have much more accurate data, and then that'll also lend into having an increase in the data that feeds into other participation and partnerships such as EDCI, which you mentioned earlier today.
Very good then. Thank you very much for that, Travis. My next question is on page 13 of 28, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And with respect to utilizing advocacy to promote regulatory requirements for more DEI disclosure, such as at the federal level, for instance, the S 2007 Improving Corporate Governance Through the Diversity Act of 2023, I think it's authored by Mr. Senator Robert Menendez. Is necessary to promote inclusion and representation in this space? How do you see our DEI leadership in this aspect in terms of additional legislation around this? If you guys can elaborate on that.
Thank you for the question. So you're absolutely right. We will continue to work in collaboration with our Legislative Affairs Division to be able to assess as these bills and the legislations are rolling out with respect to expanding DEI disclosures and improving corporate governance. We will be focused not just at the board level on those DEI disclosures, but also workforce disclosures as well.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And my last question is on page 15 of 28. Improving the financial markets. With respect to building and promoting efficient and equitable financial markets through advocacy and regulatory action, including the promotion of responsible business practices for workers, what other trends may you foresee from our present focus on the evolving human capital trends, such as labor constraints and demographics may spur in this conversation? Perhaps a thought on additional metrics associated with the accounting issues around labor. You know, they have those, currently we only include the, in the United States, the general, selling, and administrative. Perhaps that one might be expanded later to include more robust statistics on labor. Your thoughts on that, and how do you think our strategy can play into that?
You're absolutely correct. So our strategy around these disclosures is to start advocating for a baseline of disclosures. Right now, we don't have any universal disclosures, which makes comparability extremely difficult. So starting with the baseline metrics, we've been promoting 4 labor-related metrics through our strategic partnership with the Human Capital Management Coalition. Getting a start will help us then drive more disclosures and more progress later on, but this is just to get our baseline. So that would include turnover, for example, workforce demographics, total workforce cost, and so that drills down on the accounting piece that you are asking about, and then also those DEI disclosures.
And as a follow-up, we will be coordinating ourselves with the accounting regulatory boards that are in charge of this, right? So, because I believe in the past they've been very neutral on this subject matter, and I'm hoping that our leadership and our strategy here can move things forward in that respect.
That is correct. So with both FASB as well as the IASB, we will be working with both accounting standard setters to try to expand the accounting piece specifically around those total workforce costs and disaggregation of those costs so we can actually attribute them to, is it development, is it turnover? So yes, you will see some drill down there with both of those accounting standards boards.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Director Willett.
Thank you so much. So I just want to thank you, Peter and team, and everyone for this report. I really like seeing the incorporation of the feedback that was discussed in July. That is really, really positive, and I appreciate that. I was really excited to read this report, and according to my CalPERS news alerts, a lot of people were excited to read this report. So, so I'm glad we're having the discussion today. I'm looking forward to seeing the implementation and staying updated. You said every November at least, and then we have different other kind of timelines in there. With revisions, new initiatives. I want to make sure, as you said, we stay best in class, and that doesn't become a stale kind of document that we're looking back towards and not forward thinking. There's a lot of good stuff in here, and I have a couple of questions and some pieces that I want to elevate. The first is, just as a standout, I would like to see us setting expectations for emissions reductions by 2030, as well as other medium and long-term benchmarks that would help track progress and help us know which asset classes specifically, if we can delineate by asset class, are on track to meet the 1.5 degrees and which classes need to do more, right? So I think those benchmarks would help us going forward. Looking at Pillar 1, so of course allocating capital towards climate solutions makes sense. I appreciate the vision here. A couple of questions. On slide 5, there's a bullet that we will develop asset class sustainable investment plans that will identify thematics and managers. So one set of data points that I would appreciate and I think would help us identify themes is if we could, again, identify the top like 10 or 15 biggest polluters in each asset class, and then what is the plan to get those biggest polluters to reduce their emissions, frankly. That would be helpful. On slide 6, for the mitigation strategy, the mitigation sub-strategy of the strategy to reduce or enable the reduction of GHG emissions at scale. So my question is, how will those emissions reductions happen across all the different asset classes? And maybe we need to come back with that information, or if you have a short response.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me take those in order. Regarding your first common question regarding a 2030 reduction in carbon intensity of the portfolio. So we do have a 2030 target, which is to reduce by 50% the carbon intensity of the portfolio. We don't have a 2040. We do have a 2050, which was announced in December 2019 of net zero. We have asset class level investment plans, but at this point we don't have formal targets for decarbonization by asset class. That will be something we could look into, but we really are looking more at a portfolio basis at the moment, because that is where you're really summing everything up. Regarding your comment on slide 5 regarding the largest emitters. So there, we already are very active in engaging with those largest emitters, both through our corporate governance unit, but also Climate Action 100. So that's a well-established level of engagement. The interesting element of the 2030 strategy is that in addition to just engaging, we will also look more deeply into the individual companies to see where are the investment opportunities to promote those companies that have chosen to put themselves on a lower carbon trajectory. And that can translate into outperformance. To do that, though, they'll need capital. So this introduces a good opportunity both for CalPERS, both in the private markets and the public markets, to finance that transition from ground to green. Because it's one thing to engage and advocate, but it's something more powerful if we can actually finance that work. And then slide 6 on the mitigation. Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, so how can we reduce the emissions or target the emissions reductions across all the different asset classes? Like, how are we doing it to making sure that each asset class is doing that?
Right. So part of the $100 billion investment will be making an important contribution to that, because $55 billion will be incremental investments. So and that will be divided across all asset classes. And not surprisingly, those investments have a lower carbon intensity than our overall portfolio. So an important piece or benefit of having this plan is that by investing in that manner, we will reduce the overall carbon intensity of the portfolio. Team, anything to add or complement?
I think on the last point, I think the integration component and then the engagement with the actual investment manager, their general partner, is also vital. And the reason behind that is that, fortunately, I guess what tailwind that's going to be on the aspect of decarbonization is just the fact that energy is becoming more and more expensive. And so there's a much more of a financial point now, without even a price on carbon, to be able to take steps, to be able to provide that capital expenditure, to be able to lower your energy cost. And those steps are very much in alignment with that $100 billion and many of the types of investments that we'll be able to pursue. So whether or not it's us doing it directly or one of our underlying portfolio companies that already exists across public equities or private markets, they're going to be making investments themselves as well to be able to further provide better value proposition for themselves. But then the byproduct of doing so is actually decarbonizing their own company. So that's one tailwind that we do have, with us. The other aspect that I would highlight is that though you can do asset class based decarbonization or asset class based accounting, and that is done, and we have done that largely. As far as setting targets and goals, it's typically best practice to be looking at the industries or the sectors instead, understanding that some sectors will cut, actually most sectors will cut across many different asset classes, whether it be private debt, whether it be public or fixed income, or whether it be private equity as well. And there might be more constraints based upon the industry or the sector than there would be based upon one asset class versus another asset class.
And I'm sorry, I would just jump in with one quick distinction that I want to clarify, because one of the things that I don't think this team wants to pat themselves on the back, but I think that what this team has come up with is something that's really thoughtful. If you think about decarbonizing the portfolio, there are two reservations that I think I have with just decarbonizing the portfolio. Number one, it's just the portfolio, and it's not the economy. And what we care about, right, is the decarbonization. And through the lens of decarbonization, we really care about decarbonizing the economy. Climate Solutions leans towards decarbonizing the economy. The second thing is that if you just decarbonize the portfolio, I think you probably miss some opportunities that are in the place where the decarbonization of the economy and our investments sort of align. And so what we're looking at much more is not just decarbonizing the portfolio, but actually leaning into opportunities that we think will generate outperformance. And the way that they calculated it, then my question to the team was, okay, what does this mean through the lens of decarbonizing of the portfolio? And it was a really positive byproduct that we do get to more than 50% by 2030. But again, the emphasis is on leaning into opportunities, and the decarbonization of the portfolio happens to go with it. But I actually think it's a nuance, but it's a really thoughtful nuance that I think this team has done a really nice job of. So I did just want to kind of underscore that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really love leaning into opportunities we have in decarbonizing the economy. We're aligned with our portfolio and in financing the brown to green transition. So, but just bear with me as a follow-up. How are we going, and maybe this is also I'm cross-pillaring here. So how are we going to deal with portfolio companies or asset managers who are not making meaningful progress to meet our goals, whether that is, to decarbonize portfolio or the economy, which go to hand in hand? So there's that question. I don't know if you want to respond or.
Well, certainly on the public company side, this is already actively done, so we're engaging with those. I think as we go forward and we look at our enhanced engagement, we will evaluate if there's a financial risk to staying invested in that company at the same level. And fundamentally, that'll be driven by valuation. And does that company present a higher financial risk because it hasn't gotten on board with this transition? And then we can look at that at a company level. We would expect our general partners in the private equity space to similarly undertake such analysis. And this is really going to be facilitated by first greater disclosure in the public markets, to Mr. Pacheco's earlier comment, but also through our work with the EDCI, the Data Convergence Project. Now more data is available in the the private markets to allow us and the GPs to make that determination. So I think it's really just good business. So we want to align with companies and GPs that are following that practice.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm a believer that policymakers follow trends, and I think that SB 253 and 261 are definitely symbolic of the fact that CalPERS and others were leading on this work, and now we might as well put it into a policy for those disclosures. So I'm excited about that. A comment in regard to Pillar 3 is I just want to make a comment. The team has my full support with accountability efforts to place demands on emitters. I think we're doing that already well and the engagement well. A comment on Pillar 4. I think I'm getting my pillars right. Okay. For diversity and inclusivity, it's really important, I think, to achieving our goals. I want to thank you for recognizing that diversity has to be part of the solution with our portfolio companies, their boards, and also internally. I'll leave that, but I stated earlier also that I think metrics are critical to doing the work. And I want to make sure that tracking, though, isn't the ends, right? That tracking is a means to achieving benchmarks and objectives, and that we do have those benchmarks and objectives with regards to diversity and inclusivity. I'll get to a question here. So I'm pleased to see the engagement of the use of engagement and share owner rights to influence corporations to take action. I think it was one on our strategy under diversity. And I do wonder if it's time to update our proxy voting policy. Do we have on the calendar coming up a review, an update of our proxy voting policy?
We have a review of the total fund policy that'll be in March and then June, and we can certainly include the governance and sustainability principles in that. I mean, today's work was to incorporate the labor principles into those principles, but certainly we can calendar that as appropriate.
So through the chair, I'd like to request that, if possible.
So we'll take that as chair direction.
Thank you. On the workforce capital pillar, pillar 5. So I think it was page 15. Oftentimes during reviews and strategy discussions like this, we naturally highlight and think about the deltas, and we overlook the things that we're already doing really, really well. And so I just want to make sure that we have highlighted and we broadcast that clearly, that what we're doing well. We're already engaging, right? So I see it's not on here, but maybe we need to be more explicit, like we were with Pillar 4, that we're engaging with companies. I think it's important that we broadcast because as we heard testimony today, we heard it last September, and I actually think every meeting I've been to since I was elected to this board, I have heard testimony from workers saying that there are huge workforce risks at these companies that we are invested in that we have to mitigate in order to be able to pay benefits now into the future. So again, to be really explicit, just like we stated in Pillar 4, the use of engagement and sharing our rights to influence corporations to take action. I know we're already doing it under Pillar 5, but I think we should be explicit in doing so. I think it's also listed in page 16 in the chart, but it's not listed as a strategy. And then I would also like to see us work with our stakeholders. Again, I believe it's listed in the chart on page 16, but it's not listed as a strategy. And I know we're already doing it, so it's just doubling down on the good work that we're already doing. We want to find ways to establish industry norms where workers can verify also the data reported to us. I like adding the new KPIs on page 20. Appreciate the color coding for those of us who like color coding. But I also think we need to add an additional KPI related now to our labor principles, which we just adopted this morning. So no one's behind or anything, but recognizing that we're moving in an organic environment here. And I want to just uplift, as someone who's been a member of CalPERS contributing for over 10 years, which is like not a lot for some of you all, but I am just really proud of the role that leadership, role that CalPERS has taken in this space. I think if it wasn't for CalPERS, we would not see SB 253, we wouldn't see 261, we wouldn't see others doing what they're doing. And so I'm really proud of that work, and thank you to the team before us, the team broadly out there in the world. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next we have President Taylor.
Oh, thank you very much. So great report, you guys. I've read it a while ago and I was just very impressed. I'm extremely happy we're moving in this direction. And I just want to say that great ideas. I think this is all really exciting to watch us implement and watch us become successful with this. I had a couple of questions, and I think it was Mr. Pacheco that brought it up. He was talking about the accounting. So I'm on the board of ICGN, which is international, right? So they're already working on accounting standards for all of this stuff, right? I think they're required to by their governments, which we are not. Is there, I heard you say that we're working with GASB and FASB, yeah. Wasn't there another organization that was specifically for climate? Was it SASB?
Yes, and SASB has been rolled over, so ISSB is,
did not know that.
So there's been some roll-ups, but ISSB has issued guidance both on sustainability factors and disclosure, as well as another set of guidance specifically on climate.
That's what I thought. Okay, so that's still something you guys are using as well.
And that's largely adopted and being followed, and many other organizations are embracing ISSB guidance. And so the vast majority of the world, as far as from a reporting standpoint, will be utilizing that type of standard.
So we have a standard. Yay. That's something.
I won't go as far as to say a universal standard, but it's one of a few different standards now. Consolidation, perhaps, is a good thing. Yeah.
It's getting closer. That's a good thing. So I wanted to ask if we could do a couple of things. One was on Pillar 2, I don't know if Melissa already talked about this, call out the interplay between workforce, DE&I, and net zero, and how the three forms of capital working together, aligned together, leads to more resilience. I think fully supporting that alignment would help us move forward. And then, again, I just want to say that I think you guys did a really, really good job with this. Can't wait to see, as we move forward, what those measurements are. I had mentioned earlier today that I wanted to see, and I think Ms. Willett had also talked about it just now, I wanted to see some measurements in the labor issues and the implementation and how we're implementing it. What's the success of that mean? Because I don't think we even thought of that. So I just want to reiterate that. So thank you very much.
Okay, next, Director Middleton.
Thank you. Thank you all. This was a truly outstanding report to receive and some incredibly strong messages. I want to turn things just a bit. Our critics, and unfortunately we have quite a few of them, are going to argue that this is not an investment strategy, but a strategy that's motivated by goals that do not necessarily have to do with the rate of return that we're going to receive. So you can take as short or as long an answer as you want, but to those who would argue that this is not the best use of our funds and our investment strategy, what would be the answer?
Peter, maybe I'll take a first crack at it and then I'll turn it to you. As someone who spent his career here as an investor, beginning in the equity markets, that's why I drew the nuance to the previous question, is that there are investment strategies that are grounded in having a social impact. I actually view this one, and one of the things that I'm so proud of our work on this is that this is about leaning into places where we think there are opportunities. We can go more into closed session. We can talk more in closed session. We plan to. But I will tell you, many markets, equity markets for sure, public equity markets do a pretty good job of pricing risks, in my opinion, in the 3 months, maybe 6 months, even out to 12 months. But they do a pretty poor job of pricing long-dated risks. The things that we're talking about leaning into are places where we have underpriced risks, basically underpriced optionality that we can lean into, and over time, lean into the winners and lean away from the losers. And that's in the public equity part of the portfolio. That's in the private assets part of the portfolio. Over time, that'll be in the fixed income part of the portfolio. But this is grounded, and as Peter said, this is about generating returns. And going in a direction that we've talked about, the regulatory environment, going in a direction that the environment is going in, and trying to go to where the puck is going to be, so to speak.
Critics will say that investors should only focus on economically relevant factors. And to that, I actually fully agree. And in fact, climate and transition to a low carbon economy is incredibly economically irrelevant. In fact, we are going through a real economic fundamental shift in the economy as we transition to lower carbon. So as an investor, both from an opportunity set but also a risk mitigation set, it's so critical that you're aware of these, not only in a broad-based portfolio, but individual asset classes and individual investments. So to do so would be really missing, on one hand, opportunities, and the second, assuming risks that you're not aware that you have. So really, there's going to be winners and losers that come out of this transition. And frankly, all investors have some of those in their portfolio today. The critical piece is that we identify as early as possible who are going to be the winners, and it can be industries or sectors as well, not just individual companies, and who are those that are more at risk, particularly sectors. So for us, to do otherwise would really not be playing our fundamental role as an investor and fulfilling our fiduciary duty. So that's why for us this is so exciting, because we believe we're still in a very early stages of this game, and that by having this strategy, by having each of the asset classes focused on it and tapping into that opportunity, we will have a much broader based set of opportunities and result in this outperformance. Team, I don't know if you want to add.
All right, thank you. Personally, I could not agree more. I think history is incredibly important, and always we need to use data to drive the decisions that we are making. But our responsibility is to make calculated, responsible decisions as to where the market is going. And there is every reason to believe that the energy sources that drove the 20th century are not going to be the energy sources that are going to be the primary drivers of the middle and latter half of the 21st century. So I'm very proud that we're making these kinds of calculated efforts to invest where there are going to be winners. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Frank Ruffino for FIONMA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the team for your hard work and for this great report, as has been said over and over, and it is. So I want to begin to say that Treasurer Mott has long been an advocate, as you all know, for more aggressive climate action, not only here at CalPERS, but at CalSTRS as well. The Sustainable Investment 230 strategy that was presented at the offsite in July has a lot of strong principles and good guidance. And today, as you coming back to the board with further details and updates, we hope that this strategy crystallize CalPERS' plan to reach net zero by 2050 through a structured analytical framework to account for high emitting companies in the portfolio that show little interest in working towards the world's shared climate goals. CalPERS has been a leader in responding to the material risks related to climate change, and for that, CalPERS should be commended. But strong climate risk management requires, which is very important for the Treasurer, transparency and accountability, concrete planning, and robust corporate governance. This strategy is a significant, bold step in the right direction. The strategy must include clear, transparent guidelines defining which investments are considered as climate solutions, and ensure that climate risk disclosure and management is included in the process for selecting and evaluating external asset managers and private equity firms, which includes and establishing a robust climate risk guidance for hiring, engaging, and evaluating all external asset managers. So 2030 is just 7 years away. It seems to be that far away. And I know we have committed today the big word that you started with, 100 billion. Although we already committed 47 billion, so 50 plus for the next 7 years by 2030, which means approximately 7.5 billion a year. Now, I've attended conferences and educational opportunities which they've said, and that this space, the opportunities in this space, are in the trillions. So, 3 quick questions. Number 1, how did you come up with this very round number of 100 million? Number 2, is this ambitious enough? Not sure. And number 3, how is CalPERS ensuring that its portfolio companies align with that target?
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Rufino, and the questions. So first, before I jump into the 3 questions, let me just confirm that in terms of defining climate solutions, we fully agree. So there it's the adaptation, mitigation, and transition, as we showed. And we also agree that in terms of engagement with companies through public markets, but also GPs, that climate risk requirements assessments are very important. Now, into your 3 questions. So 100 billion, yes, it's a big number, and yes, we're already at 47.5. So we actually had significant debate internally on this because we wanted something that's really ambitious and achievable, but more importantly, we wanted it to meet with the real objectives of the fund, which is 1, to generate outperformance, and 2nd, to improve resilience. And given the opportunities, we really believe that that 100 billion will translate into outperformance by tapping into these new opportunities. We did debate smaller and larger numbers. I believe that we will exceed that target by 2030. But we also, we don't want to constrain people's investment decisions. We don't want a target that would restrict. Originally, we looked at having investing only in an index that was essentially low carbon. So all it did was tilt away from high emitters. But what we realize is that it presents two problems. One, we don't finance the transition for the broader economy. We just cosmetically improve our own portfolio. And we didn't feel that that was right, so we wanted to have more investment, including transition. And so that's how we essentially landed on a $100 billion number. And I think in a debate, when some people say it's too high, some people say it's too low, then probably that upper middle point is a good one. Is it enough? So indeed, we do see that, and as we presented in July, there was a $3 trillion estimated need to finance transition annually over the next years. So not that all that, of course, is bankable, but there is certainly enormous opportunity. And I think this is where it also comes into play, bringing other investors, other asset owners with us in terms of making them aware of these opportunities, and also even making other market participants aware, so that it's not just our dollars at work, but hopefully others. And we take a very active role in terms of presenting at conferences and advocating, engaging with regulators to go beyond just the dollars that we can bring, given how much need there is, and that it's well beyond the ability of an asset owner, our own balance sheet. In terms of ensuring alignment, so that was...
How's CalPERS ensuring that its portfolio companies align with that target?
Right.
And by the way, $100 billion, I don't have no clue. I never seen it. So I get it.
Right. So, yeah, I think, it'll really be up to us to make investment allocation decisions to invest it in a way that prudently takes us toward that number. Now, in terms of alignment, usually we're thinking on alignment with a net zero pathway. And not only will the companies in this $100 billion, but more broadly, we will be encouraging them to be on a pathway towards net zero. That's particularly relevant for public companies, where we engage with them. And to some earlier comments on engagement, last year over 300, the corporate governance team engaged with over 350 companies in our public equity portfolio, representing more than 50% of the assets. So that's something that will be further continued, and climate and emissions is always a topic in those engagements.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for qualifying that perhaps, we may exceed by 2030 the 100 million. We're not going to be holding ourselves.
We won't constrain ourselves to go below if we're at 99, but we only do some. As I say regularly to the management team, we should only invest if we think this is a good investment and it's at least as good or better than any comparable. That's what we lead with, because we really take this outperformance aspect seriously, and that we're not investing to achieve some ulterior other motive, even if it's something great like reducing emissions, but fundamentally we're there to invest to make the highest risk-adjusted return.
I think I would just add a couple of quick things. One is that the way that outperforming it, like beating the target, would look like would look like getting to the 100 billion sooner than 2030, getting there by 2028, 2029. And if that were the case, then we would look to basically increase what the number is that we're shooting for. And as Peter said, there was a lot of debate about this number, because we do think that it's ambitious, but it's achievable. The other thing is that, to your question on the monitoring the footprint, you will see that under the second one, under Pathway to Net Zero on slide 20, is an annual report on the carbon footprint.
The only other thing that I mentioned is the fact that there aren't many peers that are even having targets such as this. and essentially, in the United States, none at all to this type of scale. Even outside of the United States, there's only a couple out there that are even coming close. And frankly, the size or projected size of those firms are going to be larger than even us. Additionally, what they count as climate solutions is a bit more loose than what we have from our methodology. So we've purposely, constricted it and made sure that it is much more of a pure type of definition as well. The other aspect that I would say is that over the next 5 years, 7 years, that we do expect a number of other firms to be able to come out and publicly state goals of investing into the transition. In fact, I think that largely most financial market participants will transition away from just exclusively focusing in on greenhouse gas emissions of the portfolio, and instead understanding what are they actually doing, or what is their portfolio doing to be able to help finance the decarbonization effort of the real world, the real economy. So perhaps we're early on, but hopefully this will inspire others as well to be able to also make public announcements.
Thank you to the team, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. And again, I also want to thank you for the great report. I really appreciate how straightforward it is. It's very clear, easy to understand and grasp kind of the key points. I do want to second Ms. Willette's request for asset class-based information. I think that will be helpful in just thinking about our conversation this morning about the ALM in 2 years. I think that is information we would want to be thinking about in that context, and knowing what kind of decisions we're making in 2 years and how that affects the targets and the overall goals of this proposal. The other thing that I would hope to be able to see more detail on the KPI page. The slide's very helpful on a sort of overall what we're going to be measuring, and I think it's a good starting point, but I don't know what the plan is for bringing more detail back to the board, but I would like to understand more what the baselines are, what the targets are, and sort of what's the cadence of getting information about where we are on those items going forward. So that'd be information I'd like to see come back as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the KPIs, we will be reporting back annually, I believe, for most of them, if not all. But yes, we're happy to look into more granularity and specifics. Frankly, we had quite a few here, so yeah, we didn't want to run out of space or provide kind of too much information. And then we'll also be, in terms of the asset class level information, in the following session today, we'll be getting into more detail on how this breaks down amongst the asset classes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Superlative job with the presentation and dialogue. Really appreciate it. And again, very encouraging. Look forward to all the progress going forward. At this point, I have quite a few people who want to provide public comment. And so I'll be making sure we get everyone. So I will start. Let's see who's first. I've got J.J. Jelinsik for item 6D.
Dave, you may want to call the next few so they can start lining up.
We can't hear you.
You may want to call the next few so they can start lining up.
Yeah.
J.J. Jelinsik, beneficiary. Climate change, reproductive rights, winning the war in Ukraine, peace in the Middle East, stopping gun violence, feeding the hungry, housing the homeless. These are all important goals. However, they are not your job. You're not investing your money. You are investing beneficiaries' money to pay benefits, not to save the world. If you believe something is not a good investment, you should not invest in it, and vice versa. You are the prudent experts. If you have decided that you know better than the market, you cannot claim to be an index. You cannot say, I own this because it is part of the index. You are an active manager, and that should make fossil-free California happy. It also means that you have a reason for holding an investment beyond reflecting the investable universe. I and the taxpayers should expect higher returns for the greater risk being taken on. It also means you are subject to greater scrutiny. I know you want it both ways, but life is not like that. At some point, you will be held to account. It may take a pissed off ex-spouse or a television at an NBA playoff game, but the chickens will come home to roost at some point. Are you ready to account for your actions? And I see I've got some time. I'd like to go back briefly to 5B. This board, since at least the 1990s, has heard reports of labor abuse, abuse of renters, and the board always says, staff, go talk to them. And they go talk to them, and they say, well, okay, we understand you don't like it. We will be better. And then we hear about it the next month, and the next quarter, and the next quarter, and the next quarter. Until you actually say, that's it, we are cutting off the money. It's just words. So I urge you to think about cutting off the money. Even if it's just putting people in the penalty box for a year, the world will get out. The word will get out that you are serious. It's about the money, not the words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Alyssa Giacchino.
Good afternoon, committee and staff. My name is Alyssa Giacchino with the Private Equity Stakeholder Project. As the human and economic costs of climate change accelerates, it's crucial that companies and investors re-examine and renew their investment approach to ensure we stay within a 1.5-degree trajectory. CalPERS Sustainable Investments 2030 strategy represents an important step forward, and we commend the leadership of the board and your staff for your work to enact policies to meet your commitment to the Paris Agreement. CalPERS' commitment to double investments in climate solutions and consider exits from companies for failing to credibly transition are key components of positioning your portfolio for a low-carbon economy and mitigating climate risk. As a watchdog organization that focuses on private market asset managers, we're particularly interested in how these objectives will ensure laggard private equity and infrastructure managers rapidly cut emissions and transition away from the risks of fossil fuels. We support the plan's commitment to set sustainable investment guidelines by asset class. We recommend CalPERS set clear expectations that private market managers align their full portfolios with a 1.5-degree pathway with a priority focus on carbon-intensive industries. The private equity industry has made insufficient progress in the energy transition, including major CalPERS partners like Blackstone, Carlyle, KKR, and Energy Capital Partners. Private equity and infrastructure firms hold billions in polluting fossil fuel assets, including coal and gas power plants, pipelines, fracking, and drilling operators. They are investing to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, including new drilling permits, pipelines, and LNG terminals, even as the IEA has called for no expansion of supply and predicts that demand for oil, gas, and coal will peak before 2030. Private markets are the least visible part of your portfolio, and the opacity leads to unmeasured and unmitigated climate risks. You're even considering additional allocations under the ALM discussion from earlier today. Private markets require greater vigilance. Before making additional private equity and infrastructure commitments, CalPERS should ensure private market managers are committed to invest in alignment with the IEA pathway and 1.5 degrees. They should disclose scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions, cut absolute emissions in half by 2030 with additional benchmarks through 2050, and most importantly, ensure a just transition for workers and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Sheila Thorne and Miriam Guide come up.
Hello, I'm Sheila Thorne. I'm a CalPERS beneficiary and a retired member of CFA. And I'm glad that CalPERS is now open to exiting assets that fail to present a credible net zero plan. I think that's a real step forward. However, how long do you plan to engage with these companies before making that determination? Exxon just made its biggest acquisition in 25 years, spending $60 billion to buy Pioneer and its dirty shale oil fields in the Permian Basin. As the New York Times put it, instead, quote, instead of investing in clean energy, it is choosing to produce more oil and gas. The ruthless logic of the marketplace is pushing Exxon and other big oil companies to double down on fossil fuels instead of investing in green technologies, end quote. And Shell has abandoned offshore wind, hydrogen, and biofuel projects and has scrapped its climate pledges in order to maintain 2022 levels of production until the end of this decade. Carbon Tracker reports that in 2021 and the first quarter of 2022, Chevron, Eni, Shell, Total Energies, and other companies approved approximately $58 billion of investments that will only be needed if oil and gas demand grows to the point where it pushed global temperatures beyond 2.5 degrees, and therefore asset owners seeking 1.5 degrees aligned portfolios cannot credibly own financial interest in companies that continue to invest in new conventional oil and gas projects, which all the oil majors are doing. According to the latest UN-backed 2023 report, if current projections hold, the U.S. will drill far more oil and gas in 2023 than at any point in history, as will Russia and Saudi Arabia. All the oil majors have already failed in credible net zero plans, and it's time to exit from these companies now before it's too late. Waiting any longer will send California into a permanent spiral of drought, wildfires, floods, and loss of shoreline. California workers' pensions should be funding a just transition now and should not be funding the inevitable destruction of their quality of life and perhaps even their homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miriam Ide. I'm the Executive Director at Fossil Free California. I must say this is an unusual day that I'm going to start off with just sincerely thanking you all for your work on sustainable investments. It's a big progress, so congratulations. And yes, this 2030 strategy is a big step forward, and there's a few things that I was particularly excited about. First off, I think this is the biggest recognition I've seen from your staff and your board about financial risk in relationship to the climate crisis, and that is crucial to making strategy. The next part is the discussion of an engagement plus plan, which, let's be frank, that's in many ways exactly what we've been talking about with divestment. If it's easier for you to term it that way, I'm happy to call it exiting or an engagement plus plan. And the addition of consequence for non-compliance with a net zero plan is crucial, because otherwise you will continue to fund the climate crisis rather than funding a solution to it, which I need in order to survive. I'm much younger than most of you all here. But I did notice one pretty big hole in your overall plan. Actually, I would say it might be big enough to drive an industry through. It seems that there's an exception for the fossil fuel industry, and that you're willing to continue investing in this industry while holding other companies that have a smaller contribution to the crisis to account for their net zero plans. I really hope that your next iteration of this plan closes that loophole and says that fossil fuel companies as well will be divested if they don't have a credible net zero plan. And I would also point to bills such as SB 252 as having a strong understanding of which companies are not going to meet the standards by any means, those top 200 emitters. One final thought to leave you all with is back in September, the governor and attorney general announced a lawsuit against the biggest 5 fossil fuel companies for their willingness to destruct and intentionally deceive the world about the impact of their industries on our globe. And we have the state of California making this lawsuit. This is a big step, and they're not alone. There's so many other states and entities suing fossil fuel companies. Do you really want to still be investing in these companies when they're held to account financially for their destruction of our planet? Or do you want to be one of the ones that's already out and protect our state workers from those impacts as fossil fuel companies are held accountable for their destruction? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ruth Holton Hodson.
Thank you and good afternoon. Ruth Holton Hodson. I am a CalPERS beneficiary, also a member of Third Act, a new national organization that's engaging seniors in the fight for climate and democracy. Like others have said, I really appreciate the work that staff has done, and it's exciting, and it's a very exciting first step, and many of the things that you've laid out we strongly support. What is giving us real problems is your timeline of a net zero timeline by 2050. Science is telling us there is really no time to waste for exiting high-polluting companies. The climate crisis, if not addressed immediately, may well make the planet unlivable by 2050. CalPERS is in an extraordinary position to really, as one of the few institutions in the world, to make a huge difference in how fast we transition into a carbon-free economy. I would urge you to really step up and become the international leader that you can be in addressing the climate crisis, just as you have led on governance issues over the years. If CalPERS commits to bold action now, other institutional investors will follow, leading to even faster development of new technologies and industries that support a healthy planet and healthy investment returns. Your decision on how fast to proceed will not only affect investments, but also the health side of the house. Climate change, especially rising temperatures, is already having a serious impact on marginalized communities and older populations. The longer it takes to make a transition to sustainable energy, the higher the risk to our members' health and the greater the cost to CalPERS. As you have undoubtedly heard, this year was the hottest year in 125,000 years. CalPERS, I would urge you, be bold. Commit yourselves to investments and a net zero timeline that keeps the planet livable for all of us, ensuring CalPERS beneficiaries will still be here to be able to benefit from their pensions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the public comments in the room. I have a series of folks on the phone, and so I will call on staff to queue them up and bring them on board.
Yes, Chairman Miller. We have Julia Stein on the line to comment on agenda item 6D. Go ahead, Julia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for CalPERS' continued leadership in responding to the considerable financial risk posed by the changing climate, and for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Julia Stein, the Deputy Director of the Emmett Institute on Climate Change and the Environment at UCLA School of Law. Before saying more, I do want to note that I'm speaking in my individual capacity, and my comments do not reflect the institutional positions of either the Emmett Institute or UCLA Law. Together with Emmett Institute board member Phil Angelides and other colleagues, I've spent the last several months researching and assessing the approaches our state pension funds are taking to address climate risk. CalPERS has been a true leader in this space, and we were heartened to see the updated Sustainable Investments 2030 strategy's commitment to $100 billion of investment in climate solutions, continued engagement with portfolio companies to ensure the credibility of net zero plans, and enhanced measurement and reporting of CalPERS portfolio emissions. Effective climate risk management requires accountability, transparency, clear and tangible plans, and strong corporate governance. This strategy is a very meaningful step in the right direction and an important signal to other institutional investors across the globe. But to further strengthen this plan, we recommend that the board also consider a set of enhancements to the strategy. First, because as the strategy recognizes net zero portfolio goals must be backed by credible plans to achieve them, we recommend that quantitative interim goals be set at no greater than 10-year increments. The strategy laudably already includes an emissions reduction goal for 2030. CalPERS should commit to establishing an emissions reduction goal for 2040 as well. Second, because net zero portfolio goals must be supported with regular, standardized public reporting about efforts to reach those goals, CalPERS should annually release its portfolio emissions tracking methodology and results. Critically, it should also publicly release its internal analysis that shows the strategy puts it on track to meet its 2030 goal of reducing portfolio emissions by 50%. Third, CalPERS should clearly define the key elements of climate solutions investment to help ensure that such investments result in real and permanent emissions reductions. And it should disclose the specifics of its existing $47 billion in climate solutions investments to allow the public to better understand and assess the nature of those investments. Finally, to further advance the strategy's goals, CalPERS should work with the State Treasurer's Office and the State Controller's Office to adopt minimum standards requiring disclosure of contractor financial institutions' emissions, climate risks, and risk mitigation strategies, which those institutions must meet to do business with CalPERS. These standards should also include consideration of whether contractor financial institutions are opposing climate disclosure efforts or other forms of progress in other fora. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment today, and I look forward to continued engagement with CalPERS on these issues.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman Miller, we have Jason Disterhost from Majority Action on the line to comment on agenda item 6D.
Hi, and thank you. My name is Jason Opeña Disterhoft with Majority Action, an advocacy group focusing on systemic risks to shareholder value and proxy voting tools to mitigate those risks. Thank you to staff and trustees for the hard work and productive dialogue on the Sustainable Investments 2030 strategy, which really is groundbreaking, including for the thorough updates today. As CalPERS begins to implement that strategy, I wanted to note a few elements we would urge the fund to prioritize. First, climate change as systemic risk. As we all know, the worst risk that climate change poses to shareholder value is in threatening portfolios overall, from real estate to agriculture to financials and beyond, with tipping points that require a prudential approach. And the strategy is being implemented in that context. But this means, for example, that the value of the objectives of outperformance and portfolio resilience would be sharply curtailed if we see a broad climate-induced depression sparked by physical and/or transition risk in the coming decades. So we urge CalPERS to continue its work in championing the idea that climate change is a systemic risk that investors should mitigate, consistent with fiduciary duty. Second, stewardship, especially proxy voting. We're glad to see stewardship emphasized in objectives 3 and 5, and thank you to the trustees and staff for the exchange on this earlier. We urge CalPERS to build on its leadership here in pushing portfolio companies to phase out their contributions to climate risk. The fund could do even more to set clear public expectations for portfolio companies and tie director accountability to those expectations. For example, in earlier presentations, we were glad to see the IEA Net Zero roadmap and urge CalPERS to include those milestones, like US and other wealthy country utilities phasing out coal by 2030. As has been noted, we're closing in on the 2030 deadline to cut global emissions in half on an absolute basis. CalPERS could make clear that it expects companies to set targets consistent with this and demonstrate real emissions reductions aligned with those targets. CalPERS should reinforce those expectations by making clear that it will vote against directors at companies that do not meet them. Director accountability is a powerful tool on which CalPERS already has a strong track record and is a key part of a comprehensive stewardship approach like the one staff has detailed today. Furthermore, CalPERS could continue to amplify key proxy votes, leveraging its leadership role in the investor ecosystem, building on its record of declaring key votes in advance, flagging those votes, and publishing rationales. Third and last, we urge CalPERS to fully utilize its influence as a client. And thanks again to trustees for an earlier exchange on this topic. The fund has best-in-class influence as a client of asset managers, proxy advisors, and other service providers, and should ensure its service providers align with climate expectations. We applaud CalPERS' new plan, first and foremost for the protection of promises to provide to beneficiaries returns in the coming decades. We look forward to the strongest possible implementation in the next months and years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman Miller, next we have Brad Anderson on the line to comment on agenda item 6D.
Hello? Yes, hi, my name's Brad Anderson. Hi, my name's Brad Anderson. I live in the city of Ensenada out in Riverside County, and I wanted to speak on item 60. And this is, well, anyway, you already know what it's about. I'm just kind of shocked listening to the committee's statements. So I would, I guess, consider that being already approved by what I've heard. But I'm in strong opposition to this aspect because it's really just a policy of discrimination against certain entities, and the DEI narrative and the ESG scheme. That's all part of it. But bottom line, this is out of your wheelhouse. This is not anything that you should be involved with. And by going ahead with this, well, anyway, I just want to just voice my opinion, and I will definitely be more involved in these committee meetings in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman Miller, next we have Mary Cirilli from Climate Finance Action to comment on agenda item 6D.
And hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry. My name is Mary Cirilli, and I'm the founder and executive director at Climate Finance Action. We work to advance policies and strategies for impactful, durable climate finance solutions within public pension funds and other public investments. And we recognize the importance and aptitude of CalPERS trustees to build the people power capacity needed to address climate risk and recognize the opportunities in a green economy. We also recognize CalPERS' leadership in stewardship and sustainable investing so far, and we expect CalPERS to continue to lead with bolder ambition to mitigate the climate crisis and other social issues that are material to portfolio companies, especially in the fixed income asset class and the larger economic system. So in order to improve CalPERS' portfolio resistance, it must ensure that climate risk is appropriately assessed, managed, priced, and mitigated. And I'm glad that I heard this rather long board meeting. But I am specifically interested in CalPERS' existing benchmarks in public equity, but also fixed income. And whether those indices provide room to address and mitigate climate risk. Are there alternative options that have the potential to deliver similar or even better risk return profiles? And what indices are other asset owners using? We'd like to know. And what ESG risks, including climate and physical risk, are the portfolio managers being forced into by virtue of the current benchmarks? We all know that pension funds are not just assets. They represent the compensation of workers, many of whom are represented by unions. And those public employees and their unions are key partners for this work. Workers not only have a stake in CalPERS, they also have a stake in the future for their children and grandchildren and the communities and state of California where they live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next we have Sandy Emerson on the line to comment on agenda item 6D. Go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you. I'm Sandy Emerson. I'm a research volunteer with Fossil Free California. The Sustainable Investments 2030 plan is a very welcome initiative especially for its dramatic increase in green investments. The plan also opens the door to a protective action that CalPERS can take to safeguard its portfolio by exiting from fossil fuel companies. It's my opinion that fossil fuel companies will never have credible net zero plans, so they already meet the exit criteria. CalPERS has objected to the divestments called for by SB 252 on the grounds of fiduciary duty. But one of the duties of loyalty to beneficiaries is impartiality, which is the duty to consider the overall best interests of all the members and beneficiaries. Pension boards should not privilege the needs of current beneficiaries over those of future beneficiaries. This has particular relevance in the context of climate change. Addressing climate-related financial risk protects the interests of future beneficiaries. Oil producers currently plan to produce more than twice the amount of oil that they should in order to prevent climate chaos. They have already identified more than 3 times as much in proven reserves as it is safe to monetize. Their reckless expansion will perpetuate and accelerate physical risks such as wildfires, floods, heat waves, and other signs of climate chaos. Not only do they not have credible transition plans, they are also walking back previous commitments and building in increased production. In response to the SB 252 divestment legislation, CalPERS has identified 101 of the highest emitting fossil fuel producers in its portfolio. Almost half the total $9.4 billion market value of these investments is represented by just 5 companies: Exxon, Chevron, Shell, BP, and ConocoPhillips. These are the same companies that the state of California is suing for lying about the risks of climate change and delaying action for years. Why should our public pension dollars stay invested in these companies, and why should CalPERS stay invested in fossil fuels? I urge you to protect the future and head for the exit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Sarah Theis from Fossil Free California on the line to comment on the agenda item 6B. Go ahead, Ms. Theis.
Hi, I'm Sarah Theis, CalPERS retiree and part of Fossil Free California. Due to time limits, I'm going to agree with and will not repeat all the positive accomplishments the plan includes, which are many. I do have 3 questions as to other aspects of the plan. And as usual, I'll supply citations for all the facts I rely on in my comments and questions. First, I don't see a mention of limiting temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, which has been the focus of CalPERS' prior plans. I do appreciate Ms. Willett's comments in this regard. So my question is really what happened to 1.5? I hope that you as the board will query staff on this and let us know. My second question is, and I've had this for a long time, I just don't understand why CalPERS continues to try to make saints out of sinners. And I have 2 points on this. One is how solid are the fundamentals of the oil majors? As of this August, 3 of the 5 biggest companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Total, had to dip into their cash reserves in order to maintain dividends and share buybacks. And this is really the pattern from 2005 through 2020, where they collectively paid about $325 billion more to investors than they generated in free cash flow. They generated a cash surplus enough to replenish cash reserves and pay down debt in only 3 of those years. And as a layperson, this seems risky to me. And we're already, of course, as you very well recognize, in the very risky area in terms of, the market as to fossil fuels in general, geopolitical issues, and the unfolding climate disaster. And my second, the other point about this is that fossil fuels have poor financial outcomes. As the New York Comptroller recently stated, basically went over that the market performance further supports the system's decision to stop investing in fossil fuels over a 5-year period before they decided energy stocks lost more than 35% of their value, while the broader stock market increased in value by more than 50%. And through early August 2023, energy stocks have lost 1.3, while the broader market has gained 7.2%. Now, obviously, myself and others have been raising this question for years now, and I just really don't understand that. My third question is really questioning reliance on Mercer's approval of this plan, given the plan's undetermined timeline to exit the fossil fuel industry. And this, of course, is incompatible with science. For example, the fact that, according to the IPCC, existing and currently planned fossil fuel projects are already more than the climate can handle. When I and my siblings were teenagers growing up in Queens, New York, and wanted to do something that our parents didn't approve of, we argued that everyone else was allowed to do X. And my father always responded, just because everyone else jumps off the Brooklyn Bridge doesn't mean you have to. But here, we're not jumping into the East River, but really onto a journey to climate hell. Thank you very much, and I'd love to hear answers to my questions.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Beverly Ortiz from Climate Finance Action to comment on agenda item 6D.
Good afternoon, trustees. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
please go ahead, caller.
Oh, thank you. My name is Beverly Ortiz. I'm the organizing director for Climate Finance Action. We're a nonprofit organization directly engaging key stakeholders, unions, and public leaders in creating a pathway for change to ensure that public funds not only hold companies accountable for a just transition, but support a dramatic shift towards an economy that operates in favor of people and the planet. We recognize CalPERS' leadership in stewardship and sustainable investing. It is encouraging to see that CalPERS will use the Science-Based Target Initiative framework, net zero setting for companies. In order to achieve 2025 and 2030 carbon intensity targets, CalPERS must engage companies through share owner action, use engagement with portfolio companies to drive change by setting and maintaining standards of transparency for portfolio investments, including public equities, corporate bonds, and other assets. Also, CalPERS must ensure accountability for companies that in energy, transport, and industrials and material sectors, these companies that aren't doing what they need to do, and these companies that refuse to make meaningful change. There needs to be a public plan created for accountability to hold them accountable. Lastly, on the energy transition, we need a just transition, which must include workers with high quality jobs, with labor principles, a just transition that addresses racial and economic inequality, and creates more equitable communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Chairman Miller, next we have Simone Bowers on the line to comment on agenda item 6D. Go ahead, caller.
Hello. Yes, hi, I'm Simone Bowers, and I'm a grateful CalPERS beneficiary living on my late husband's CalPERS pension and Social Security. Last year, which was the third year I was living near a dry creek bed, it suddenly became a raging river during the rainy season and nearly washed away my residence. I was less than 30 feet away from going to a public shelter. Most of us did not expect to see climate degradation get to its current level so fast. While I very much applaud CalPERS for developing a sustainable investment plan, its timeline does not fully take into account the fact that the Earth has basically run out of time. Continuing to invest in the fossil fuel industry will hasten the destruction of our planet. I call on CalPERS to devise wiser, more rapid strategies that will result in a fossil-free California. Let's protect our pensions, workers, and communities by protecting the environment. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Claire Brown to comment on agenda item 6D. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Claire Brown, professor of economics at UC Berkeley.
The CalPERS expanded sustainability strategy is a step forward. However, I'm here because of my concern about CalPERS not being transparent about much of their data related to sustainability policies and strategies, which are often made without any data or evidence provided, and so it is hard to evaluate. Some examples include the cost and performance data related to the sustainability policy of divestment. For example, one at the stakeholders forum in January 2023, CIO Musico's statement, quote, if CalPERS sold off all of its energy-related assets, it would amount to a $160 billion divestment. 2, analysis of SB 252 in spring 2023 estimated 75 to 125 million in transactions costs would result from divesting 9.4 billion of fossil fuel investments. 3, the administrative cost of complying with SB 252, quote, would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars annually. 4, in June 2023 report to the board, Marcy Frost stated, our team has indicated that the bill results in a 4.4 basis point per year loss over 10 years and a 3.6 basis point loss over a 20-year time period, with a net cost for public service employers of more than $6.5 billion by mid-century. Often, CalPERS justifies not providing evidence for data related to their sustainability policies and strategy because the records are exempt from legal disclosure, indicating that public interest in disclosure is clearly outweighed by the public interest in non-disclosure. The research done by my UC Berkeley research team finds different outcomes in the CalPERS data. We find that transactions costs for divestment tend to be minimal and that large portfolios have financially benefited from fossil fuel divestment. As an economics professor, I'm concerned about data presented without evidence, and lawmakers are expected to take the data as stated, even when research indicates that the data may not be correct or is outdated or not applicable. The public, as taxpayers, pay for public pensions, and the CalPERS members depend upon their retirement pension, and both groups need to know how CalPERS makes calculations that would affect the pension risk and portfolio performance, especially for a policy such as divestment, which is necessary for CalPERS investment strategy to be aligned with California climate-related laws and climate goals. I sent a CPRA request to CalPERS as to the 4 examples given and was told the information was exempt from disclosure. I request that the investment committee board members ask the CalPERS staff to provide the evidence for the sustainability presented, including the costs related to SB 252. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Sakin Baksalusa to comment on agenda item 6D. Go ahead, caller.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Sakina Baksamusa, a student at UC Berkeley working with the Institute for Research on Labor and Employment to study the economic impacts of investment in fossil fuels on the CalPERS pension fund. Our team of researchers has spent the past months understanding the benefits and risks associated with the significant investments that CalPERS has in fossil fuel companies. CalPERS currently has $9.4 billion invested in fossil fuel companies. If we look at previous examples of non-renewable energy investments, such as coal, which is the forerunner of all fossil fuels, we can see that the market value decreases significantly as the U.S. moved away from coal-powered energy sources. While CalPERS had significant investments in coal, the top 13 national coal companies lost 92% of their aggregate value between 2010 and 2016, showing the volatility and financial risk associated with antiquated fossil fuel investments. CalPERS has a fiduciary duty to anticipate the decline of fossil fuel investment value and divest before losing large assets. Over the past 12 years, the MSCI All-Country World Index without fossil fuels has outperformed the MSCI ACWI with fossil fuels, even when accounting for fluctuations like the Ukraine invasion. Over this 12-year period, which is a time frame that's broad enough to speak to the actuarial considerations of long-term investors, Exxon market capitalization was so volatile that it dragged down overall returns. CalPERS currently owns 0.2% of Exxon, 0.2% of Chevron, 0.2% of Occidental Petroleum, and portions of other fossil fuel companies as well. Aside from being financially irresponsible investments, this contradicts with the CalPERS plan to reach net zero emissions by 2050.
While the development of this CalPERS Sustainable Investment by 2030 strategy is a huge success for this effort, it's still a bit too indeterminate. As it is, the CalPERS Sustainable Investments by 2030 strategy is far too vague and lacks the direct action and enforceability that would benefit stakeholders financially and by meeting state climate goals. The investment in this plan is on a to-be-determined basis that needs to be outlined more clearly. Additionally, there's no enforceability, and this plan relies on engagement with fossil fuel companies that currently have no credible net zero plans. The energy transition is unstoppable, and CalPERS, by staying invested in fossil fuel companies, increases its exposure to the funds to destabilization and losses. Finally, investing in climate solutions like carbon capture and storage, which are being pushed by the fossil fuel industry, have environmental justice implications that CalPERS needs to consider before investing in. I urge CalPERS to create a concrete plan with a specified timeline to divest from fossil fuel companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Barbara Fletcher on the line to comment on agenda item 6B. Go ahead, caller.
I'm Barbara Clutter, CalPERS beneficiary and member of Third Act, a group of seniors trying to help our planet. Thank you for your work on the new sustainable investment policy you're presenting today. I feel, however, that your timeline is far too slow. Your report proposes that CalPERS investments in fossil fuels will go to net zero by 2050. Yet that's long after experts predict we will no longer be able to limit global heating. Because I'm concerned about the quality of life my grandchildren will experience on our planet, I've divested my own investment portfolio from fossil fuels and invested in funds that are working with sustainable energy. I believe your timeline should be dramatically shortened. Also, your policy should focus on divestment as a strategy and not count on influencing fossil fuel companies from the inside, because that's a strategy that has failed so often. CalPERS should protect workers, retirees, and the planet by shortening the time frame of its goals to reduce its investments in fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's the last of our phone-in participants. Is there anyone else on the phone?
Yes, Chairman Miller, we have one more caller.
Okay.
Lucy Freed is on the line to comment on agenda item 6B. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lucy Freed, and I'm a student at UC Berkeley, also working with the Institute for Research on Labor and Development to understand the economic impacts of fossil fuel investment on the millions of current and future CalPERS beneficiaries. While the Sustainable Investment Strategy puts CalPERS in the right direction by focusing on climate solutions through increased investments, CalPERS should move to divest or exit from fossil fuel companies for environmental and financial reasons. CalPERS has $9.4 billion in fossil fuel investments as of 2022 across all of their asset classes, of which 49% are in the 5 largest fossil fuel emitters. Despite this, the world's demand for oil and gas is set to halve in the coming years, according to the International Energy Agency. However, investments in new projects are expected to surge by 11% in 2023, which, according to the IEA report, is not enough to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. CalPERS' continuous investment in these fossil fuel companies is thus contradictory to its plan of being on a pathway to net zero by 2050, especially as these companies do not have credible net zero plans and are all scaling back on their renewable energy products. From a fiduciary duty perspective, all of CalPERS' investments in the big 5 fossil fuel companies have declined in market value between 2018 and 2022, with its investment in BP declining 46.34%, Exxon at minus 49%, and the rest down around 20% each. California's current lawsuit against these 5 companies, as well as the projected decline in oil consumption,
should serve as a projection of continued decline in market value. CalPERS sustainability plan uses language that mentions divestment or could ultimately lead to divestment, but it doesn't provide specified enforceability or enough urgency to be effective enough. Instead, CalPERS continues to rely on engagement, which has resulted in some companies net zero by 2050 pledges, but usually without accompanying specific and tangible plans. As discussed earlier, working towards decarbonizing the economy is crucial, but it does not need to be mutually exclusive with decarbonizing the portfolio. In order to reach its goals and reduce emissions, CalPERS should adopt more specific protocols and should divest from its fossil fuel investments before the decline of oil and gas, and in order to uphold both its financial and environmental fiduciary duty to members and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay, was that the last of our callers on the phone?
No more callers on the phone.
Okay, I think that pretty much wraps it up for item 6D. And so we will move now to 6E, our responsible contractor policy annual review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is our annual update on compliance with CalPERS Responsible Contractor Program policy. I do bear in mind that we'll be back in March to work through potential updates to the policy, but this is the update on the current policy, and Tamara Sells will be leading us through this item. So I'll turn it over to Tamara.
Thank you so much. Tamara Sells, Associate Investment Manager, Sustainable Investments. It is my pleasure to present you with our Responsible Contractor Program Policy Annual Report for 2022-2023 fiscal year. Today, I will provide a brief overview of our Responsible Contractor Policy and its history, some of which may be familiar to you, but it's important to orient where we've gone to know where we're headed. Also, I'll provide a summary of the compliance results. I'll touch a bit on the communication and engagement flow. I'll provide a snapshot of the total compliance and contracting over the past 8 years. And then, as Dan alluded to, I'll touch a bit more on our RCP, the policy refresh activities in the timeline. The responsible contractor policy exists to ensure prudent and careful action while managing the responsible contractor program, demonstrating our fiduciary principles to support and encourage fair wages and benefits for workers employed by our contractors and subcontractors, and further contributing to our competitive returns in our real estate and infrastructure investments. The responsible contractor policy applies to domestic real estate and infrastructure assets where CalPERS holds a greater than 50% interest and on contracts equal to or greater than $100,000. So as familiar to you, this policy has existed for more than 2.5 decades, and the key takeaway here is that we are currently undergoing our third policy review, and that engagement process is underway. And I will touch a bit more on the detailed activities later in the presentation. So as mentioned, our responsible contractor policy seeks to secure the condition of workers without adverse effect on our investment returns, access to investment opportunities, or significant costs. And with that, I'm happy to report 100% compliance by all CalPERS responsible contractor managers for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023. All managers have certified that they, their contractors, and subcontractors have complied with the policy. Certified responsible contractors received over $816 million and over $7 billion over the last 8 fiscal years under the policy. The policy continues to provide an avenue for communication and engagement between our external managers, contractors, responsible contractors, union and labor stakeholders, and CalPERS staff in order to assess stakeholder inquiries on which projects are applicable to RCP, mitigating human capital management and reputational risks, as well as to facilitate that contractor notification process between the union and labor stakeholders and the managers. CalPERS investment staff communicate regularly with our stakeholders, as well as our real asset and infrastructure managers, regarding implementation of the policy. And we work to address labor issues in a timely manner and in accordance with the responsible contractor policy and our fiduciary duty. The policy establishes communication channels and responsibilities between managers, unions, contractors with respect to bidding and notification. The RCP policy is a part of each applicable contract, requiring information on wages and benefits from our contractors during the bidding process, as well as the annual certification. Our union and labor organizations can be asked and are encouraged to put their names on the manager distribution lists for information, updated information on ongoing RCP projects and contracts. In addition, unions may provide managers with lists of signatory contractors. Some managers will employ an automatic notification, some use websites, some use portals, but in any event, the policy requires that managers and their delegates provide both a process and a contact for the unions to receive RCP bidding opportunities. For the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, managers reported 100% compliance with the policy, and as previously mentioned, certified responsible contractors received over $7 billion over the last 8 fiscal years under the policy. Capital projects were the largest driver of the fluctuation in the total amount paid to certified responsible contractors relative to last fiscal year. And although some managers reported delays in obtaining necessary permits, there were others that moved forward with the purchase of new assets, which required capital work. So as I mentioned, staff are currently undergoing a policy refresh. The recommended policy revisions will reflect the collective input of staff, legal, office, board's fiduciary council, external managers, stakeholders, and consultants. This refresh activity began in August with a series of meetings, followed by an open invitation for our stakeholders to both comment and also request meetings and engagements with staff where they can delve into and share their perspectives on the recommendations that they would like to see for RCP. Currently underway, we are compiling those comments. That comment period closed on October 31st. However, to date, we're still receiving comments. So we are compiling those comments and scheduling the stakeholder engagements. Staff are planning to return to the board March 2024 with a first read of the proposed policy changes. Overall, application of the responsible contractor policy has resulted in positive outcomes for CalPERS, our stakeholders, as well as our investments, and continues to serve us well. I'm happy to address any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. Doesn't look like we have any requests from the board to speak. I have a few members of the public that want to speak. So I'll ask Jerry Smith and Michael Mark to come down to the microphone. And as always, whenever you begin to speak, the time will start and you can track it up here in front of you. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Jeremy Smith here on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. We are a council of construction trade unions that represent over 450,000 union workers in craft construction unions up and down the state. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on your responsible contractor policy revision. We are pleased to be part of the stakeholder process and look forward to engaging staff on our recommendations. And want to remind you all that in addition to your primary fiduciary responsibilities, it is important to remember that the sheer size of CalPERS means that you all and the fund can really be a force for progressive pro-worker change. The recommendations we outlined in our letter of October 31st will ensure that the RCP can act as that change and mirror what was intended by the RCP according to CalPERS' own statement of investment policy for the responsible contractor program. And that is to hire contractors that, quote, support many of the ideals espoused by labor unions and encourage participation by labor unions and their signatory contractors in the development and management of CalPERS real estate and infrastructure investments. CalPERS believes that an adequately compensated and trained worker delivers a higher quality product and service. We could not agree more with your own policy statement, but recognize that it is difficult for CalPERS to monitor contractor behavior on construction projects, and once poor behavior is discovered, it is often too late to take corrective action. Issues such as wage theft, health and safety violations, and poor quality construction are not readily apparent during a construction project and largely come to light only after construction is complete, but happen primarily on projects carried out by so-called low-road contractors. However, violations such as those I just described under the RCP create investment risks for CalPERS as an asset owner. Again, wage theft, health and safety issues, project delays, and construction defects, often not reported by workers for fear of reprisal, may lead to fines and penalties by public agencies and litigation by end users. These negative outcomes are financial risks that can eat away at a construction project's investment returns and can be difficult to mitigate once the problem has been allowed to develop. When construction project managers do not consider the qualifications of potential contractors, low-quality, irresponsible contractors are chosen simply because they submit the lowest cost construction bids. For these reasons, construction project managers are best served by engaging in a, quote, best value contracting model, rather than a lowest cost auction winner selection process. Best value contracting is a procurement process that considers other factors in addition to the price and the award and execution of construction contracts. Furthermore, the most practical approaches to mitigate risks in construction contracting is to avoid irresponsible contractors by pre-qualifying firms with proven track records, requiring the use of project labor agreements, and or requiring the use of a skilled and trained workforce to carry out the projects as defined at Public Contract Code Section 2600. Any of these construction delivery techniques incentivizes suppliers to maintain or improve their conduct. In closing, we believe that fostering a competitive market with the active participation of responsible contractors increases investment returns, expands employment opportunities for California workers, and improves social welfare in the long run. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Michael Mark.
Board members, thank you for letting me speak to you today. Again, my name is Michael Mark. I'm here with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. We are an affiliate of the State Building Trades Council. I think one thing that there was a commonality today was let's make some change for California. Let's do the right thing. And one thing within is the RCP. I think Director Pacheco asked earlier of the California investments. There was that great report that was done, and I think one of the numbers that I saw was $18 billion of real assets within California. And like, how do we make the change of making sure that the RCP applies to all of those projects? Because these are your brothers and sisters in California, and how do we uplift the community? So when we're talking about $18 billion, sometimes those numbers are so astronomical, you know, with this entire pension plan of almost $500 billion. These numbers are so on paper. It's like, but each time when we're talking about how this RCP applies, I think I heard earlier, $816 million of construction work was applied within this RCP. Think about this, that dollar represents 1 hour for a construction worker to work on said project. So every time you have an hour, that's another paycheck for that particular family. There's additional food and additional health care for those individuals. So that's how, like, the world here together, we're all connected somehow. So when we're talking about change within California and CalPERS responsibility within, there is so much information that is done. When we were talking about ESG and $100 billion of capital being possibly invested in, there's also the making sure that those jobs that are created with that investment are actually going to be benefiting, let's say, union construction workers. Let's make sure the investment is correct. So I spoke about some of the items. So I'll give you one instance where the RCP could be very helpful. CIM Group, which was not in, they listed that they didn't have any projects within their RCP, but they're listed. There is an upcoming project in Alameda County. It's going to be a big tower. And right now, they're not actually doing outreach with the local labor leaders. And the goal is to make conversations to see how can we best partner to make sure that CIM Group on this project in Oakland and Alameda County, that they're going to use a union workforce with sheet metal workers in the building trades. But partly the confusion is there are so many like different commingled funds that fund CIM is where you guys are investing in.
You're out of time there, so if you could wrap it up quickly.
Wow, that was fast. So in the end, again, Michael Mark with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104, how can we make sure this RCP applies? And I did submit comments, and I appreciate hearing back from staff. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I don't believe we have any other public comments requested for this item.
We got a phone.
Oh, we got one on the phone. Okay, now let's bring our phone caller on.
Yes, Chairman Miller, we have Valentina Davis from Private Equity Stakeholder Project to comment on agenda item 6E. Go ahead, caller.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Valentina Davos with the Private Equity Stakeholder Project. CalPERS responsible contractor policy has been a valuable tool for ensuring contractors provide quality jobs and stable workforces in the system's real estate and infrastructure investments. We applaud CalPERS for revisiting its policy to ensure that it stays ahead of changing needs in the asset classes since its 2015 update. Requiring responsible contractors within the real estate and infrastructure portfolio is conducive to the value proposition of those investments by providing high quality services and products and workforce stability consistent with fiduciary duty. CalPERS could consider a few updates so the policy aligns with current best practices. We suggest adopting language to encourage labor peace and strengthen neutrality to help protect CalPERS' investments from the impact of labor disputes. We also suggest adopting language similar to the policies of peer funds, like the New York State Common Retirement Fund or New York City Pension Funds, including encouraging employer-paid safety training by contractors, avoiding partners that pose a regulatory or reputational risk, enhancing the language to apply to commingled funds, co-investments, separate accounts, or other ownership exposure under a 50% stake. Thank you so much for your attention to these critical matters and for your transparency and for your request for feedback in the process. We look forward to further dialogue with you and other stakeholders.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I think that wraps up public comment on item 6E. So we'll move to item 6F, consultant review of CalPERS divestments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Lauren Gelhaus from Wilshire Advisors will be joining us. And while she's on her way up here, I'll just share a couple of things. First of all, recall that the CalPERS total fund policy requires two things through the lens of divestment activities. The first is an annual review of the economic impact on divestments or from divestments. And the second is an every 5-year thorough review of all of our divestments and then either reaffirming those divestments or removal of some of them. This is the annual economic review. Lauren is here, so I'll let her take us through the item.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, board members. I am Lauren Gelhaus of Wilshire, and my comments today will be brief, but I did want to walk you through the context and the background of the analysis completed for the divestment report. I'm going to walk you through why we complete the analysis, which Dan has just touched on, how we complete the analysis, and then finally wrap up with a short overview of the results of the analysis. So the why. As Dan noted, within policy, there are two divestment items that are addressed. First is the fact that active divestments will come back to the board for that reaffirmation process at least every 5 years. The last reaffirmation was completed in March of 2021. The second part of it is that in between those reaffirmations, there is an annual review, an update provided to the board, that being this today. So within the update that is completed, there's a forensic analysis that is done to show the financial impact of CalPERS active divestments, of which there are currently 4. Those are tobacco, Iran, firearms, and thermal coal. So the letter summarizes that analysis for the annual review of the active divestments. So then the how. So to complete this analysis, we received data from your vendor providers. For each active divestment, we have the index without the securities divested, and then another with the divested securities removed. Said another way, there is data on the portfolio pre-divestment and post-divestment. We then do comparisons of simulated portfolios. So next, we run through that process to estimate the financial impact of the difference in the two return streams, and this shows us how the securities would have done had the portfolios would have done had the securities not been removed, and showing the difference either positively or negatively. We then accumulate that impact through time, and that's what is summarized in the report. So for the results, within the letter, we do show that 2 out of the 4 divestments had a positive impact on the market value of the portfolio, and the other 2 had a negative impact on the portfolio. Further details around the analysis can be found in the investment report itself. And given that the last affirmation was in March of 2021, this analysis includes 9 quarters of data, that being the second quarter of 2021 and then the quarters within the last 2 fiscal years. That concludes my prepared remarks, but I'm happy to address any questions that the board may have.
Okay, I have a question from Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Miller, and thank you, Lauren, for your report. I just have a question regarding the tobacco. What may be contributing to the negative present value observed in the tobacco category? From 2021 to now, I just want to note your analysis of what's the contributing factor. Is it in the economy, or if you can just elaborate on that?
Yeah, so for this analysis, we look at it from 2 different lenses of the segment 1 and segment 2, and we saw most of the detraction from segment 2, which is a more concentrated set of securities. And so if you think about it, any kind of divestment activity reduces that pool, further concentrating it, so any of the impacts you're going to see are going to be more pronounced, and that could be positively or negatively. This year we did see, over the accumulation of those 9 quarters, a negative impact, but if you can recall back to 2020, there was positive across all the active divestments. So these are volatile, and they can change year over year.
So and it's because of the concentration of the securities that you mentioned. That's what's attributing to the negative present value estimate.
Yes, they're pronounced in Q1 and Q2 of this year.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I don't see any further questions. I don't believe we have any public comment on this item. So we will move on to 6G, Summary of Committee Direction, and this will be another exciting item, I'm sure.
I've noted one chair-directed item that we will update the proxy voting policy and bring it back for board's input at the appropriate time in the future. That was the only directed item, but I have noted a number of other board member comments, and we will find the right way to be responsive to those as well. That's it.
I thought we had more than one. Yeah. Let's double check that. Yep, got it.
We'll pull the transcript and find them, Melissa, and then I'll follow up with the board.
Okay. Well, with that, I'm looking at item 6H. I don't believe we have any more public comments on 6. And so we will now, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to go into closed session. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene for closed session. So we can go ahead and start to clear the room. And then we will return after closed session.
Or into
oh, yeah. And we'll adjourn out of.
Yeah. Everybody's having fun.
turn the speed of lights just a little bit slower here in state government. So, hearing no objection, I will adjourn closed session, reconvene here in open session, and hearing no objection, I will say we are adjourned for the day. For investment committee. So, okay. Tomorrow.
Well, no, we have to go into open session.
I just did. I went in and then I adjourned, unless there's an objection to adjourning.
I thought we actually had to say we were in open session.
I thought I did.
You did. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm confused. I just heard we're going into open session.
So, we're adjourned.
All right.
You had your chance to object to